All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 58 of the ARC podcast. Today, we have another March for Australia, a march against mass immigration and the associated issues. So I have the great pleasure today of covering nationally all of the rallies that are happening in Australia. This is what's going on the 19th of October. There was a march on the 31st of August, which kicked off. A young man made a viral video basically criticising mass immigration, criticising what's been going on wrong in Australia. And there were these massive marches on the 31st of August. Hundreds of thousands of people across Australia marched that day. And what we now see is a reiteration of that rally. So today, like, share, subscribe. As far as I'm aware, this is the only national stream going out that's going to cover every single city. And I don't say that as a boast. I say that as an obligation. It's my pleasure to serve you today. This is a totally free stream, but if you'd like to support us, share this, leave your comments. It's not too late to get out at the rallies right now. We've started this stream an hour early. The rallies are kicking off on the East Coast in Sydney and Melbourne and Tasmania. It's kicking off at midday 12 in 1 hour. And in Brisbane, they're an hour behind us. They're starting off in about 2 hours. And people are making their way over there right now. If you're still at home, you've still got time to get out to these rallies to witness it yourself. I'm envious of all of you that are getting out there, especially to Brisbane. It seems like it's going to be an awesome show up in Brisbane. And I'm looking forward to seeing the speeches, seeing the creativity of people coming out with their placards, the dummies of Albo and everything. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that. And by the way, speaking of Albanese, he has the displeasure of, or maybe the pleasure of meeting President Trump over the next day or so. He's going to be at the White House. If that's going to be live, if that's going to be a public event, I will live stream that, because that as well is going to be very interesting as an event, especially if President Trump shows some of the images today. So if you're still at home, keep in mind that Anthony Albanese, it's about damn time. He's been invited to the White House. He's going to meet with President Trump. And I'm hoping that some scenes from today actually make it to President Trump himself. Now, I can do that. We can do that together if we share this podcast everywhere, across every platform, especially on X, where on social media, it's getting less censorship with regards to the rallies, and we're able to get things out to America so they can see what's going on down under. So please do give this a share. This is about sending a message. This is about Anthony Albanese no longer being able to ignore us. But speaking of which, the young man that kicked this off for the 31st of August rally, he wrote a speech last time, and you may not have seen it, but if you're not sure what this is about, what this rally is, and if you're sitting at home watching this stream, I encourage you to listen to this young man's words. I do believe he's 19 years old. This is why people are rallying, and this is why you still have time to get out to your location at the marchforaustralia.org website. Check this video out. The gentleman that kicked this whole thing off, I have something from him, and I wanted to read that out to you guys. Australia is broken. The Australia previous generations have grown up in and loved is rapidly fading away. Our government has continued to cause harm for the average, hard-working Australian, draining them in taxes and paying off near lifelong debts. The consequences of mass immigration to Australians heavily outweighs the benefits it has given the government, causing a surge in house prices, stagnant wages, increased demand in public services, and lowering GDP per capita. Along with this, Australian identity as we know it will quickly cease to exist. The City of Adelaide cancelled the previous Australia Day celebration, whilst anti-Australian marchers marched through the city holding anti-Australia signs such as Death to Australia.
God bless you all, and God bless the March for Australia!
Despite thinking such events would make national headlines, the media continually shies away from posting such things, as it does not fit their narrative. The downfall of Australia will continue whether Labor or Liberal are in power. Therefore, Australians must defer away from these two mainstream parties, despite the continual push of the narrative of Liberal or Labor. For once, it's finally time the Australian people start voting for who we wish to vote for and standing up against the mainstream parties who have sold us out time and time again. The events which occurred in Ballarat are just a start. We must continue to fight back against Albanese and the Labor government. I ask the people of Australia to follow the footsteps of our brothers and sisters in Europe in standing up for themselves.
We will stand up, we will have our say.
And to stop being afraid of being called this or being called that. Enough is enough. Save Australia. There you go. If you're not sure what today's about, that's what it was about. That's why people came out. We saw hundreds of millions of views online from the various clips that came out that day from all the different cities across the country. And thanks to you guys sharing the stream here, and thanks to you guys coming out on that day, we saw a cross-section of people that, yeah, sure, you had your radical elements, but we saw a really interesting cross-section of Australia. People that, many of which are immigrants, many of which, you know, First Fleet people, they've come here, they're upset with what's happened. Immigration's gone way too far. We've got 30% of the country which is foreign-born, over 30% now. We've got 52% of the country that's either foreign-born or the children of immigrants. It's too quick. It's way too quick. And, you know, whilst economists might argue what's going on is if we cut immigration, if we totally stop it today, the economy will collapse. The problem is there's no encouragement with families having more kids. In fact, there's suppression on families having kids, whether it's the cost of living stuff, whether it's government expenditure. There's no incentives like what we see with countries like Hungary, which are incentivizing women having kids. Since the March for Australia, there's been a national discussion about this. Thanks to people coming out, thanks to the organisers actually pulling the trigger on this, now immigration has been at the forefront of the national discussion. I would say it's probably the leading issue that people are talking about, right up there with regards to cost of living and dropping net zero. That is why these issues are important. That is why it's important to come out to these rallies to show we actually care about this issue. And it allows the political pundits out there, the politicians out there who are cowards, by the way, it allows them to find the steel in their spine and actually start representing and serving the people. And so I'm very honoured to be covering this today. This is a totally free stream. I've got Rami in Sydney. He's going to be live streaming the Sydney rally. We've also got a number of other people around the country I'm going to be showing streams from. If there is footage of your city and you don't see it right now, I encourage you to send me an email. Send me an email, joel@tpaust.com.au. That's joel@tpaust.com.au. Send me your live stream footage. I will make sure I bring it up. Even if you've got photos of you in Darwin or videos of you in Darwin, I want to see the crowd size. I don't want the mainstream media to be able to lie to us. And for those of you that have been asking me about drone footage, especially from the last rally, the police took it off me. For those of you that listened to the full stream last time, we had Rami. He came in. He was in the field in Sydney on the 19th of September. We had a drone in Sydney, which had the largest turnout on that day, on the 13th of September. And they ended up basically approaching the guy that we had for the drone footage and we'd used this guy before. He covered the COVID rallies and done footage for us. He had a proper license, and, you know, through the app that he uses, he got these actual money shots of the rallies. And then when he went to land his drone, the police from, I think it was like Blacktown Police Station, they were stationed in the city for some reason. I think they needed extra cops. They basically took the SD card off him and never gave it back. And so this is what we're up against. So when I say this is a service to our nation, this coverage, it's because we are up against it. That's why we need people out there that are actually making up the numbers, but also filming and getting that out there. So that's why I'm here. That's why Rami's in the field in Sydney. And that's why we've got streamers across the country, which I'm really pleased to see that. So I'll say it again. The best email actually for you to send me things to is contact@tpaust.com.au. I will monitor that today. If there's anything, if there's footage you're not seeing in this stream, please do. I'm going to be here all day to cover all the speeches, no matter who it is. And it's going to be a cracker day. And so what we're seeing right now, for example, in Brisbane, is people are slowly making their way to the rally. Gazcam in Queensland, for example, he did some phenomenal coverage of the last rally up there. He's currently on his way. He's currently on his way to the actual Brisbane rally where Scott Challen and the leadership team up there are doing. So Gaz is on his way to the March for Australia up there. And a lot of people are coming from around the country. I mean, this is a 25-minute video of Gazcam, and who's going to probably do a live stream today. You know, getting there, people are coming from around the country because this is an issue that they're worried about. The pollies are dropping the ball on this. They're not doing a good job. And when it comes to what's going on immigration, we are seeing the strain with everything from infrastructure. Every time you go to an auction, you know, it's like a game of spot the white guy. And unfortunately, we are seeing huge instability culturally. We're not seeing the social cohesion that we need. And that's why people have come out yet again to actually organize a rally today. So give this stream a share, give it a like. Let's get it out there. Again, I wanted to start this early so that we could get ahead of the mainstream media. Last protest on the 13th of September, the mainstream media, they were ready. They sent a helicopter in early in Sydney, especially, and they took a photo 40 minutes. I think this was one of the, I won't name the news channel. I don't want to get it wrong, but 40 minutes before the start time at 11:20 a.m., they grabbed a photo of the rally. People slowly coming in and arriving at the fountain in Sydney. Obviously, it wasn't at its maximum, and then they used that photo and use that throughout the day to show how small the actual turnout was. This is why these streams are really critical to get out there. So please do give this a like, give this a share. I'm going to start to pull up some of the live stream footage from people like Rami so you can watch exactly what that is. But before we get into it any further, it's going to take me a second to make sure we have all of that footage up. I'm going to make sure that you guys have the best coverage today because, unfortunately, some people can't make it. They're old and they're not as mobile to do the marches. But if you're at home still, you've still got plenty of time to get out. For example, in Sydney, the march isn't for another 40 minutes. You could very easily get to Hyde Park, which is where the rally is at. If you're in Melbourne, the same goes for you guys. If you're in Brisbane, because you're an hour behind with the time zone, that's not for at least another hour and 40 minutes. You can get there. You know, if you're 2 hours out from Brisbane, you can still get there. And if you're in South Australia, your rally's not for another hour and a half. If you're in WA, yours isn't for another like 3 hours. So guys, get out there, represent. There are a number of great videos which we saw in the lead up to this rally, which I'm going to bring up throughout this, by the way. But for those of you that are asking me in the comments right now, if you want to ask any questions, please go to the Facebook page. Please go to the YouTube page. Leave a super chat if that'll really help me see it, because I get a lot of messages, as you can appreciate, on 6 different platforms. We're streaming on a number of different platforms. So if you only see 5 people watching on Instagram, it's probably because everyone's on Facebook, where there's a few hundred already on there. So guys, some people have asked me about the locations, so I'm going to quickly bring that up for you guys so you can see that. So in terms of the locations, these are the main ones in terms of the major cities in Australia: Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, Perth, Canberra, and Adelaide, as you can see right here. And so if you're in Sydney, it's at Hyde Park. If you're in Melbourne, it's at Parliament House Steps. Please be safe if you're in Melbourne. In Brisbane, it's at Emma Miller Place at 109 Roma Street. If you're in Perth, it's in a little while. It's at Langley Park West. Enter via Victoria Avenue. If you're in Canberra, Captain Cook Memorial is where you'll be going at Regatta Point. And Adelaide is at Light Square, Curry Street. Now, guys, if you don't see a location there, there's 20 different locations around the country. If you're not sure where your march is and you're saying, hey, Joel, where's my bloody one for Darwin? Head to the March for Australia website, marchforaustralia.org.au. Marchforaustralia.org is the actual website. I'm going to bring that up for you guys so there's no confusion at all. Again, this is me in my studio on my own. Rami's in the field, so I'm doing everything via a toggle. So forgive if it's not as smooth as the corporate live streams that you see on election night with Sky News Australia or Channel 9 or the other channels. But this is as grassroots as it gets, guys. So this is the March for Australia website. You can see right here. They've got the dates basically here for this rally, and they've got the locations. And to make it easy for you, what they've done is, I do believe they've actually got a section in locations where you can basically click that and you can see all the ones. So they've got Mackie, Yeppoon, Rockhampton, Grafton, Wodonga, Hobart, Darwin, Townsville, Melbourne, Sydney, second page, Brisbane, Perth, Canberra, and Adelaide. And so I'm sure they're going to post the best of the coverage today on their channels. They've got the March for Australia social media, which has been growing quite rapidly. And we're seeing a lot of great people turning up to these rallies. I'm going to play this particular video from the March for Australia, which has Senator Hanson talking about the rally, and we're going to show you a few other videos as well. So just check this one out.
There is supposed to be this March for Australia. For those Australians out there that do want to go out and have their say and wave the Australian flag, good on you.
We should be encouraged to wave our flag and should be encouraged to call it out when it's getting burned on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. So I'll be there, and I hope a lot of other people there, to make a peaceful, stoic stand for Australian values.
Our race of people, our country, is drowning in a flood of migration.
We're going to have Australians across the country uniting and marching for an end to mass immigration. And the reason it's so important that these marches are being held across the country is that the majority of Australians want immigration reduced. It's not young versus old or metropolitan versus rural, it's the majority of Australians.
The Lowy Institute in March this year said 53% think immigration in Australia is too high. Guardian Essential poll in September also found 53% found immigration too high. Immigration concern is mainstream.
If you think about it, since August the 31st, we've seen some significant political figures in this country step into the mass immigration debate and the debate about the future of Australia.
There are patriots assembled in every city around this country. This is just the beginning of a new wave of nationalism in Australia. The globalist elites and the traitor politicians who serve them, they want to steal this country from us. That's what mass immigration is about. It's about flooding our country with foreigners that'll be complicit in the theft of our national wealth and sovereignty. And we, together, we must resist. That's what this is.
Not long ago, the second March for Australia rally happening Sunday, October 19th. I'm looking forward to speaking on the day. Come and reclaim Australia from excess immigration and bad government.
And I guess that's the message of the rally. I think that video really perfectly encapsulated it from last rally. You've basically got everyone. Everyone wants this done. You've got Jacinta Price, an Aboriginal woman. If she can't say immigration's too high, I don't know who can. You've got people who literally can trace their lineage back to the First Fleet, featured in that video. You've got politicians from various different parties, major parties, minor parties, conviction parties, all coming out and saying we're against this, whether it's Pauline, the Libertarians, the Bob Katter Party, all coming out against it. And you've got people that are immigrants, relatively recent immigrants as well. I do believe Steve Christou, councillor in Western Sydney, a Lebanese like myself, saying it's too high. He gave a speech at the last rally as well. So this is a universally popular position on this. And yet the Liberals won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. The Liberal leadership, specifically, let's get specific, Susan Ley. Susan Ley is not touching this issue. She's the new leader of the Liberal Party, and they're going to go extinct. It's as simple as that. They are not adapting, and just like the UK Conservative Party, there's nothing about them that's conservative. They don't want to conserve this nation. She doesn't have any leadership bone in her body. She's basically the last man standing. She's just survived all of these years and become the leader. And again, I've got nothing against women in leadership. Margaret Thatcher was an amazing leader. But when it comes to Susan Ley on immigration, she doesn't want to touch these marches with a 10-foot pole. And if it's like, okay, cool, no worries. You risk electoral irrelevance. And that's the reality of the situation here. If you want to win voters, you've got to win their hearts and minds. And you also have to actually represent what people want to stand for. And so I'm going to keep looking at some of the coverage going on right now, guys, across the country. I'm going to quickly pop over to X. But one of the other things I wanted to just quickly show you again is the March for Australia video, which we did last time. We covered it. We put it together. Our editors did a great job, if I can say so myself, in actually the gentleman... forgive me for a sec. I'm basically going to play that video again. We played it at the start of this video, which shows you exactly why people are marching and what's going on. So go and grab a coffee if you're at home and you can't get to the rallies. If you have time to get to the rallies, you do. You definitely do in Brisbane. You definitely do in SA and WA. Get out now. If you're at home right now and you can't go and you've got, broken knees or something, I know people that with broken knees that went out to the last rallies. They just got up, grabbed their bag and went out the door. They grabbed their kids, they grabbed their family. But if you're at home, grab a coffee, check this out, and enjoy the show. The gentleman that kicked this whole thing off, I have something from him, and I wanted to read that out to you guys. Australia is broken. The Australia previous generations have grown up in and loved is rapidly fading away. Our government has continued to cause harm for the average, hard-working Australian, draining them in taxes and paying off near lifelong debts. The consequences of mass immigration to Australians heavily outweighs the benefits it has given the government, causing a surge in house prices, stagnant wages, increased demand in public services, and lowering GDP per capita. Along with this, Australian identity as we know it will quickly cease to exist. The City of Adelaide cancelled the previous Australia Day celebration, whilst anti-Australian marchers marched through the city holding anti-Australia signs such as Death to Australia.
God bless you all, and God bless the March for Australia!
Despite thinking such events would make national headlines, the media continually shies away from posting such things as it does not fit their narrative. The downfall of Australia will continue whether Labor or Liberal are in power. Therefore, Australians must defer away from these two mainstream parties, despite the continual push of the narrative of Liberal or Labor. For once, It's finally time the Australian people start voting for who we wish to vote for and standing up against the mainstream parties who have sold us out time and time again. The events which occurred in Ballarat are just a start. We must continue to fight back against Albanese and the Labor government. I ask the people of Australia to follow the footsteps of our brothers and sisters in Europe in standing up for themselves.
We will stand up, we will have our say.
And to stop being afraid of being called this or being called that. Enough is enough. Save Australia. All right. Forgive me if I like watching that video too much. It's not the sound of my own voice. I promise you. It's because I think, we don't have enough national days where we celebrate things. And I'm very much excited to... Because, again, guys, sorry to give my backstory, but when my grandfather came here in the late 60s, it was a majority white country. It was more of a homogeneously Christian country and culturally, high trust society. That's changed. The very thing that attracted my family to this country has changed. And the Aussie accent's going extinct. We don't celebrate Australia Day anymore. There is a sense of nostalgia for what Australia used to be. And that really comes out in that speech from that kid. And it's so funny. Some people, they said, Joel, how can a 19-year-old feel, nostalgia for Australia? Very simply. He looks at his history. He knows his history. And he's like, hang on, that's not what my area looks like. That's not, how clean the streets were back in the day. My parents, they talk about being able to get a house, for $100,000. Now it's, average price is 1.1 million in Sydney, and it's tiny. It's a shoebox. The kids coming up, especially the young men and women, they're looking around and they're saying, there's nothing here for me. And they're pissing off overseas. Forgive me saying. They're going overseas. So we're having a brain drain happen. The UK is really far down this rabbit hole. They've gone really far down this rabbit hole. And so they've got a massive brain drain. They've got a money drain. I think 2,500 millionaires last year left the UK. They're going overseas. So you got the smartest people in the UK leaving, the people with money leaving, the people with entrepreneurial know-how leaving. That's happening here now. And we're starting to see that. Especially on Instagram, I see a lot of videos. Scott Shallow Chow, he's one of the organisers in Queensland for the Brisbane Rally today, which you'll see. He's saying the same thing. He's like, Joel, my tradies, they're not hanging around here. And it's not because I'm a terrible boss. It's because there's opportunities overseas for lower taxes and more attractive living environments. And I feel the same way. I 100% feel the same way. And on a personal level, the best thing for me to do is not to stay in Australia, personally. It's not. It's to go to America, it's to build the channel over there, and it's to basically live there in a great, very opportune tax state. That's actually the best thing for me to be doing, or somewhere in the Middle East with my complexion. That's just the reality. But I'm here because I do have a sense of loyalty to this country. A lot of young people coming up, they feel the same way. They're looking around and they're thinking, why am I here? Why am I here? And I think that's why we see so many young people going to these rallies, because they do look at the quality of life their parents and grandparents had, and they're just... And again, they're not lazy kids. They're not lazy kids. They're actually got skills. They're actually some of the sharpest tacks you'll come across. But it is harder. It is undeniably harder. And that's what I studied in my degree, property economics. I looked at the property trends and how easy it was much easier for our parents to get a house. And the reality of the situation is, whether it's the construction cost of what's happening in Australia, whether it's the competition that we see. Only this week there was some viral videos out of Melbourne. Again, it was spot the white guy. You couldn't find the white guy or the girl trying to put in a bid for these houses at these auctions. It was literally just a sea of Indians sea evasions. Nothing wrong with that, but there is something wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's something wrong with that. And it's that, Australians are being put last. They are being put last. The parents that paid taxes to this country, their kids are basically being left in the gutter, and they're not having the same opportunities that their parents had. And unfortunately, we've got to recognise the fact that it was their parents that paid for this place. They literally we're standing on the shoulders of giants. And again, I'm not going to harp on. Most of the speaking is going to be done in the next 30 minutes when the speeches actually start. You won't hear much from me. But I wanted to say my piece on this because, I get it all the time in the comment sections, people messaging me privately, young people, anyone really below the age of 50, if they didn't get into the property market or if they haven't really set themselves up in any way, they're getting up and leaving. They're getting up and leaving. They missed that property boom that my parents enjoyed. And we've got to keep our young people here. We've got to keep our young people. I'll be fine. I can do my job anywhere in the world. But not everyone has a 600,000 following online. The young kids coming up now, like the kid that wrote that speech, I hope you feel, for those of you at home, I hope you feel the gravity of what I'm saying. And if you do, give this video a share, because the speeches you're going to see today, not from me, the speeches you're going to see today, much like the last few rallies, you're going to see young people. You're going to see people that are informed on the issues. And we need that to get out maximally. Don't underestimate what you can do, and don't underestimate the power of a potential Trump confrontation with Anthony Albanese in the next couple of days at the White House. And so let's see what happens. So forgive me if I'm a little bit distracted. I want to make sure that I'm pulling up the best stream to pull up now. I've got about 2 iPhones, an iPad, trying to monitor all the things happening in the country with the various streams, all starting at different times, all having various different qualities, and we are live right now, so that's not easy. But I'm going to take you now to Scott Challen. He's one of the organisers in Queensland. His name is Shallow Chal, and I'm just going to pull up some of the videos that he did over the last few days. We've seen a lot of great people endorsing the rally this time around because there's been a lot more transparency on the speakers and what's happening. So we saw Chocky, he came in and endorsed the rally. We've seen a number of others come in and endorse the rally. And one of the videos that was being played and people have been sharing is this particular video, which was put out from the March for Australia. Check this out.
So where the bloody hell are you?
We've bought you a beer.
And we've had the camel shampooed.
Saved you a spot on the beach. And we've got the sharks out of the pool.
We got the ruse off the green.
And Bill's on his way down to open the front gate.
Taxi's waiting. And dinner's about to be served.
We turned on the lights. And we've been rehearsing.
So where are you? So where the bloody...
Awesome. And that was a very effective campaign back in the day. Was it 2006 advertisement for Australia? Where the bloody hell are you? It brings back memories for, I was in year 4 at the time, but for my parents, definitely. But looking at some of the other coverage on Scott Challen's page, there was an interesting interview he did with the ABC in the lead up to this, which never made it to air on the ABC. And thank God Scott recorded it because they weren't going to air it. And for those of you that that missed that, this is a part of what it basically looked like. This was one of the clips that he did. Scotty wrote he wrote the building industry is a crap fight by government, mass bankruptcies in the middle of a housing shortage, soaring construction costs and stifling bureaucracy. Current policies aren't helping everyday people. everything government touches, they ruin. And this is what Scott had to say. Check it out.
I'm in an industry, especially the building industry, where 7,000 builders have gone broke in the last 2 years. Now, we brought in 1 million people to live here as full-time residents in the last 2 years. In the middle of a housing crisis where 7,000 building companies have gone under. I was reflecting on this morning when I was walking into the studio, and I was thinking about the world that we lived in 10 years ago versus today. And 10 years ago, I could supply you with a brand new home for around about $2,000 a square metre. Now it's $6,000 to $8,000 a square metre, 10 years later. In another 10 years, Steve, what if it's $15,000 to $20,000? I mean, that sounds ridiculous. But if you'd have asked me 10 years ago, would we be paying $6,000 to $8,000, I would have laughed at you because it wouldn't have felt real. I can't get projects approved. We're gridlocked with bureaucracy. During that 10-year period, we have layered in so many requirements under the National Construction Code now for compliance. Now, I don't know about you, but I live in a house that was built in 1953. The
Mine's
building
roughly
code,
the same.
100%. You've raised your family there. You live in it. I raised 4 daughters in my home. My home has not fallen apart. It hasn't sunk into the earth. It hasn't been flooded. It's a wonderful old house. I can't build that house for you these days, Steve. And even if I could, it's not going to look anything like it currently does. Now, people will say, well, that's good because we're, more thermally and energy efficient homes and we're saving the planet and we're reducing our CO2 outputs. Yes, but we have 250,000 homeless people. So it's not working.
Now, when I speak with some policymakers, not all, they say this is the reason why we need to bring in people with skills for construction and infrastructure to solve that very dilemma that you have articulated.
Well, where are those people going to work? They're going to work on green energy projects. They're going to work on wind farms. They're going to work on solar projects. They're going to work on stuff that isn't going to help make your life better today. That's the difference.
They're not building houses.
Yeah, no, look, so there you go. Scott Challen, that was just a portion of it. He's also got the full 17-minute clip on there. But we also had other clips from people like Sam Bamford. He came out, he supported this rally. One of the things he said was pointing to the statistics and pointing out how ridiculous this is. And this is what Sam from South Australia basically said. And I do believe that he is going to be marching in Brisbane today. So check this out.
For the first 8 months of the year, 379,850 more people arrived permanently than left, a rise of 6.4% over the same period last year. So I think we can confidently say...
All right, things are bad even when the ABC admits it. From January to August this year, almost 380,000 people poured into this country. Right, now we can spend all day about why this has happened. And for me personally, I think it comes back to the record amount of debt we are in. Albo and his crew, they have 3 options to address the $1 trillion debt we are in. And that's only going to get worse in the next few years. Right, the 3 options right now, well, they can cut the fat off the government spend. But they won't do that because we're not in a cost of living crisis, we're in a cost of government crisis. People often forget that. Right, option 2, well, they could back the Australian economy. They could unleash our natural resource sector and bring back productivity to this nation. But they won't do it because burning coal and gas is bad for the environment. But yet they'll still ship it off by the boatload to China and India to burn for cheap, reliable power. Make that make sense. Right, and then the third option to try and tackle this debt, well, let's just flood the place with people to prop up their fake economy. Right, in really, really simple, broad terms, those are the 3 options they had. And they have chosen the worst one. Meanwhile, our current birth rate in this country is at 1.5 per female, well below the 2.1 required to sustain a population. And why aren't families having kids? Because it's too bloody expensive. Back in the early 2000s, well, housing was 4 times the wage. Now it's 10 times the wage, even more. Now, this isn't about hate, it's not about division, and I'm not marching against the colour of someone's skin. This weekend in Brisbane, I'll be marching against a government that refuses to make tough calls. A government that's using mass immigration to prop up a fake economy instead of fixing the real problems. And if that makes some people out there call me a Nazi, well, that's your opinion. And you have the freedom of right to be able to say that. But go ask the actual Nazis what they think of me. You'd be surprised. They're definitely not fans, to say the least. But this isn't about them, and it's not about me. It's about a government that's selling off the future of our kids. You know that famous Aussie saying, the dream is to own your own home? That is a myth to the younger generation. We are raising a generation of renters. And this weekend, I'll be marching in Brisbane next to everyday Aussies. Mums, dads, kids, aunties, uncles, grandparents, families. But on a more deeper level, I'll be marching for my family, for my little girl, for my future kids, because I want them to have the same opportunities that I had growing up. And to the younger generation, I want to tell you right now, this immigration policy, this housing and renting crisis, this cost of living crisis, which is actually a cost of government crisis, is not normal. And if I could take you back to the Australia that I knew 10 to 15 years ago, you'd smile. So this march isn't about hate. It's about demanding better from the people who are meant to serve us. It's about a government that's addicted to debt, unwilling to lead, and selling out the next generation. So call me whatever you want, but if you feel the same way, if you're tired of being ignored, then come stand with us. Be peaceful, be calm, be proud, and stand united. What's your thoughts?
There you go. And look, Sam wasn't the only one as well. We had Chocky come out yesterday. Chris Chocky, he came out yesterday and made similar points. And it's the fact that, look, what's going on in this country is not what he was used to growing up. And that's why I think a lot of people, we might look at older people and be like, you know, is he an old fart? He's from a different time. It's like, no. You're picking up on something. There is actually a reason why you're upset about what's going on in this country, and there's a good reason for it. And yeah, look, I think you should voice your concerns about what's going on in this country. And so the video that Chocky ended up playing was this one right here. And for those of you that don't know Chocky, this is his page on Instagram, and this is exactly what Chocky had to say about the march. Sorry, give me a sec.
Any day of the week. You miss the way this country used to be? Because me too. Take me back 15 years. Any day of the week. Looks better, that's for sure. Tomorrow, nationwide rallies. You want to make a change? Go hit the streets. So God bless you. God bless this beautiful country. Chocky out. You miss the way this country used to be? Because me too. Take me back.
There you go. Oops. There you go. So look, it's been quite interesting because Chocky picked up on something this morning while I'm still on his page. I totally forgot about. I think there's a left winger. He hates the Australian flag. He goes and he basically says, put this crap up in the area. So he's holding the Aussie flag. If you put this up in the area, I'll come find you gronks. F white pride, F so-called Australia, S, you know, and I can't say this stuff, sorry guys, because I know there's kids watching. But this is what Chocky had to say to this guy that doesn't like the flag at all.
Put this shit up in the area and I'll come find you, you gronks. Guess what, brothy? We found you first, so thank you for collecting our national flag, and it's a shame that you're not proud of it considering you are a walking glow stick. It's a real confusing time we live in where people that probably have a longer Australian lineage are fucking ashamed of Australia. Anyway, my bruzzy, welcome to the internet. Happy fucking Australia Day, because it's every day now. And I'm sure someone will be around to pick the flags up shortly. Have a beautiful day. And that's my take from the controversial coach, lad. If you don't like it, which you won't, you fuck off.
Okay, all right, guys, sorry. All right, if you got kids, I'm sorry. Look, I forget Chocky, that's his go-to. I don't swear in my videos, but Chocky, you know, he speaks to people in this country. There's a segment of people he speaks to. So forgive the swearing. So anyways, it's been quite interesting seeing the lead up to that, because you've obviously got a lot more of a unified front. People coming out and basically saying, it's not working. It's not working economically. Now, guys, I'm quite excited because we're starting to get some streams coming out right now of the various rallies across the country. Sydney, and this is why it pays to have reliable streamers out there. Sydney is the first to basically have a stream up that I can see. But I am going to keep an eye on some of the other cities, like in Queensland with Gazcam. Chris Coveries is another guy. He's also going to be streaming. I do believe that he'll be starting any minute now. Chris Coveries does some great coverage in the past. So him and Rami will be best mates in the field. But we've also got Gazcam in Queensland. He'll be doing Brisbane, I do believe. And so I'm going to keep an eye on him. He is currently live right now. So I'm going to show you some images thanks to Gazcam. And then we'll go to Sydney right after that. Check this out.
It's going to be a fun day. Big shout out to Gazcam for putting this together. Johnny on the spot, Gazcam, we haven't been together for quite a while. So there was popular demand that asked to get us back together again, and here we are. and hope this is the return of many times together. Looks like our first dog's coming. Looks like, yeah, coming down. Fella in a One Nation shirt bringing along his dog. And I'm talking about canine dogs. Not left-wing female ones.
all right, settle down.
Guys with the MAGA shirts on as well.
All right, cool.
Out here.
All right, cool. We are going to come back to that. I have some other scenes from other cities. I'll keep an eye on that for you guys, so don't worry about that. So we've got, I've obviously got an eye on what's going on in the other cities. I've got Chris hasn't started streaming yet in Sydney. We've got the Turning Point Australia Sydney stream, which I'm also going to bring up right now so you guys can see what is going on. I'm praying that there's not too much music, but I suspect there's going to be music. We have our first scenes from Sydney. So this is what's happening in Sydney at the moment. Again, thank you, Rami, for being down there and doing this stream. I really appreciate it. Got a few police officers, very chill. They're not in any kind of RoboCop stuff. They're very chill, just hanging out. Again, we're still about a few minutes before the start of this thing. People are just starting to get there in Sydney. You've got St Mary's Cathedral over there, and you've got the beautiful fountain there as well. There you go. That's the music I was talking about, which is going to get us demonetized, but that's okay. There we go. Ravi just getting some shots of people slowly arriving. I'm still looking for a Melbourne stream right now. I haven't seen anything just yet. I have to admit, guys, in terms of the censorship in the lead up to this, it has definitely been far worse than the 31st of August rally. I think things were certainly being pushed last time a lot more. There's Karen Armstrong on the right there, lovely lady. People slowly arriving at Sydney. I'm not sure where they're marching. I didn't see any plans put out on the route of the march. But people are slowly arriving there. There you go. This is actually where we did the Charlie Kirk vigil the other week, a month ago. Speaking of which, we're actually approaching the 40-day mark tomorrow since Charlie passed, actually, which is a significant date for Orthodox Christians. I know that kid. All right, very good. So that's obviously very early on the Sydney rally. I'd imagine people are going to be lining up over there. I'm not sure where they're going to be marching to, so I'm hoping that they're going to be staying away from the counter-protesters to the south of them. But people are slowly arriving there to the east part of to the northern east part of Hyde Park. They're arriving near the Northern Fountain. And a lot more people are over here right now. A massive wave of Aussie flags, people wearing them on their backs, people wearing them, holding them up above their head. There's a shortage of Aussie flags in Australia right now. You can't buy any because people have grabbed them in the lead up to this rally. Very good. Forgive me, guys. I'm going to leave this up for a bit while I go and get the other streams up and make sure they're good to go. Enjoy. There you go. You got Channel 10 there interviewing people.
For our grandchildren, and there's a lot of things wrong with this country at the moment. Our government needs to fix things. This immigration, we can take a lot more immigrants in this country, but we need to bring them in on a controlled basis and fix everything at home before they get here.
Yep, I agree totally. We're definitely here for our grandchildren. We've had the best of everything. We want them to have the best of everything. So our government needs to sit up and pay attention and do things accordingly for the people, not for them, but for us.
Are you against immigration in its entirety?
No.
No, as my husband said, we can take more people, but it needs to be more controlled. It needs to be, I mean, we can't take in, we're not even housing who we've got here now. So a lot of things need to be put in place.
Last question, where are you from? Where have you travelled from today?
We're south of Sydney, down past the airport. So we've been to all these marches and we just hope that we're doing our small thing.
We also did our bit for this as well, the COVID stuff.
Seek the truth and find it and it'll set you free.
Was that against the vaccine mandate?
That was against the vaccine in general because it was released without being tested, and everyone here, or a lot of people here got it and they are suffering badly for it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, guys, you see that? You see that? I'm so glad Rami captured that. Check this out.
What did you think of that interaction?
Sorry?
What did you think of that interaction?
Oh, well, they'll only show what they want.
They'll cut it out and they'll take lots out.
Yeah.
But at least we got to have our say. We feel better knowing that we've had our say.
What they do with it, it's on their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know why we're here.
Get your moment, get your questions?
Sorry?
Did you think that was catch you questions?
Oh, it was to try and see. She wanted us to say that we were against immigration completely.
Exactly.
And we won't say that because that's not what we want. This country's built on immigrants.
My husband's first statement was we're not against immigration, but she still threw that one back in. So you're against immigration? No.
Yeah, she probably didn't get the answer she wanted.
Thank you.
No worries, buddy.
Guys, this is why you need people in the field. Rami had got the full recording. They probably don't even know he got the full recording. This is why you need people in the field, because it's allowed us to actually see that's the full interview. Now let's see what the media actually take out of it. Please go to the Turning Point website, go to tpaust.com.au, shoot us a few bucks. I want to make sure that we take care of Rami, because I do pay him to be in the field. This is why he's out there. This is why he's working on a Sunday. Thank you guys so much. Let's see what it looks like in Sydney. There you go, guys. That was Beck Freedom. She's the organiser in Melbourne. She's the organiser in Sydney, and I do believe she's the national organiser as well, the head of it.
But I think because they're more intellectual, they were able to approach it.
Okay, that's one Aboriginal flag. I'm gonna keep a tally, guys. That's only one Aboriginal flag I've seen.
have a fight here. So
He usually rocks up. Hey, mate. Good.
All right. It's Jesse Stewart, I think.
Good. What do you think about the turnout? I haven't had a good look at it yet. It looks okay. Apparently, we've just heard about there's a group trying to stop people coming here from Central Station. So we're trying to alert the police to it right now.
Oh, that's no good.
So yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know any more about that at this stage.
So you reckon it's going to grow bigger?
I don't know. I'm not too sure, bro. I don't know.
Awesome. Any message to the viewers?
Who are the viewers? It's a turning point.
Yes, sir.
Turning point, Australia. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the stream and the speeches. Have a good day. And enjoy. Yeah. And thanks to everyone for turning out as well.
I do believe that was Jesse Stewart. He's one of the organisers with Beck Freedom in Sydney. All right, guys. Rami's going to continue to do a great job over there in Sydney. So I'm going to keep that going in the background. And don't worry if we miss the speeches, I can always take it back. Because it's a YouTube stream, I can always take it back. And so you won't miss a thing from Sydney because we've got a good, reliable stream that we can actually pull up. Unfortunately, the one in Brisbane, I have to watch it live, whatever comes up, because it's a YouTube video, it's a Facebook video, not a YouTube video. I can't go back on Facebook video.
It's
so
very, very poor management, isn't it? And I'm not just going on one side of the fence. Both parties are guilty. Both of them. I mean, so they've been doing it for a long time. I'm going to say, if you look at the Liberal Party, I think when Menzies left, it started to go downhill from that day on. When the likes of, say, Chifley, and that left the Labor Party, that started to go downhill from there on in. You know, and I mean to say, we haven't had a really decent, patriotic government for a long time, mate, and this is what we do. You know, we need to sort of get back and say, well, look, these poor devils are suffering. Let's get them help, get the company going, get the economy going, and let's get some fair trade deals done.
Scott, if you had one message, one big message for everybody out there, we've got a lot of people watching live. If you had one big message, what would it be?
Well, let's just hope we can turn around the situation as it is. We finally get some politicians elected that actually think about the people in the country and the economy.
Thanks so much. All right, have a great day. Thanks for coming out today. So we'll do a bit of talking here because we don't want to get the copyright music stuff. So we've actually got Australia's marsupials here at the moment. Thanks so much for coming out.
How are we, guys?
So can you tell us what's brought you out here today, besides the fact that you're actually like completely indigenous native wildlife?
The love for my country and the fact that they're killing my habitat. Where am I supposed to live? I won't have anywhere to live unless they get some infrastructure happening and we can build some more areas that we can actually go to and we can have so that all of our koalas aren't getting killed by the Victorian government. That would be lovely.
Well, I think a lot of Australians at the moment are struggling with somewhere to live. Our homeless rate's never been as high as it is today, and they're still bringing in more and more people to compete for the houses that are there.
That's 100%, and I'm a homeless little koala at the moment. I've got nowhere to go. That's why I'm fighting for my country, and I'm lining up, and I'm telling Albanese that you're a wanker and you need to go, Albanese. Goodbye.
Well, I think a lot of people are feeling that at the moment. A lot of people are having the same sort of sentiment there. What's your big message to those people out there that actually, feel differently about someone like Albanese?
Have a look at your pay packet. Have a look at your grocery bill. Have a look at your bills. Have a look at the country. Have a look at all the homeless that are homeless at the moment. And that's the people that have been immigrants before that are here and that are already Australians that are here. And they're bringing in more immigrants. We can't have any more people come into Australia. We need to put a stop on the immigration at least for 5 years so that infrastructure can actually catch up and they can stop killing the habitats of me and my brothers and my sisters and the kookaburras and the platypus and the kangaroos. All of us, we need somewhere to live. We're all Australians and we all need to come together and tell our government your policies at the moment suck.
Thanks so much for coming out representing Australian wildlife and have a great day today.
Great day.
again, guys, this is Brisbane. This is Gazcam doing a great job up in Brisbane, one of the only streams I can see right now that's up there. So he did a great job in the last, the 31st of August rally, and so we're just covering him now. Again, Brisbane is an hour behind Sydney and Melbourne and Tassie. So they are. This is actually 11:05, not 12:05 up there. They don't have daylight savings, so people are still streaming in. This is only an hour out. And so he's going to continue to do more interviews here. Check this out.
Yeah, mate. Marching for our people.
And what's your big message for the people that need to know what's happening today?
That if you don't make a stand now, it's going to be too late, pretty much. You know what I mean? It's 0 hour, 5 minutes to midnight, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly happening at an alarming rate. The mass immigration that's happening, has it been a personal effect of yours or anyone that you know?
I think you can just see it around you. I think you feel... you can see it wherever you look. You can feel it when you're on the roads. You can see it out in public. If you're looking for real estate, you can feel it there. You know, we all feel it. We all see it. We all know it.
Even when you're catching a taxi, you do as well.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. So.
All right, thanks so much for coming out. You have a good day, eh? Thank you. All right, so there's a few people out here. The messages are all seeming pretty similar. They're all happening. Some people have decided to come by scooter after you. We're not getting in your way. No, not at all there. How you going, mate? How you going? Now, can I ask what your name is?
My name's Stephen.
Stephen, what brings you out today, Stephen?
Well, honestly, I'm just so scared for our country's future, really. That's why I came here. Just like everyone else here. We're all united under one goal, really.
Yeah, well, we're all Australians. You are correct. Their Australians certainly should be first in their country. The messages that they're having today, which ones are you resonating with the most?
Honestly, I just think we need to put Australians first and honestly solve the housing crisis, really.
Has it affected you, the housing crisis?
Yeah, in a bit, yeah.
Well, let's hope that it all gets fixed and the politicians start listening to us.
Yeah, that's the big issue. They're not listening to us. They can't.
You are correct, and that's successive governments as well are not listening to the people. The people are trying to have their say, and the politicians are just ignoring them.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming out today, eh? Appreciate that.
All right, he's going to continue
Thank you.
He's going to continue to interview some people up there, guys. I'm going to now, again, I've got 10 different devices open right now. I'm trying to track everything that's going on, but this is the glories of live streaming. It's just beautiful. So forgive me if my eyebrows are not as brushed and clean as I'd like them to be. Forgive me if it's not as smooth, this live stream, but it's this is what it is to do the live stream, and this is why we have to do this right now to make sure the mainstream media don't actually do what they usually do, which is take people out of context, just like what I think we're probably going to see with that couple. So check this out. I want to pull up Chris Scovery's live stream as well. Chris is basically about to stream he's streaming right now in Sydney. He's going to give us another angle. He got some great shots that really captured the crowd size in the last rally on the 13th of September. So check this out from Chris.
20 kilo MCM on his shoulder, and he's like...
So is he your backup guy with the thing? Or
Oh yeah, he works for me.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
No. Channel 9, I'm sorry. And that's his gear just there.
Chris knows everyone.
But I'm beating him to live at the moment.
Good on you, Chris.
He's like,
Well, I'm live streaming as well, but I'm nowhere near the audience you have.
Tell us where you're streaming.
I'm just Daniel Clancy on YouTube.
On YouTube, nowhere else?
Yeah, and you were Chris Coveries, isn't it?
Maybe.
That's how I'll say it, isn't it?
It might be. It might be.
Hey.
There you go.
Aussie. And
see, he's the real kid. He's the real kid.
We are with the real kid.
Oh, there you go. Setup. Look at that, when they find each other.
We got the What's so good about this? Well, I always wonder about the prime. I do wonder about the prime. That's the only thing I got to say is the prime. It means you can't zoom when you're out. Your media from where?
There you go.
Huh?
TPA.
TPA? What's that?
Teleport Australia.
Sorry?
Teleport Australia.
Never heard of Teleport Australia, not a clue.
So, I'm just live streaming.
Yeah.
Catch you in a bit.
So that's what Rami looks like, guys, if you didn't know.
Interesting. He's got the 360 there, in case he has any trouble. You got the 360 on the... I've already got the 360. We're having a gear talk session. Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
He's a live streamer there.
Yeah, Chris is funny like that. He just knows everyone's gear and everything, and it's funny seeing him basically be like, you've got the the Thunderbolt 3000 broomstick. Chris is like me. He's a big nerd, but for the camera stuff. And so Rami, yeah, look, Rami's roaming around. It's always funny when those two see each other. They always give each other a big smile. I've got some good news, though, guys. Thank you, Carly in Melbourne. She sent me this particular live stream of Melbourne. So we have our first scenes in Melbourne, which are really good to see right now. This is what it looks like in Melbourne at the moment. This is great to see. It's a pretty good turnout. As you guys know, Melbourne is the one city I worry about every time there's a rally, so I'm hoping it's a safe rally today. There is a lot of counter-protests, but this is what Melbourne currently looks like down there. Whoever is on this stream, there is no audio for some reason. But this is what it looks like in Melbourne. As you can see, they're outside the Parliament steps there. They're basically looking at what's going on and gathering. This is the march time now, so it's 11 past 12 right now in Melbourne. There's actually quite a bit of people there, from what I can see. It's a decent size, and so people have come out in force. I'm not sure where they're going to be marching to. Maybe the library, but I don't think so, because there's a counter-protest happening somewhere else in the city, which they may meet up with. But it's interesting that it has to be said, it's interesting that these Palestine protests are still going on, despite what's the updates in the Middle East, and seeing what may happen with any potential clashes around the country. It's funny how the communists keep the Palestine protests going. Maybe there's going to be some clashes. I hope not. But we are now looking at the steps. Okay, I'm trying to see what the shot is of the crowd. It's a decent size if the flags are anything to go off in the sky. Maybe the person that's filming right now has muted the thing because he doesn't want to be flagged because of the music. But yeah, stop mass immigration, put Australians first is what the banner says. People are slowly arriving still, and I'm glad it's a YouTube stream because it means we can keep an eye on it. But that's what's going on there. If we go back to Rami, which is what I was going to do before, Rami's got audio. So this is what this is. Oh, okay. Forgive me. That is.
Present to March for Australia #2. Well done, all of you, for rocking up. And I've got to tell you, you are a sight for sore eyes.
This is Melbourne.
Honestly, well done, all of you. And I also got to say, you know why we're here? Apart from the messages. That too. Apart from the messages, it's because it is about time our government put Australia first. And we are going to keep speaking out loud until they do. This is not a request. It is not something we're begging for. It is a demand. Australia first. Let me hear it. Australia first. Australia first. Australia first. Woo! Guys, I'm going to hand over in a minute to a lovely lady. Her name's Fee. She's going to be singing the national anthem, so get your vocal cords ready. Just before I do, though, just to let you know, we will have speeches here that will go for roughly 40 minutes. And then after that, we will be marching. And we're going to march, and we're going to fly those flags, and they're going to be held up strong and proud, because we are not having our government make us feel ashamed for being Australia and for being proud of our flag. Thank you, everyone. And now for the national anthem, I'm handing over to V.
All right, let me see you lift those flags from the front to the back. And can we all stand together, united, while we sing together? Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden souls and willful toils. Our home is goodbye sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing advance Australia fair. God bless you, Melbourne.
Thank you, V. Thank you, Victoria. So proud of you all, honestly. Well done. Okay, I'm now going to hand over to Matt from National Workers Alliance, a wonderful man with a lot of knowledge, who's done a lot of work in helping people to realise what is going on. Matt, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. How's the sound? Can you hear me at the back? Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Veronica, for the anthem. I want to thank everybody for turning up today. In particular, I want to thank the women, the families, the children I see here. It takes a lot of courage to attend an event like this in the current political climate, especially in Victoria. You can see the pushback we face from the left. For all of us who are here today, it is our responsibility to educate and motivate those who are not yet quite ready to understand the enormity of what we are facing as a nation and as a people. And they are not ready to address it because they are either distracted by the sports, the entertainment, the material things, or they are disillusioned. I speak to many people who believe that there is nothing they can do, they feel powerless, and that it's over. And my message to those who are demoralised is that it's never over. Because while our hearts still beat, while our hearts still pump the same blood as the men and women who built this nation and our ancestral homelands, it is never over. Do not be demoralised, even with the numbers today. Obviously the 31st we had tens of thousands. Today, do not be demoralised. It's always going to be a little more difficult in the current political climate. This is still a beautiful country. This is the greatest time to be alive. This is a beautiful life. And yes, we have a struggle, but it's a beautiful struggle. And we will win. My name is Matt Troy, and I represent the National Workers Alliance, who are the organisers of today's event, the Second March for Australia. I'm just a tradesman who's had enough. I've had enough of watching what I regard as an illegitimate government destroy the country that I love for what seems my whole life. I've had enough of these parasites who sit in this building behind us, destroying this country. The National Workers Alliance is a nationalist organisation. We proudly advocate for the people of European descent, in the same way that every other ethnic group, racial group should and does advocate for themselves. We are advocating for our people. If you are of European descent, you are the descendants of the greatest navigators, explorers and nation builders in history. Be proud of who you are, be proud of where you come from. those of you who are distracted by Antifa, would you please make your way back to the front of Parliament? Do not be distracted. Please come back to Parliament. I want to be very clear on what today is about. And the national organisers were consistent with their message. There are 3 items on the flyer. Stop mass immigration, protect our culture and heritage, and no foreign flags. I will address these 3 issues and then I'm going to finish with what I believe is the solution, because today is about solutions. I'm going to start with the flags. Why do we only stand with these 3 flags? On the 3rd of September 1901, Australia's first Prime Minister, Edmund Barton, announced the winners of the national flag competition. There were 2 winners. There was the red flag, or the red ensign, for the merchant fleet. There was the blue flag, or the blue ensign, for naval and official purposes. The general public started carrying both of these flags as land flags. In 1908, there was the 7th point added to the Commonwealth Star, which sits under the Union flag. Australia has been sending its young men and women off to war since 1901 and the colonies prior, since 1860, First Taranaki War. Our first casualties were in the Sudan in 1885. 9 young men from the New South Wales infantry contingent never returned home. Our best and bravest lie in foreign fields. Since 1885, there has been 103,021 young men, which includes 103 females, die fighting for this country because they believed that this country was worth fighting for. 103,021. The vast majority of those deaths were under the red ensign and the blue ensign. These flags represent the blood sacrifice of our greatest generation. Both my grandfathers bled under these 2 flags. They saw their brothers in arms drown in their own blood at places like Villers-Bretonneux, Jammal, Pas-de-Calais, Zonnebeek, Tyncott, the Somme, Ypres, Shrapnel Valley, Lone Pine, Lynch Trench. They buried their comrades in some of the 800 cemeteries across 83 countries that are the final resting place of our greatest generation. What do we owe these men? What did they die for? They died so that we may have a better future, and I'm not letting this government throw it away. Alexander Solzhenitsyn said, to destroy a people, you must first sever their roots. Nobody will take away our history. Nobody has the right to dishonour what these flags represent. The 3rd flag we stand with is the Eureka flag. That represents the 27 miners who died standing up against government tyranny and oppression. And that sacrifice brought about the greatest democratic change in Australian political history. We had a golden era of democracy in this country. Mark Twain called it a victory won by a battle lost. That is why we only stand with these 3 flags. No foreign flags. I'm going to address the other 2 issues. The main point of this rally is we want an immediate moratorium on immigration. An immediate moratorium on immigration. The greatest lie that has ever been perpetrated upon a people is that diversity is a strength. Because the empirical evidence, the lived experience, and history shows the opposite is the truth. And there may be some confronting things said today. Some of you may not yet be ready to address it, but at some point you are going to have to, because what is coming is inevitable. The only way out of this situation is nationalism. Every single country that has been forced to embrace mass immigration has become more dangerous. They are prepared to sacrifice their own populations in the name of diversity, inclusion and multiculturalism. Any society, community, nation that has become more multicultural, more race or faith-based has become more dangerous. We see it in Australia every day. Crime in Victoria is at the highest level in recorded history. We see the machete attacks, we see the home invasions, I just want to live in a society
what's going
where
on
I don't
here?
have to worry about my family going to a...
Looks like there's a little bit of a scuffle in front of the stage in Melbourne right now, guys. I will take you to the other cities in a sec. There's plenty of footage we have. We have it going. I'll come back to them in a bit, but let's just keep going here with Melbourne. Thanks to Shock Mouths, by the way, for doing this live stream in Melbourne.
A shopping centre and being the victim of a knife crime or a machete attack. I just want to live in a society where I can go to my bed at night and not be the victim of one of the 22 home invasions a day that is happening now in Victoria. A 1,000% increase since 2016. 22 a day. And yes, we know about the increased crime, the violent crime, but what the government will not tell you about is the increase in sexual offences that are happening in this country, and they are also happening in our ancestral homelands of Europe. For any country with a population of over 10 million people, the 4 countries with the highest incidence of rape are number 1, the UK, number 2, Sweden, number 3, France, number 4, Denmark. This is what they have done. This is what they have done. They have put our people, our females at risk. In England and Wales alone, in 2024, there were 71,667 rapes. And yes, I'm sorry, this is confronting, and it might be too raw. There are 196 rapes a day in England. 196 per day, a 480% increase since 2002. Sweden, Germany, 24 stabbings a day in Germany, increasing every year by 10%. 24 stabbings a day, 56% of those are done by non-German men. Between 2021 and 2023, 75% of the rapes in Germany were done by non-Germans. France, there are 100 rapes a day, a 170% increase in 2016. In Paris in 2023, 77% of the solved rapes were done by men of foreign origin. Do you understand what they're doing to our communities, our homelands? Because the same thing is happening here. The same thing is happening here. The government released their crime statistics quarterly. And I've been speaking about this for years. And I have to adjust my rhetoric every 3 months because it gets worse every 3 months, every year. It's getting worse and worse. Crime is at the highest levels in recorded history. But what the government won't tell you is that in the 12 months to December 2024, there was a 25% increase in rape in Victoria. 25% increase. This is publicly available information. It's easy to find, but the government are ignoring it. The media are ignoring it. Law enforcement are quiet. Why? Why are they sacrificing our females? A society, a community that will not protect its most vulnerable, its most precious, its females, is a society without honour. And it is up to us to push these people to make the change that we have to come back to the natural order of things. 68% increase in sexual offences against children in 12 months to 2024. There are 15 rapes a day in Victoria. 91% of rape victims are female. 14 women and girls are raped every single day in our state. Direct correlation with the increase in immigration. We know what the problem is. They are destroying our children's future. Mass immigration destroys every single metric that is important to a healthy society. We see it in Victoria. The healthcare system is broken because we bring into Victoria in the 12 months to March 2024, 3,110 new arrivals every single week. 444 a day.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. I will come back to this speech, but the problem we've got is there are things happening in the literal 5 other cities. This speech has gone like really long. I will come back to it at this point and finish the speech because I'm not trying to censor the guy. There's just a lot of things going on and I can't go back on the other live streams. For example, South Australia, we've just got this live stream footage now and I I can't go back on the footage on it, and I want you to see something. So this is, let me just try and get this working. So South Australia right now does actually have a live stream going on right now, and I'm trying to pull it up for you guys so that we can get it going. But it might just take me a sec. We've also got something going on in Melbourne. We've got something going on with the Purple Pingers. Purple Pingers. In Melbourne, there is a counter rally, and in the middle of them, I've got some footage which I want to show you as well. I don't know why they're so close to each other. I don't know why the cops do this. I don't know why they don't just give them very different areas to protest in. But there's an account on social media called Purple Pingers. He ran for the Socialist Party for the Senate in the last federal election in Victoria, and he's taken a video of this, which I want to show you guys, and I want to keep this moving. We can always come back and watch the speeches before the stream ends, but we can't capture some of this stuff later. So check this out. Where's his footage? He literally just had this footage. Okay. So as you can see here, we've got, we're off in Melbourne. I do believe this is at the town hall where he's at right now. So this is people in Melbourne at the counter rally meeting up, and basically, and so this is what you hear in the background of the March for Australia, basically, this intimidation. There you go, he's got Purple Ping, he's got his socialist cap on, and he's got a massive crowd there. This is the video I wanted to show you guys. I don't know why it's making it small. But basically, this just shows you the size of the, you got the March for Australia on the left, and police in between, and then you got on the right side a bunch of the socialists, various socialists there, united against the fascists, basically. And so this is the nature of Melbourne right now. It's a bit, what is it? This is what fascism looked like. This is, okay, cool. You get the point. There's things going on around the country. I'm trying to bring up the live stream from TikTok as well. I want to make sure you guys can see that. But we've also got Sydney. It's about to kick off. There were some words shared by Beck Freedom, and I wanted to play those because just so we know what's going on, what the plan is, because we don't know where they're marching. But let's pull up right now. Let's finish this speech off from this guy. I'm struggling a bit with TikTok at the moment. Let's try and bring this guy's speech up and finish it so that he's not like, Joel's censoring me. Always happens. Keep the speeches short and sharp. And we'll play the full thing very easily. But let's finish this guy's speeches. He did shock me with the statistics about rape, especially in Victoria. I didn't know it was that high. We know it's bad, but as he said, we have to constantly update the statistics that we hear. So check out what he had to say to finish off.
Coming to Victoria, they all use the healthcare system because it's free. So if you're waiting 14 hours in emergency, it's because of mass immigration. And people are dying. 20 people died on ambulance ramping in an 18-month period because they didn't have the capacity, because they overstretched due to mass immigration. 33 people died because the 000 couldn't get ambulances out to their homes. So people are dying because the government pushes infinite immigration. We have a 6-year wait for critical elective surgery in this state, longest in our history. And 1,394 people died. That is what they have done. I'm just going to finish with one more statistic, because this is nationwide. We are going the same way as Europe. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, their press release, sexual offences have increased in Australia. You can hear the protest happening in the background. 2011. Every year. 14% increase, 13% increase, 2021, 11% increase, 2023. A 24% increase in a 2-year period. This is what they have done. Everything is under threat. The education system is broken because of mass immigration. The NAPLAN tests of just this year, in 2024, 30% of Victorian students across the state don't have literacy or numeracy at an acceptable level. 30%. 23% of Australian families don't speak English at home. We have a tribalised society that has lost its social cohesion. This is what immigration does. Human beings are tribal. The financial system is in crisis because of mass immigration. The people who lead us are so incompetent, the only solution is to bring in consumers, which undermines the labour market. Cheap labour. But they're consumers, so they bring them in to avoid a technical recession. Cheap labour is destroying this country, and the unions stood up against it right up until they took it off their platform in the 1960s. The unions have betrayed us because they are allowing cheap labour to come in and take away your children's jobs. Education in crisis, financial crisis, housing crisis. The reason your children will never be able to buy a home unless you have generational wealth is because of mass migration. We see it every day. You go to a house inspection. Who's looking after our people? Who's looking after the founding stock of this country? Nobody is. We need systemic change. If we accept the government demographically replacing the founding stock of this country, what sort of future does that leave for our children? Which gets me to the last point, what is Australian culture and heritage? Australia was settled and built by Europeans. That is just the reality. People will tell you, they will cope and say that we're a nation of immigrants. This country was settled and built by Europeans. Predominantly the Anglo-Saxons, the Anglo-Celts from 1945. After the war we brought in people from the Baltics, the Balkans, the Southern Europeans, the Mediterraneans, the Greeks, Italians. Europeans built this country. We are a European construct. And Australian culture and identity has a unique character which was forged by the harshness and challenges of this continent. The toughness and the resilience of the founding stock. Yes, we have a unique character, but it's founded in European values and European culture. We are a European people. The people who built this country our ancestral homes are Europe. I have a question to those. The most common narrative I get on immigration, and this is from both sides of politics, it's from the media, it's from the social media influencers. The narrative is that you are welcome to come to this country if you, quote, hold our values. How do we determine who holds our values as a collective? And this is where some of you may start to struggle with the rhetoric. Because per capita and group averages is what defines a society. If you bring in peoples from cultures that cannot and will not assimilate, that commit crime at a higher rate, then you have to adjust your immigration policy to suit that. If you bring in peoples that as a collective, that per capita, that on average are overrepresented in welfare, then you have to make hard decisions about your immigration policy. The year that I was born, according to AI, there were less than 300 million Africans. Today there are 1.5 billion. There are 1.45 billion Indians, 1.42 billion Chinese. If you include the rest of the subcontinent, there are over 5 billion peoples to the north and northwest of us who are not of a European culture, 5,000 million, of which we are bringing millions here. Under Albanese's second term, there will be over 2 million migrants come to this country in 2 terms of government. How do we determine if that 5 billion or that 2 million, which ones hold European values? And that's where you have to start addressing per capita and group averages, because we are watching our country be given away. I want to make something else very clear. The migration policy that has been forced upon us, and every Western nation is suffering the same fate, and it's only countries that were founded by Europeans that have to address this. It was done against the will of the people. You need to understand that. We were never asked, and it started in 1945, when we were one of the first 51 signatories to the UN. The globalisation began then. The Marxist institution that is the UN, that has not introduced one policy that has been to our benefit. They strip away our manufacturing, they give our foreign aid away. Since 1958, when the Menzies government first repealed the dictation test, governments since have either repealed, amended or introduced new migration policy that has left us with an open border. It's a legal open border, but since 1975, anybody can come to this country. It doesn't matter whether your background is from a country where they have the majority of the women have suffered female genital mutilation, or you are from a country that supports Sharia law. You are welcome. We have a legal open border. And look at what they're doing. We are losing our social cohesion. We are losing our civic engagement. We are more divided. There is less trust. We are more dangerous as a society because crime is going up. That is the main metric that all government should be judged on. Civic safety. And the other main thing is whether a society is sustainable in the long term. I am sick to death of governments thinking for a 4-year period. What about 100 years? If we allow ourselves to be demographically replaced, what does it look like for our grandchildren? If we are an absolute minority, and I'm sure many of you here know.
I'm sorry, guys. This is going on way too long. I just went ahead. He talks for another 5 minutes. There are other cities. There are other things going on. We'll come back to him, but this is taking way too long. I want to show you footage of Sydney. I want to show you footage of Melbourne. I've got the Adelaide one right here as well. I want to pull up, and Brisbane as well, what's going on. And there's different angles. There's clashes going on in... there's clashes actually going on in Melbourne as well. And so let's just pull this up. So this is Sydney. This is Beck, who is the organiser for Sydney. I do believe she's the national organiser. I might be wrong on that. But this is what it looks like in Sydney, and I wanted to see what she had to say so you know, okay, this is the plan. This is what's going on. Check this out.
Now, we've still got a little bit of time before we march.
There we go.
25 minutes. We're just going to keep letting everyone gather. Once again, like I said before, I want you to look at the person next to you, say hi, find out their names, and start forming our communities. Community is how we are going to win this. Now, when we're marching, we'll all be marching directly opposite at the other exit. When we announce it, I'm going to need you guys to let Jesse and I and the police get up the front. So nobody trying to push through, nobody trying to start the march. The reason why we are starting at 12:45 is to make sure that all the roads are shut and to avoid the counter-protesters. We do not want to run into the counter-protesters. That's not what we're here for. We're not here for violence. We're here to march peacefully, but very loudly, and make some noise. Hold on, sorry guys. How much noise? How much noise? As loud as you can get.
I wonder why the mic's cutting
We've
out.
got the list of chants that we put on the March for Australia page. If you've got them, make sure you've got them ready on your phone.
You know what the problem is? It's a wireless mic.
Yeah, getting everything completely set up, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. The corded's always best.
Hold on 1 sec.
Here we go.
Hold on.
No worries, Beck.
Testing.
At least we know what the plan is in Sydney. In Melbourne, we don't actually know. We've had a very long speech, but we don't know where they're marching. Hopefully they say that. Lovely. All right, well, let me just skip forward to where she's talking, and that way we can see what's...
Being notified of, is there...
All right, here we go. The people are still gathering. They're about to march in about 3 minutes now.
Alright, so one other thing that we've been notified of is there are some people held up at Central Station. So if you guys are missing one of your friends that you were meant to be meeting here, please give them a call. Just check in on them and make sure they're all good. If they're not, come let me know and we'll organise for the police to go out and have a look around for them, alright? Now, once again, if we do come in contact with counter-protesters, I understand the need to yell back, to scream back, to fight back. That is only going to make the situation worse. What we'll do, if we run into counter-protesters, listen out and you'll hear us start a chant. Just keep chanting with us. It will annoy them that we're not paying any attention to them and will avoid any trouble starting. Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Aussie! Oi! Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Alright, we're going to put the music back on for now. Keep chatting to the people next to you, and in about 20 minutes we'll...
All right, guys, things are moving very quickly. This is where things start to get real. So I've just gotten some messages. And again, if I'm missing anything, guys, please send me an email at contact@tpaust.com.au. I've got people sending me stuff right now. I've got a screenshot. This is from the Telegram page, Anti-Fascist Alerts, alerts for NAM, Melbourne. They basically did a post at 12:41, so literally 3 or 4 minutes ago. They've said members of the National Socialist Network, the Nazis, have been spotted on the western side of the fascist rally at Melbourne's Parliament, led by Raphael Smith. Any info, send it here and whatever. There might be crap that's about to go down. There may be some fights, but I'm going to keep an eye on that. So please be safe if you're down there, guys, please. I'm also going to bring up what's going on in Sydney very soon again, because they've started rallying because we've been waiting so long. We will show some of the speeches, some of the footage, and that other stuff. But what I wanted to show you guys right now is basically the start of the rally in Sydney. I want you to see them getting ready to basically march off now. So this is them up to date. The Rami's running to the front. They're walking past the cafe there in the middle of the park. Everyone's getting ready to march right now. There we go. Got the police are very chill.
Obviously. So we're going to wait here for about 5 minutes. We'll listen to some music and then we will start marching. All right, get ready, guys.
So they've got the banner. They've got everyone at the front. You'll notice there's no men in black this time at the front. There you go, got Chris there. All right, let's go. Let's see them marching. So they're all getting ready. They're going to start marching. We will show you that in a second, guys. I will come back to that. I promise you. Don't worry about that. I want to quickly try and get, and sorry if there's a pop in your ears. I want to bring up what's going on in Adelaide because I've been struggling to get it on my laptop. For some reason, things are crashing today. I was talking to Rise Up Melbourne on Instagram, and he was telling me that things are crashing for him. He can't even pull stuff up. His account's got locked out.
There won't be any gatekeeping here.
So what I'm going to pull up right now, guys, is I'm going to pull up...
Is a family man.
Oh, sorry, give me a sec. Sorry about that. I'm going to pull up what we're seeing in on TikTok. I'm going to use my phone to do this because for some reason things aren't working on my... This happens. This happens in protests. I don't know why, but we noticed this when we did the march at Canberra, the big rally to Canberra. Sometimes it's like our accounts get earmarked and right 30 minutes before we go live, stuff happens. And that's exactly what Rise Up Melbourne was just telling me right now. I think that's the name of the account. But what I'm going to pull up right now so you guys can see the coverage is I've been sent the live stream footage on TikTok of what's going on in Adelaide. I want you to at least see some images from Adelaide so that we can go from there if it wants to come up. Wow, it doesn't want to work. This is just silly. Like, what is going on with these accounts?
Are they moved to each other?
There we go. All right. The audio's a bit stuffed, but this is what it looks like in Adelaide at the moment. Sorry, I'm just going to do that. So people are getting ready to rally in Adelaide clearly. We'll come back. We'll come back to that. But basically, you can see what's going on in Adelaide. People are starting to get ready to march. We'll have some great footage of that. And I'm now going to quickly pop my head into Brisbane. I do believe they're still doing speeches up there. They've got a lot of footage coming out from Gazcam. He's doing a great job. And let me just pull that up for you now so you can see exactly what Gazcam's doing. And so Gazcam, he has been doing interviews for the last hour Their march in Brisbane is starting at 12 o'clock Brisbane time, which is an hour behind Sydney and Melbourne. And so this is what it looks like on the ground with him. We're not going to watch it anymore because we have to check in on Melbourne as well and see what's going on in Melbourne. But this is Gazcam. He's basically partnered up with another bloke. I forgot his name, sorry. And they're doing interviews on the ground. Their march starts at about in 10 minutes. Moving on, we've also got the footage in Melbourne. Let's see if this guy's done with his speech because he was going. It was a great speech, but he's been going forever. It looks like they're just doing speeches at the moment. We will come back to the speeches in a moment, but I wanted to make sure that we get the march for Sydney because they're actually marching right now. And so this is what it looks like now. There we go. There you go. Look at that crowd. Beautiful. Albo's a liar. Albo's a traitor. March for Australia. End mass immigration now. It's time to put Australians first. Love to see it. Go Australia. Oh, we got a Cairns. Someone sent me some Cairns footage. That's going to go well.
Ian, is this yours? Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Guys, I have footage from Cairns. Oh, this is beautiful. So, I've got footage from Cairns right now. People have sent it to me and basically said, we're going live in about 15 minutes. So I'll come back to Sydney, but I just want to quickly show you what it looks like over there. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so check this out. This looks really good. So in Cairns, people are just arriving. Their march starts in about 5-10 minutes because, again, Queensland time, they're an hour behind Sydney and Melbourne. So they're kicking off at 12. This is what just some people arriving in Cairns at the moment. This account has actually said they're going to live stream this thing. And so we will keep an eye on this account when they do start streaming. But going back to Sydney, Sydney has started marching now. Again, sorry guys, it's a bit difficult to monitor everything at the same time. But this is what Sydney looks like right now. It's a huge turnout. It's looking really good. So check this out.
Give me a home among the gum trees with lots of plum trees.
Look at that. And look how chill the police are. They're just hanging out. I love Sydney.
You can see me in the kitchen cooking up a roast or Vegemite on toast.
There you go. Beck and Jesse, cool as a cucumber. Great turnout. Very relaxed about this turnout today. No men in black that they're sort of scrambling to please.
A sheep, a tulip, a kangaroo, a clothesline out the back, veranda out the front, and an old rocking chair. There's a safe place at the corner and a Woolies down the street, and a brand new place they've opened up and they regulate the heat. But I trade them all tomorrow for a little bush retreat.
It'd be nice if people didn't stand in front of the banner.
With lots of palm trees, a sheep, a tulip, a kangaroo, a clothesline out the back, veranda out the front, and an old rocking chair. Some people like their houses with fences all around. Others live in mansions.
A lot of people getting in the way of the banner. This is why you need a bit of crowd control to just manage things. Number one tree, lots of plum trees, a sheep or two or a kangaroo. At the back, veranda at the front, and an old rocking chair. The gum tree. Kangaroo. Veranda at the front. Great vibes in Sydney. There you go, Chris running around. Oh. Look at that. Great day. Oh, looks like the stream has dropped out with Rami. Let me go ahead a bit. Let me see what's going on with this. There we go. Rami, it's caught up here. Chris is here, probably getting a great shot of the crowd size. Looks like they're marching past QVB. You love to see it. Look at that. Great rally size. That's funny. You love to see it. Look at that. You love to see it. You know, QVB is one of our last buildings that haven't been, from that era, that haven't really been destroyed. You've got to hold on to that building. Oh, look at the crowd size, guys. Look at that. Look at that. It's massive. I'm looking forward to the HD photos coming out because I know they'll show the size. If you look at the back, it goes really far back. Great turnout today. You love to see it. It's probably the same. Yeah, it's probably at least the same size as the 13th of September. Again, if we had drone footage, we would know. But apparently, some people don't like drone footage. I had someone just email me now saying, where's the drone footage from the last rally? And I just recounted the police basically, they haven't given the SD cards back, they won't give them back. And it's a shame because I think that, you know, the idea that only the media can get a helicopter up or an aerial footage is ridiculous. But turnout today, really great in Sydney, very healthy.
See the entrance to the train station, and just to the right of it, they're still coming out of the park there.
Wow.
and they're coming down the street in front of Hyde Park there.
If you're not out, guys, you're missing out.
Up, elbow out to the station, and then right to the park. Elbow out. And then we come out to that, and then we go all the way that way as well.
We love to see it. It's so relaxed in Sydney. Look at that. Everyone's so chill.
If I had the gear, I'd set up a
That's awesome.
I'll give you a head start.
Out you go.
That's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, Rami's going to have fun trying to get through the crowd, but it's massive size. That's huge. Awesome. Awesome. In Brisbane, things are going very well as well. People are starting to rally. I saw George Christensen was just interviewed as well. Great turnout. In Melbourne, they're still outside the Parliament giving speeches. Again, guys, this is Sydney. This is people marching through Sydney's CBD. They're about to walk past Town Hall, I do believe, in front. A massive crowd. I do believe the boys are getting some great shots, whether it's Chris Scoveries, whether it's Rami, they're getting some great shots of the size of the crowd. Doing a really good job. So they're about to turn left now and start heading back to Hyde Park. And then they're going to do some speeches on the stage there. But they're just walking past the QVB. Notice how everyone in the cafe is relaxed. They're chill. They're not being harassed by the protesters at all. In fact, when we've seen Palestine rallies in the past, people get harassed at these restaurants. That's not happening with these Patriot rallies. And there's a statue of Queen Victoria herself. There's an interesting story about this statue, I do believe. I think no one wanted it. Originally, it was in Ireland, and they had to get it out of Ireland because there's a great kid who does videos on this. He really goes in deep with it. And he was saying that it was in Ireland, and that was obviously problematic, being a British monarch. And it ended up coming to Australia, and it's kind of, it's the reject of Ireland. But it's good to see it still there. There we go, got Town Hall on the left. It's a much longer march, I do believe, the route than last time. The marching route they've chosen to take. The march is the best part, I believe. I don't think it's the speeches, to be honest. I think the march is the best part of these things. In Melbourne, they've chosen to do speeches, I think, first and at the end as well. Whereas with these guys, they've just basically come in, do the march. I think Brisbane's the same. Oh, wow. All right, guys, forgive me. Let me pull up Brisbane because the Gazcam's on Facebook, so they're not doing... Oh, look at that. Wow. Massive flag. Look at the size of that thing. Again, I can't go back on the Facebook stream for Brisbane, so...
Now, you're saying the world's gone mad since you were a kid. Do you remember when you were a kid, we sang the national anthem and we saluted the flag?
Yeah, bro.
What do you reckon? It's time to bring all that back?
100%. Mate, when the Australian flag's trying to get banned in our parliament, something wrong.
Yeah, and then they're trying to keep the Palestinian one going. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate that. All right, so so there's a lot of people out there wanting something to say. We'll try and get back around. Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for coming out, So there's a lot of them.
So they're about to march in Brisbane. I really wanted them to show that flag again, but yeah, Sydney's still going well. This is Chris. He's doing some more coverage. They're still marching, so this will catch up in a sec. But yeah, they're still marching in Brisbane. Again, this is Chris Discoveries, guys, if you want to follow him on social media. So Chris is walking through, he's interviewing people, he's getting the crowd size, doing a great job with that. Alright, Chris, you're going to have to run now. That's a good size march.
Okay, have a good one.
I'd love to see it.
Went in there.
Awesome. It's really good to see a healthy rally size in Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne.
Tell us, what do you think, mate?
I think it's good. I think they should all go home.
What do you think of the cause against immigration?
Yeah, I think all the foreigners should go home.
That kind of sums it up. I'm normally used to like squeezing a soundbite out, but anything else? Okay. See you, mate.
What? It's like what?
He summed it up in one sentence. There was no dialogue. I think all the foreigners should go home. Oh, what do you think, ma'am? Tell us, what do you think?
Sorry?
What do you think of the...
This is about time. There are so many people in this country losing funding, losing homes, not able to rent. And we're being laughed at, okay? You've got people working at our services. Now, we have human rights here. They're not a privilege. We've got people coming from other countries taking those jobs, treating our Indigenous people and our poorest population, even me, the disabled, like we're a joke, like we've got to fight for it. No, it's a human right. And here they are enjoying our freedoms, treating them like they can just walk all over us, laugh at us, and we're going to do nothing. This was needed a long time ago. We should be proud of our Australians finally standing up for our human rights and saying, hey, we want you to come here, we want you to keep your own culture, but you're supposed to respect everyone else's culture and get along. You're supposed to come here legally so that we can all enjoy the freedoms. That's what we're here for. We're not here for anything else, mate.
Thank you.
Awesome, that's great. That's really good. Guys...
Didn't need to work hard for that, do you?
Yeah, great, Chris.
That was easy.
That was easy. Guys, I just got this text now from Queensland. So Queensland and Sydney, we're basically... Oh, what's this?
Yes.
Actually, we are also from outside, so no, but it should be action taken about who are illegals. Who are legal, so I think they should not have any problem. Yeah. So, but about illegal person, yeah. The government take action about that. Yeah.
Thanks for your views. Chris Discoveries. The channel's called Chris Discoveries. Oh, tell us, what do you think, ma'am? They want less immigration.
From here.
That's okay. You can still have a view. It's a free country for now.
Oh, I am for whatever they're for. I wish we had this back in the States. In the States, we have the opposite.
Yeah, you kind of do. It's a funny one.
It's very sad.
It's a funny one. It is.
She's not wrong. She's
Take
not
your time.
wrong.
See you.
There's actually rallies. No Kings rally happening in the States at the moment. What I was going to say is Sydney. The train station in Sydney. Supposedly, what's happening is people are being. They made it tough for people to get there at 12 o'clock. There might be people like Antifa people stopping people from getting to the rally at Sydney, which is what we've been watching. But also, I just got a message from Brisbane. Supposedly, Queensland Rail have closed a bunch of lines today. Most north side lines are closed for repairs. People running late, not many signs at stations. Seems very coordinated. WTF. A lot of people are asking this sort of stuff. And so, Chris is doing some great stuff on the ground. Rami's doing some great stuff in Sydney on the ground. I don't think they've started marching they haven't started marching in Brisbane yet, so we're not missing anything yet. I think they're giving it a little bit more time. I'm going to quickly look at what's going on in... okay. This is Melbourne at the moment. Check this out, guys. So you've got a standoff between the two groups. The Patriot March against immigration outside Parliament House, and for some reason, that is horse poop, for some reason, their counter rally is really allowed close. I don't know why they allow this in Melbourne. I don't know why they set it up this way. I think it's ridiculous. Whether it's the march routes, there shouldn't be any... Like, the city is big. They don't have to march right next to each other. And so I think it's interesting to see that. This is what it looks like. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. A big bang. So this is what it looks like over there, the standoff between the two sides. Again, this is thanks to Shockmouths 1 on YouTube. Was that a flashbang? There must be... What's going on over there? It's actually insane how close they're allowing them to get in Melbourne. It's actually nuts. That is nuts. Alright, let's go forward a bit. Let's see what's going on. Alright, looks like they've started to march in Melbourne. They're moving on. Hopefully we can see any banners. It looks like a decent size. Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, great size. Adelaide looked good on TikTok. This is a great day already. And we haven't even really got to all the speeches yet. March in Brisbane hasn't started just yet, I don't think, but maybe soon. Sea of Australian flags. A super majority of our blue flags is lovely to see. Lovely to see. That guy has amazing hair. It's like a Pantene ad. See how chill the cops are? This is Melbourne. See how relaxed the cops are with these guys? Whereas with the Palestine guys, it's like you hear flashbangs going off.
What aren't we taking anymore?
Guys, it has to be said, they're so relaxed in Melbourne with the Patriot marches, but not with the Palestine marches. You hear like flashbangs going off on the Palestine side. It's actually nuts. Anyways, let's go up to Brisbane and let's catch the vibe. I'm still trying to get up the what's going on TikTok, because for some reason you've got to sign in to watch anything on TikTok, annoyingly. Also, I've got the page for what's going on. Oh, George Christensen, he's done a video for Brisbane right now. He's captured a bit of the crowd size, which is great. Big turnout in Brisbane. Check this out, guys.
We want to talk about heroes, they're my heroes. How good are those coppers on horses, eh?
That's funny.
We love our boys and
Look
girls.
at that.
We thank
Wow.
everyone for their service to this country. The AMBOs, the teachers, the firefighters, the ex-ADF guys, the ADF guys that are in now. I acknowledge.
There you go. You love to see it. You love to see it. All right, this is Sydney. Going back to Sydney with Rami. You've got, and I've seen a Jesus flag now. Oh, okay. Someone. No, sorry. This isn't Sydney. This is Melbourne. You've got someone with the Australia-Israel flag. Is that a China flag? No, that's an Aussie flag in red. You got a Jesus flag. That's nice to see. But people marching through Melbourne. I wanted to bring up Rami in Sydney. So this is where Sydney is at right now. So they're arriving back at the park.
Now you have every other as a fucking crime unit.
Okay, all right.
We have children criminals. Are you kidding me? When did we ever have that before? Machetes. Oh, yeah, hand your machete in. Oh, do you know what? I live on property. I ain't handing my fucking machete in because I needed to slash down shit on my place.
Yeah. Guys, check this out. Again, this is a public stream. You can watch the full Sydney stream on the Turning Point Australia YouTube page. But I want to show you the size of the march, which is why I'm going to this section. That's the front. That's a lot of people arriving right now. There you go. You got the music. People marching through right now. Let's try and get a... Oh, look at that. I didn't know they had a big flag in Sydney like that. That's awesome. Beautiful. You love to see it. I swear they've just gone and grabbed my gym playlist and they're just playing that all day. Love it. Beautiful. You love to see it.
I put my hands up and I'm assaulting them, right? But if they touch
Oh, that's why Rami was interviewing her. I wanted to see a photo of the march. I wanted to see a big...
guarantee you,
still talking
no one
to her.
who actually needs it is going to hand it in.
She's speaking Okay, that's the thumbnail. All right, let me show you what's going on in Melbourne. Because, hang on, is Brisbane marching? Brisbane is not yet marching. They're still doing interviews. It must be because of the train stations. They're waiting for people to come because of the delays in train stations and scheduled works. Oh, look, there's a video from Gerard Rennick is at the rally right now. He's just posted a video to his timeline. I'll quickly play that. I do believe Gerard may be speaking, may not be speaking. I have no idea. We will see very soon.
Hi guys, Jared Rennick, People First Party. I'm down here at the March for Australia rally. We're basically sending a message to Canberra. We're sick of the Australian government putting the Australian people last. It's about time the Australian government realise that they're meant to serve the people and they need to stop serving the interests of foreign multinationals and vested interests here in Australia. If you want to help make a difference in this country, please sign up to People First at www.peoplefirstparty.au. It's time we took our country back from the vested and corrupt interests that is basically going to stop our children from getting the same interests as our forefathers did. Hope to see you down here and we'll talk soon.
There you go. I know Malcolm Roberts is also speaking in Brisbane. I do believe that's the schedule. I'm going to pull up what's going on in Melbourne to double check what is the situation. People in Sydney are arriving at the park. Melbourne is quite large. Oh, there's an Aboriginal flag in Melbourne. So Melbourne is marching. People are just hanging out. They're having a good time. It's good vibes. Great shots, by the way. This account. Kudos to you guys for doing such a great job. Cops are relaxed. This is where we left it before.
What aren't we taking?
Cops are just hanging out. A lot of just really chill. And I think there's something to be said about there, isn't there? With regards to how peaceful things are. With the Aussie Australia First rallies today versus the Palestine rallies where you hear flashbangs going off. Huge numbers. You love to see it. You love to see it. Simple message, stop mass immigration. It is the name of the day. Decent. They're marching up back to Parliament, I believe. Alright, so that's where we're at right now. I love the guy that whoever brought the Jesus flag, God bless you. You know, that's not a foreign flag. Ooh, wow, Sydney looks good. Is that Sydney? No, that's Brisbane. Brisbane's marching. Alright, let's pull up Brisbane. Let's check out what's happening in Brisbane. Okay, here we go. Check it out. Is that security I see? It is security. Why is the iPad glitching? Come on, be nice. There we go. Okay, cool. I was worried about that for a sec. Let's make sure you're getting the highest quality, guys.
Sang as he said, and waited till his belly boiled.
Oh crap! Sorry. There we go.
With me.
Singing.
So a lot of people are singing along. It's one of the best songs in the world. One of the greatest. Just being at the warming on. Up jumped the swag man and grabbed him with glee as he went. Jammal in his tucker bag. You'll come a waltz. Everybody!
Waltzing Matilda, you come a waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he waltzed, waited till his belly boiled.
You come a waltzing Matilda with me. So yeah, one of the greatest songs everyone's singing along, which is awesome. So
Alright, so they're about to march.
on the thoroughbred.
Look at the size of that flag.
Troopers, 1, 2, 3. Who's the angry jumbuck you've got in your tucker bag? You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Jumbuck you've got in your tucker bag.
His lovely wife.
Come a waltzing Matilda with me.
Good to see
One
Malcolm.
of the best songs in the world.
Put Malcolm on. Put Malcolm on.
It is. I said one of the best songs in the world.
Oh, I think you said one of the best singers in the world.
Oh yeah, and one of the best singers in the world. And these toasts may be heard as you pass by the billabong. You come a waltzing Matilda.
Look at that, guys. Sorry, I've got to mute it. Gaz, I think Gaz has got to stop screaming into the mic. He doesn't have to do it that close, but he's happy. He's happy. God bless his heart. He's happy. Oh, you got Dusty Bogan there. Great guy. He's part of the organising group. You got the Patriots all there. You got security with casually with speakers in their ears. Great vibe, very clear. People just chilling. You got Malcolm Roberts on the left here, cool as a cucumber with his lovely wife. Looking forward to seeing that speech. But yeah, guys, this is Gaz Cam. If you really want to just listen to that, you got is it Catter? Yep, Robbie Catter, Bob Catter's son.
For Australia, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! All right, people, you ready?
See that?
Let's do it.
They put a speaker on the back of the
Let's
car.
say our friends in blue. Stand up. We're almost there.
We're almost there.
And here we go. All right, not too
let's do it, everybody.
Oh, you love to see it,
All right,
guys.
let's walk along.
You love
We'll
to
see some of the
it.
people. We'll grab Robbie Catter if you want. Yeah.
So I'm going to keep it on this for a bit because I can't go back on Facebook. He's interviewing
This
Catter.
message for everybody out there watching today.
This is Robbie Catter.
Don't be afraid to say I'm proud of being Australian and that we have Australian cultural values that we want to preserve, and we shouldn't be afraid of that.
So, we see quite often it appears like the Australian government's not putting Australians first. What do you reckon should change in that way?
Oh, you could gouge out half the politicians, I think, for a good start. Yeah, look, politicians got to learn to be brave, stop trying to follow what they think people think, and stand up and tell them what you think and force public opinion. Stand up and say what you want. Don't just try and second guess what everyone's saying following polls. I think that's the biggest disease we've got in politics today. So if I had one take-home message for politicians, but yeah, we've got a point of view. Immigration's run rife, and it's causing all sorts of problems. And I think the biggest is actually the loss of our cultural identity, our national identity. And I think that's the biggest thing we need to stand up to today.
Now, the mainstream media will portray today's event in a different way to what it really is. What do you see when you look at the people out here today?
Yeah, same as in Townsville when KAB led the march there. It was a stoic, peaceful protest. One of proud people that have a great love for their country, great love for one another. That's what we saw in Townsville. That's what we'll see here today. But I'm used to being called every name in the book in politics, so I'm sure they'll characterise it some other way.
Robbie, thanks for being a proud Australian. Thanks for coming out today.
Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, mate. So there we go. That was Robbie Catter out here, making.
So guys, I'll bring you back to this, but I just got a message from the yarn. That explosion we heard in Melbourne, they had a fire. I don't know why they had a fire, but they had a fire. Someone threw a deodorant can into the fire, and that was the flashbang we heard. It wasn't the police flashbanging the people. It was literally the Palestine side throwing a deodorant can into a fire. I don't know why they had a fire. It's like smoking ceremony, just like the smoking ceremony that burnt Old Parliament House down, the front door at least, in late 2022. Anyways, so guys, this is the march in Brisbane at the moment. People having fun, great vibes, good interviews happening. Everyone's relaxed. I think now that everyone's out, they're pretty chill. Sydney's chill. It's a great vibe in Sydney. Everyone's just hanging out. They're arriving back in Hyde Park after that march, and they are going to start doing speeches right now. This is what it looks like in Sydney right now. It's on YouTube, so we will play everything. Bless me. Cool. Okay, that's Sydney. We are going to come back to Sydney later so that we can watch all the speeches. And because it's on YouTube, we can do that. Melbourne, I'm going to take you back to Melbourne so we can see exactly what's up. What's happening here? So people still marching through the streets in Melbourne. Marching through, I think I'm seeing circular motions here. I think they're heading back to the Parliament, but I'm not sure. People marching along the streets there. Overwhelming supermajority of Aussie flags, huge flags as well. A lot of average people, some in fluoro vests, men, women, ethnics, whites, everyone. It's a cross-section of Australia. You love to see it. What a great day. It's a great day already. Got a good vibe. There were no punch-ons that I've seen yet. It's just been a very good day. You love to see it. The cops very chill. They're not like, you know... there you go. A little bit of a shot of the crowd size marching through the streets now. The march really is the best part. It's our friend, we've got a photo of, I think that's Albo's face on a penis, which is just lovely. Just lovely. That was their last march. There it is. It's on the left side. Cool. All right. Okay, cool. We got the idea. Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, massive turnouts. That's what you need to know. We're about to see their speeches very soon. We'll play all the speeches in those cities because we have streams for them. Adelaide, we have a stream. I'm going to plug that in right now so you guys can see what that looks like. Yeah, if you didn't hear it before, there's clearly been some skullduggery with regards to the train stations, especially in Brisbane. It seems as though there was some scheduled maintenance for this particular day at this particular time in Brisbane. And
Medic said lip balm, but
people are sorry. I'm getting skin ads for my skincare routine. Forgive me. So people are struggling to get to the Brisbane marches because of the scheduled train maintenance. Not much signage indicating where people should go. Despite that, the organisers in Brisbane very smartly waited, and they've launched the rally, and there's heaps of people there, so people have gotten there.
Make it Matt.
After crushing,
so I'm gonna bring up this stream on TikTok, so we can actually watch that.
For foreign interests, that doesn't do us any good. It's so true. Not for foreign interests.
I'm not sure who's
in this country.
I hope they show a bit of the crowd. But
you can say I'm a racist all you want. I'm going to tell you this. I support the Australian people no matter how you identify as. If you're an Aussie, we support you. But it's these people that, will turn up against us and say we're the racist ones. No, we're not. We're just true patriots that love this country. We'll fight for the country that we love, the country that we're from, the country that we've bled for, the country that we will continue to bleed for.
Okay, cool. I can't see much of the crowd, and the person that's filming is doing a portrait, so we can't really see much. But again, we don't have George today in Adelaide. He's actually getting married this weekend. God bless his heart. And so well wishes for George and everything going on there. But yes, look, in Adelaide, we are seeing a significant turnout. People are coming out in a big way. And yeah, look, when it comes to what's going on in the other cities, it's big. Let's see what happens in Perth. Let's see what Canberra looks like. I'm going to pull up the streams soon of what's going on in Cairns. But yeah, things in... sorry, I'm watching this South Australian stream and the guy's shaking all over the place. And yeah, I'm hoping to actually see... I want to see a shot of the crowd. You know, it's great to capture speeches, but I also want to capture the crowd. So let's go back to what is going on in Melbourne. This is the size of Melbourne at the moment. Okay, Melbourne's marching. Brisbane is marching. Let's pull up Brisbane and see what Brisbane's up to. Massive march going on.
Hey, how you going?
Now.
I'm going well. What do you reckon of it so far? Mate, awesome. We've got tons of people. It's looking really good and we're heading in the right way.
Mate, we're getting some sing-alongs happening on the way and everything.
It looks amazing, mate.
Incredible. Great work anyway, Scotty. Great work.
That was Scotty Challenge.
We come.
Shallow Chow.
We stare at dream. And sing in one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia.
We got Scott there, Scott Challenge, Shallow Chow.
But we are many, and from all lands of earth we come. We share our dream and sing with one voice.
Oh, he's so happy.
I am, you are, we are Australian. It's been a great turnout so far.
I'm hoping that he gets a shot of the crowd at this point because it's a good spot on the corners to capture that. Yeah, so that's Scotty Shallow Chow. He's obviously got a billion things going on in his head right now, making sure everything's going smoothly and doing a great job. It's really good to see this across the country. Yep, turn. Beautiful. There we go. See, that is why that is good. All right, film the crowd. Oh, all right, let's see what Scott's saying.
Now!
See what Scott's got to say.
We want to end mass immigration so Australians can have a house, so Australians can have a future, so Aussie kids have got something to believe in. Are you listening, yeah, Elbow? We're here, we're not going anywhere, and we're coming back, and we're going to march in every city, and it's not going to stop until we shut that gate.
Look at that.
Shut that gate. 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 Our Australia. Australia. Our home. Our country. What's the Aussie? Aussie! 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 Let's get those flags up! Let's get them up! Can you see us now, Elbow? Can you see us?
So
Shut that gate! Shut that gate!
Cool. All right.
Shut that gate!
All right, Scott's going to lose his voice. Hope he's got to save it for the stage. He's going to have to give a speech on stage. He's going to lose his voice before he gets there. Pray someone take Scotty some honeyed water or something. Let's check out what's going on in Sydney with Chris Scoveries. Chris right now over there. Again, just to remind you guys, there's not much going on in Sydney. They're just waiting for everyone to arrive back at the park because it's a large crowd, so this is what it looks like. They're all waiting in front of the stage, a lot of young people waiting. And speeches are going to start very soon. The Rami's just at the front chilling. Wonder why everyone's looking back. Must be someone in the crowd that wants to start a chant. Cool. I want to see another angle. I bet you any money Chris is out there doing some interviews with people, and
What do you think? Immigration?
Less.
That would be fine. I think it would be better if there's less immigrations. What do you mean by less immigrations?
Less. Somewhat none. Somewhat remigration.
Remigration? I'm not so sure about it. Sorry.
Okay, all right. I gotta go. Okay, see you, man. And then back.
oh, mainstream journalist, corporate news. Film this, Chris.
Get prices back down. Get Albanese out. That we can't get rid of him quick enough as far as my whole
heading in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Isn't that what an election's for? He's only
Well,
just voted in.
Yeah, I know, but it's very suspiciously, and on top of that, mate, after the way he's been going and the way fucking everyone's been heading, as far as I'm concerned, my family's concerned, and everybody else out here is concerned, as I can see, he's a traitor and needs to go.
But Albanese's got struggling at the supermarket to buy food for his kids and that, you know?
No, well, any Prime Minister wouldn't be that, right?
No, this one especially. I just went into the supermarket yesterday and things have already doubled up 40 and 50%.
On top of that, I'm frigging couch surfing. I'm frigging living in my car, in and out of my car. I haven't got a permanent frigging residence at the moment. And all of that's because I can't afford a place. I cannot afford the rent. I can't let alone...
That's not a new problem, though.
I know, this is the old problem, but it's back down to frigging... We need to stop the... back down to immigration, we need to stop the boats. Look, I'm not racist. I pride myself on getting along with as many cultures as I can. But saying that, if you're coming here just to fuck the country up, we don't want you. But if you're coming here to friggin' do the right thing, look for, give yourself a better way of life than that, we don't call this place the land of milk and honey for no reason. But, you know?
Cheers, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I tried, my first one was alright.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. That's why I'm following them.
Yeah, I know.
I want to see what they cut out.
Yeah. I didn't want to talk to him.
Chris Scoveries, I'll see you later. Your interview is on Chris. I get around. Yeah.
Mate, she's so smug. That lady was so smug. Rather than actually try and reckon with what he's saying, she's just being all elitist and not actually understanding the issues he's trying to address. And, it's just like, I don't like journalists, in case you didn't realise. That's why we set up the studio. And when I see that, when I see a lack of empathy, even for our opponents, when I see that lack of empathy and trying to understand where they're coming from, it really stirs me the wrong way. And yeah, they will take them out of context. There was a lot of swearing in that. They probably couldn't air that on SBS without a lot of beeping. But I did not like that interview at all. If you go back and watch that, everything she said to him was a smug discarding of the things he's trying to say, rather than helping him articulate what he actually meant. It was literally like, I want to misunderstand you. I want to misunderstand you, and I want to paint you as someone that doesn't know what you're talking about. That's disgusting. That's not okay. That's not how you should hold yourself as a journalist in that way. That is just activism. I don't like that at all. And that's why it's great Chris captured that. But anyways, going back to it, this is what Sydney looks like at the moment. They are about to start doing speeches very soon. And we are going to see what the situation is down there. I'm just double checking on Brisbane and Melbourne to make sure we're not missing anything significant that I know you guys want to see. Melbourne, they're still marching. I do believe they're just getting back to the Parliament right now. They're just arriving back now. And then in Sydney, I'm just going to take us to Rami, who's streaming the speeches right now. We've got Jesse Stewart, who is one of the organisers down there, who's...
Everyone for turning out once again. It's an absolute honour and a privilege to stand here with my fellow Australians and MC at an event like this.
Sorry, it's still on me. Here comes Jesse Stewart. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to quickly grab something to eat.
I know we had a weak sound system last time, so we went all out for this one, which I would love to thank our sound guys, Atomic Audio, for generously supporting March for Australia. Can everyone hear me all right? At the back, are we good? Welcome to Hyde Park, which has been occupied every Sunday for the last 2 years by foreign protesters. It feels good to return this historically rich and beautiful park to the patriotic people of this nation. I'm going to give my speech and then we'll go straight to our great list of speakers that we have organised for today, so I'll try and get through mine as quick as possible. Australia was and still could be the greatest country in the world. The way the traders in our government and the elites have sold our people out and flooded us with an infinite, unrelenting flow of immigration for the purpose of their financial and economic gain is a betrayal of our people, the likes of which we have never seen before in our history. Politicians keep talking about social cohesion, yet true social cohesion comes naturally when there is a common heritage and a clear established national identity. You can't cram suburbs full of enclaves of hostile foreigners with ideologies and religions that are fundamentally against the founding culture of this nation and expect social cohesion. It doesn't work that way. What makes a nation great is the people in it. Australia has always been globally known and renowned for its people and our culture. Culture flows downstream from race and heritage. When you add countless hordes of ethnic foreigners, it completely strips that nation of its culture, heritage and identity. It has never been more important than it is right now to reclaim and fight for Australia's identity. Our Anglo-European ancestors settled this nation, built this nation, and passed this great nation on to us, their descendants. They did it for us so we could live in the greatest country on earth. They didn't do it so that we could be disenfranchised in our own suburbs and pushed out of electorates with hordes of imported voter blocks. They didn't do it so we could be minorities in our school classrooms or have to compete in the workforce and housing market against infinity immigrants. They didn't do it so our shopping centres would be filled with foreign machete gangs. And they didn't do it so our neighbourhoods could be terrorised by violent foreign thugs committing carjackings, breaking and enterings, and far worse than that. When you import the third world, you become the third world. They try to tell us that diversity is our strength, but we have only seen all the problems that come with mass immigration. We have seen a housing crisis, mass homelessness, increased violent crime, economic stress for Australians, foreign unrest in the streets, religious enclaves destroying the aesthetics of our suburbs. We have completely unrecognisable streets. The government's response to this seems to be increased censorship and hate speech laws for anyone who dares to speak out against it. It begs the question, what exactly are the benefits of diversity? Is it worth it to completely change the fabric of this entire nation permanently just for some exotic foreign food? Is it worth it just for an artificial boost in GDP numbers? It is proven now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this experiment has run its course and the results are in. Mass immigration has failed. We are bringing in hundreds of thousands of unvetted, often hostile and unwilling to participate in traditional Australian society per year with no end in sight. We are seeing our culture eroded and we are seeing crime rates rise at levels we have never seen before. Mass immigration has failed and we need to have a serious conversation about deportation of criminal immigrants and remigration of hostile, un-Australian or foreign subversive immigrants. Send them back and shut the gate. It's time to protect our own. It's time to make our streets safe, and it's time to protect our women and children. Make no mistake, this is part of a larger agenda to completely destroy our people and our homelands. It is happening in every white nation. When you look at the statistics of birth rates, the global percentages of population of white people, the United Nations Replacement Migration Report, and the constant anti-white rhetoric we see from mainstream society and mainstream media, it is clear that we are under attack as a people, and it's time to start being proud of who we are and standing up against this heinous agenda and the betrayal of our people before it's too late. It is time to fight back. Many other nations and cultures around the world take pride in their heritage, and that's not seen as taboo in any way. But for some reason, being proud of white European Australian heritage is not allowed. Or they say there is no such thing as white heritage. Yes, people have been saying that. Many Australians have been completely brainwashed by this hateful and self-deprecating ideology, and we need to overcome this by overpowering these weak traitors with our powerful displays of Aussie pride. We must be proud of who we are as Australians and be proud of what our ancestors built. We must tell this traitorous government that Australians have had enough of being treated like second-class citizens. This is our country. We must fight this noble cause. It is our duty as a people to stand up and fight for this great nation and return it to its former glory. The purpose of March for Australia is not only to normalise the conversation about mass immigration, but also to normalise being proud of our Australian heritage once again. It's about flying our flags and advocating for our people again. For too long we have been browbeaten, labelled toxic racists. From a young age we are brainwashed into thinking our history is evil, and it's time we put this agenda to an end once and for all. We owe it to our children, our grandchildren, and all the future generations of this country so we can give them what our ancestors gave to us, the greatest country in the world. Thank you again for everyone involved in the March for Australia organisation team, and thank you everyone for coming. I know this whole movement has been shrouded in controversy, and the mainstream media has been unrelentingly attacking us and hitting us with their ridiculous narratives. We have tried to keep it real, remain unapologetic, and stand strong against these bastards. It is an absolute credit to everyone here for turning up to March for Australia. Thank you everyone so much. So good. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! All right, let's go to our speakers. Thanks, mate. First speaker we have is Miss Beck Freedom, National Organiser and Sydney Co-Organiser for March for Australia.
Hey guys, alright, I do have a speech this time. Last time I didn't, but this time I do. But before I start that speech, I want to give a special thank you to the awesome Australian kids that marched proudly holding our banner today. You guys are our future, and we are doing this for you! I want to thank everyone for showing up today. I also want to thank all my amazing organisers, team members and promoters right across Australia. You've all worked your little butts off and you're all amazing. Obviously the smear of fear campaigns didn't stop or scare you guys away. How very patriotic of you! After August 31st, a lot of people walked away feeling like the day was amazing. They were full of adrenaline, full of pride, and couldn't wait to go again. The media knew this though. The government knew this. So they had to try and diminish those feelings and squash that pride. But they only showed violence in the news, called all the males toxic. They focused purely on the NSN, called us all racist, and minimised the numbers that showed up. They ignored the thousands of flags being flown proudly, or the unity of us all coming together. They didn't show us all singing the national anthem, or the proud little Aussie kids waving their flags. I think this was a bit of a wake-up call for some of you first-timers that attended. You realised the media lies. They twist and they manipulate it into a narrative that suits their agenda. To those of you that went to the first and came here again today despite the media campaigns, you're all patriotic legends. Congratulations! But remember this, we do not hate the media enough. However, what I will say is there are a few good ones here today, and to those ones we do appreciate you. We're not going to shitbag you all. Some of you are good, and those ones we appreciate. So keep it honest, guys. The left asks, what did you even achieve? As much as I'd love for our marches to end mass immigration, realistically it will not happen unless we see millions on the streets. My main goal with March for Australia was to reignite that good old Australian pride that we've been shamed out of feeling these past few decades. My goal was to get people speaking about the problems we are seeing in Australia in terms of mass immigration, the negative side effects and the impacts on Australians. I wanted to hear people discussing how important it is for us to to fight to keep our national identity, to protect our way of life and to be proud of our Anglo-Saxon and European heritage and culture. I wanted these discussions to become normal and socially acceptable because for so long we've been told it's racist to speak on any of this. Far out, I got called racist because I used the word white to explain what Australian heritage is. People seem to forget that the first settlers were white. Captain Cook and Sir Joseph Banks were both white. Therefore, our Australian heritage could be referred to as white without being shamed for using the correct description of the colour of their skin. We should not be ashamed of our Australian history. Our marches have made these topics more common. Damn straight! I wanted the government to hear our concerns, and they did. Parliament and politicians have been buzzing with discussions about mass immigration, immigration in general, and even remigration. It hasn't all been positive though. Just this past week, a motion was moved in New South Wales Parliament to condemn myself and March for Australia. Which John Ruddick spoke on in defence of both me, our organisers and all of you who marched on August 31st. So thank you, John Ruddick, for your support. You're an absolute legend. Labor's Cameron Murphy pulled out all the stops. He lied, he misquoted me and took me out of context. He basically called you all Nazis by association, said the march was fascism dressed up as patriotism, picked on you all for draping our Australian flags proudly over your shoulders. But why are we surprised? The Labor Party doesn't exactly scream patriotism, although they've got no problem constantly siding with the extreme far left whilst labelling the everyday concerned Australian a far-right extremist. Remember this when it's time to cast your vote next. Of course, the Labor government is so quick to condemn us. They are the ones bringing in the large number of immigrant, refugees and visa holders into Australia. They are the ones ignoring the concerns of the Australian people. They are ignoring the homeless families living on the streets, ignoring the Australians losing their well-paying jobs just to be replaced with cheaper immigrant workers. But worst of all, they are ignoring the concerns of safety due to high levels of immigrant crimes taking over our streets. Gang violence, machete crimes, rape, home invasions. The list is endless. The people committing these crimes came here for a better life, but instead they've chosen to treat Australia the same as their former home. What was that quote Jesse said earlier? Oh, that's right. Import the third world, become the third world. These criminals should be instantly deported with the first offence committed. We have the laws in place to be able to do so. If they receive a sentence of 12 months, they are meant to be deported. The problem is our courts would rather give them light sentences, give them bail, allow them back on the streets to recommit. We saw this happen recently in Melbourne with the Northland Shopping Centre machete fight that took place, while several of them were out on bail. One was given bail again, then he was part of the group that ended up cutting 2 children's hands off, which resulted in their death. Had he been deported after his first crime, those children would still be alive today. Australia needs to deport immigrant criminals without hesitation after the first time is committed. We need to send them back. 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 I want my children to grow up in a world that they feel safe. I want my daughter to be able to walk around a shopping centre without feeling scared. I want my son to grow up in a world that he doesn't feel shamed or called toxic for showing pride in his country. I want my baby boy to grow up and not feel like a stranger in Australia. I want him to grow up to be patriotic and learn about the sometimes dark but also beautiful history of this country, that his ancestors put their blood, sweat and tears to make it what it is today. I want our government to listen to the Australian people and actually hear the words we speak. I want them to end mass immigration, protect our heritage, our culture and our way of life. Thank you to everyone for coming. I love you all. Never back down. Never stop fighting for this beautiful country that we call home. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Love you all.
Thanks, Beck. That's the national organiser for March for Australia. She's put lots of time and effort and blood, sweat and tears into this. So give her another round of applause, guys. Next speaker we have is the Honourable John Ruddock, MLC, representing the Libertarian Party. Welcome to the stage, John.
Well, look, it's really terrific to see that we're making the Australian flag great again. It's fantastic. And I would really like to thank Beck Freedom and Jessie for organising it. These things don't come from nowhere. I think she got to sleep at 5 o'clock this morning. They have thrown everything at her, including the kitchen sink this week, but she's shown that she's as tough as nails and she doesn't care. So most people, Beck, most people would have backed down by now, but you're standing tall and we're standing with you. Now, I'm here because I believe that the 3 most important issues facing Australia, facing any country, are this, in this order: immigration, immigration and immigration. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what immigration's like. Imagine if you're having a party, you're having a house party. Your friends come around, your family comes around, everyone's having a good time. People hear about it, more people come around, everyone's having a good time. Such a good time that people that you do not know and that may not fit into the party that well start crashing it. They wreck the party. What was once a great party is now an unhappy party. Now, the thing about why I say immigration is the most important issue is because, look, if taxes are too high, well, that's not good, but we can reduce them. Regulations are too high, we can reduce them. If we got involved in a stupid war, we can get out of the war. Now, with immigration, it's very, very hard to reverse a bad immigration policy. Look what's happening in Western Europe and Scandinavia right now, and England. And, you know, these trends, Australia's usually 5 to 10 years behind. We have to strive to prevent that happening in this country. Now, Now, you know, the funny thing is, I read in the media somewhere this week that this was actually a Nazi rally. That's what I read. Now, I was sceptical of that, and I've talked to a lot of people today. You seem like the happiest, nicest people I've met in many, many years. So, but I would like to do a test. I would like to do a test. If you are here and you're not a Nazi, can you please put up your hand? Now, you better put up your left hand, not your right hand. Now, that's pretty much everybody. That's pretty much everybody here is not a Nazi. So they are, what that means is, we were lied to in the media. So we were lied to. They want to badmouth this movement because they can see that it's catching on. Now, the last thing I'll say is, you know, these politicians, the thing that runs their life more than anything else is the polls. That's all they care about is the polls. They'll say anything if the polls say it. Well, the good news is the polls are on our side. The Lowy Institute, big left-wing globalist think tank, they put out a poll a few months ago. They said, ask people what they think about immigration. 53%, according to the Lowy Institute, said, yeah, we've got too much immigration. That's pretty good. The Guardian is probably the most left-wing media outlet in this country. They put a poll out recently. Same result, 53% of Australians say, yeah, too much immigration. And then just recently, like a week after the last rally, the Sydney Morning Herald, you know, another right-wing outlet, boo the Sydney Morning Herald, but they did publish this poll. They said 49% of Australians say we've got too much immigration. 27%, big gap, 27% said, oh, it's about right. 5% said we don't have enough. Okay, that's the crazies who want to wreck the joint. Now, but very interestingly, 19% told the pollster, oh, I don't know, Mr. Pollster. I just don't know what I think about immigration. No, they're lying. They're shy. They're cowards, right? Now, in many cases, it's understandable. You work for one of these big corporations, they'll sack you like that. But the thing is, of that 19%, I believe clearly more than half of them would have privately said, yes, I think there's too much immigration. So my point is, we are representing the majority of Australians. And so thank you for being here. Now, I know this is, the March for Australia doesn't have a set policy. Okay, so this is my personal policy. I believe what we should do with immigration is a 5-year pause where we basically let no one in. But I don't want you to think, well, these ladies say 10. Have I got 15 over here? 15. Okay, no. Let's start with 5. But it's not back to business as normal after the pause. We want a massive reset. We want to have a debate in meetings like this and social media, in Parliament, in our opinion pages. Have a sober debate about what's best for the next 50 years. And then at the end of that 5 years, and that 5 years of a civilised debate, we have a national vote. Nothing affects the people more than immigration. We put up 4 or 5 different plans and we see what the people think. And you know what I reckon they'll vote for? I reckon they'll vote for what you guys stand for. Thanks so much for being here. Maintain the rage.
Thank you, John Roddick. Good speech, mate. Send them back! 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 All right, next speaker, we have social media personality Mad Unit AU. Welcome to the stage, mate.
Hello everyone. Alright, so they keep saying there's a construction skills shortage, so they keep bringing in people who only do jobs that involve sitting down. They'll hand out university degrees like confetti so that they can join thousands of resumes in a pile and then do Uber to survive. We need less Uber drivers, more tradies. I'm a product of immigration. My grandparents left for a reason. They settled in the beautiful Sutherland Shire. They assimilated, they became patriotic. I became patriotic. Now people come for a better life and then hate us for it. People are welcome here, but the key word is mass. Look at Sydney. Nearly 20 years ago, I was a bouncer at some of Sydney's most legendary venues, and I personally seen how vibrant it was. But now what was such a fun and vibrant place, as you can see, is just acai and tobacconists at every corner. Am I right? We used to be proud. We used to be a proud people. We used to be tough. We traded courage for compliance. We traded freedom for comfort. Every decision they make hurts the people who actually keep this country alive. The politicians don't live under the rules they create. We do. It's the same story that destroyed Britain, a once great empire rotting from within. They abandoned their values, their traditions, their identity, and now we're walking down the same path. 100%. The real agenda at play, the biggest story, is wages low, prices high. And they're replacing us with obedient slaves who won't notice their corruption. This is a controlled demolition of Western society on purpose. They want to destroy our way of life so they can steal more money and gain more power. But people will argue over a football team, but when it comes to standing up for their country, their freedom, their rights, silence. But you people here are the exception. If we don't snap out of this, everything that we love, the Australia that we once loved, will be gone. And I never thought I'd see the day that standing up for our own country would make us the bad guys. I really didn't know. But I just wanted to say a massive thank you to the police. I want to say a massive thank you to Beck Freedom and the organisers. But don't forget, stand up, speak up.
Cheers, Mad Unit. That's good, mate. All right, next speaker, we have social media personality renowned for defeating the E-Safety Commissioner in court. Welcome Celine Against the Machine to the stage.
Hello, Sydney. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you, Beck, and thank you, Jessie, for letting me speak. My online name is Celine Against the Machine. I'm a mother and a very proud Australian. I wanted to speak today as the topic of mass immigration is something I care deeply about for a number of reasons. I love this country. I love this country, but if I'm honest, I don't really love the people that are in charge. I've lived in Western Sydney my whole life, so I've seen firsthand what forced multiculturalism does to a community. It doesn't foster cohesion, it promotes division. The streets and shopping centres that I grew up in, I don't recognise anymore, and I am starting to feel like a stranger in my own country. Now, in case you couldn't tell, I'm a woman, a real one, an adult human female. I have an 8-month-old daughter, and she means everything to me. While I'm sure I'll agree with what else is said today, because I am a woman, I'm going to talk about this through the specific lens of protecting women's safety. Women and girls always pay a price when it comes to mass immigration. When we import a large amount of people from countries whose ethics and values do not align with our own, Western women are isolated, degraded, and attacked. Look at the UK, Europe, the United States, all of the horrific attacks that we've seen on women and girls. They will happen here. Hell, they already have. Now, the progressive liberal nut jobs, the Abby Chatfields of the world, they couldn't give a shit about our daughters. All these so-called feminists who argue that men can be women will willingly turn a blind eye to the very real dangers that women and girls face because of their intersectional ideologies. Not only will they not talk about it, but they'll call you racist for even thinking about it. While they sit in their million-dollar homes with their luxury beliefs, completely separated from what most Australians are seeing every day with their own eyes. Now, even though we have different ideologies, those women still deserve to be safe. When we import people from countries who have a backwards, barbaric view of women, Western women and girls are in danger. Now, when I say backwards and barbaric views of women, you know exactly what I mean. I don't want to speak for everyone here, but in my opinion, If your culture includes covering your women head to toe so your men don't assault them, I don't want it here. If your culture includes sex-selective abortions, killing children just because they're girls, I don't want it here. If your culture views Western women as dirty, as pieces of meat, I don't want it here. If your culture believes in honour killings when family members step out of line, I don't want it here. If your culture believes in sorting out your differences by stabbing each other with machetes, I don't want it here. We have a government that consistently boasts about how many women there are in Parliament, claiming to care about women's rights, women's voices, all this virtue signalling bullshit. They can't even define what a woman is. If you truly cared about protecting Australian women, you'd stop importing people from cultures that don't respect us. Now, if we can't get those dickheads in Canberra to listen to us and to put a stop to the influx of people that we're importing, then women and girls will be sacrificed at the altar of multiculturalism. Our children deserve to feel safe in their country. Our children deserve to be proud of their country. Our children deserve Australia. I'll end with this. Some cultures are better than others. There's a reason people want to move here. There's a reason that Western countries are being flooded with immigrants, and there's a reason that they don't want to go back home. That reason is our culture, our Anglo culture, our quality of life, our way of life, our beautiful country. Our country is worth fighting for, and as long as we continue to have the pride and the passion that I'm seeing here today, then at least they'll know that we won't go down without a fight. Thank you all. God bless.
Thanks, Celine. That was a great speech. Great speech, Celine. For our next speaker, we got Mr. Craig Kelly. Welcome to the stage, Craig.
We are here today for a few reasons. Firstly, because we are proud of our great Australian flag. We are proud of our nation, Australia. And we are proud of our country's history. But I'll tell you what, we are damn shamed about the government that we have in Canberra. Now let's just do the mathematics, the simple mathematics. The first term of the Albanese government, he's imported a net number of 1.4 million new people into this country. 1.4 million. If we go back before the Sydney Olympics, that is 15 years worth of migration crammed into just 3 years. And what are the adverse consequences? We see families living in their cars. We see Australians living under bridges. We see the price of rents through the roof, where the rent today, the average cost of your rent as a percentage of your wage, has never been higher in our nation's history. And the great Australian dream of home ownership, the chance that a young Australian can own part of the land that he was born in, has been extinguished by the Albanese government. So we are saying, as John Ruddick said, we want a massive cut in the number of migrants coming to this country, because you cannot bring 1.4 million people in 3 years. It's not just the housing, it's also the dams, it's the hospitals, it's the public transport network, it is the entire infrastructure. The Albanese government has this nation going backwards, and we're going to get out there and fight against it and keep speaking against this every single day up until the next election, because we cannot have another 3 years of Anthony Albanese as the Prime Minister of this country. Thank you.
Albo's a wanker. Albo's a wanker. Albo's a traitor. Albo's a traitor. All right, thanks for that, Craig. Our next speaker is Steve Christou, the former Mayor and Libertarian Councillor for Cumberland. Welcome, Steve.
Hello, Aussie Patriots. Give it up, Sydney. Before we start, I'd like to say a big thank you to Beck and her partner, Jess. Give them a round of applause. Nothing happens without their hard work. Now, just like everybody here today, I'm here because I love my country and I love my flag. But unfortunately, our country is being flushed down the toilet by Anthony Albanese, Penny Wong and the Australian Labor Party and the Greens. That's right, determined to flush our country's morals and our beliefs right down the dunny. But we're not going to let that happen. No. We are in a cost of living crisis where people are struggling to pay the mortgage, the rent, the bills, and put food on the table to feed their children. And what's our federal government's response? That's let in 1.5 million Australians in the last 3 years, creating a housing crisis, creating a rental crisis. People cannot get into the housing market. People are sleeping in parks and in tents and in cars. And in a lot of cases, they're holding full-time jobs, all because of excess migration. We have a treacherous government sneaking in ISIS brides under the cover of darkness. Boo! Absolutely treacherous. Rather than letting them rot overseas in the camps and telling them you abandoned Australia and giving them the middle finger, because that's what they gave Australia when they walked out of here. Send them back! 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 Rather than leaving these treacherous ISIS brides, they want to welcome them back with open arms, let them take our generous welfare system, give them priority housing. Boo, that's right. And it's happening, and they're jumping the queue from ordinary Australians that need assistance with housing and might need the welfare assistance, and we're saying no, we're not going to give it to our own people, we're going to give it to treacherous ISIS brides. That's right, maintain the rage, because we all need to be angry. They're letting in immigrants that won't assimilate to our culture, and again, they're committing acts of violence and taking up our welfare system. It is treason. It is. But I'll tell you this, there needs to be a mass immigration pause in this country. On a minimum of 5 years, on a minimum. Because our schools and our hospitals and our infrastructure cannot cope. Okay? That's right, people can't cope. No, we can't live. So, it warms my heart to see you all out here today, waving the Australian flag, loudly and proudly. So get all the flags up, give it a big cheer. And we will continue this fight against the Albanese Labor government and against the commos that hate our country. Okay, and before we go, let's sing it loud and proud. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Well done, Sydney. Well done, Australia.
Thanks, Steve. All right, next up we got the viral Vegemite guy from TikTok, Alan Ross. Welcome to the stage, bro.
To my fellow Australians, I am Alan Ross, also known as the Vegemite guy, who went viral on social media platforms, including TikTok, for smearing Vegemite on my face to help promote these events and rally our Australian troops. Who out there seen my videos? Yeah, nice work, thank you. I am here today as a tax-paying, law-abiding, proud Australian citizen to march for Australia in defiance of mass immigration plaguing our country. I am speaking up when others stay silent. I am doing what our politicians won't, and I know I am not alone. This crowd speaks volumes. I have been called every name under the sun, including racist, which has been used so much it's now lost its meaning. I am all for reality, and I will not be silenced. My great-grandfather spilled blood and determination in World War I to protect this flag and our way of life, and I will not allow his memory and his ultimate sacrifice to be lost in vain. I will fly my flag high and march for Australia for as long as it takes to make positive change for ourselves and our future generations to follow. Our children depend on us for a safe future. This is our country. This is our home. And enough is enough. We will continue to unite in a sea of blue until our message is heard loud and clear that mass immigration must be halted. Our country is being run like a bad business, wasteful, unaccountable, and blind to everyday Australians. We must continue to unite. A strength in numbers will demand leadership that puts Australians first. Accountability over excuses, results over rhetoric. This is a true grassroots movement powered by belief. Belief in our country. Belief that Australians deserve better. In the famous words of our great John Farnham, we have the chance to turn the pages over. We are not going to sit in silence. We are not going to live in fear. You're the voice. You and you and you and you and you. So let's make a noise and make it clear. This agenda is hurting everyday Australians with services stretched and families under pressure. August 31st was a celebration of who we are as a people and how we can unite under one banner, one unbreakable force, sending a message so loud it couldn't be ignored. After the August 31st protest, there has been a shift in the Australian collective energy. Even our current political landscape is changing after people leaned into their courage to make a stand. Parliamentarians such as Pauline Hanson has warned immigration numbers are out of control for 30 years. An elected official who has always had the guts to say what you're thinking. She has put this debate front and centre in Canberra. So remember that the next time you're at the polling booth and vote One Nation for our best chance of getting our country back on track. Mass immigration is the movement of a large number of people from one geographical area to another, usually influenced by government policies. Between 1945 and 2024, Australia welcomed 7.5 million migrants on an average of 93,750 per year. It has been projected by the end of the Albanese regime, an additional 2.5 million migrants will have been added to the Australian population. That is a sudden and significant influx from different countries, not reflective of being sustainable to our economic and social infrastructure, such as houses, roads, hospitals, and schools. This current attitude is diluting everything we hold sacred. Arthur Caldwell, leader of the Australian Labor Party in 1967, had said, if Australians are ever foolish enough to open their gates to people other than Europeans, they will soon find themselves fighting desperately to stop the nation from being flooded by hordes of non-integratables. Now that was spoken by a representative of the same party in power today. And they have a much more opposing and damaging attitude. This is the same party who used to be spelt Labour as L-A-B-O-U-R, but have dropped the U because they don't care about you. They just care about themselves and greasing up with socialist ideologies, corruption and mass immigration to help buy votes at the next election. How's that for a fair and just democracy? Crime is out of control by demographics of repeat offenders of foreign descent. From the social and organised syndicates to the apex gangs in Melbourne, retail workers are being held at knife point at their place of work. Families are being terrorised in their own homes. Bail laws provoke reoffending and a disregard for the rules. Do I need to even mention the Northland Shopping Centre incident? I think it's already been mentioned here again today. Exactly. ISIS brides are being smuggled in under the cover of darkness, and politicians are not giving clear answers in Parliament when they're questioned. This goes to show the government does not care, nor does it fully understand how to keep Australians safe. If you import the third world, you'll get third world problems and conflicts in return. Our Australian identity is changing and will be lost forever if this continues. Not assimilating with our country's morals and values, our language and our history is not multiculturalism, it is replacement of one culture with another. Have a look at what's occurring in Britain. It's too late for them now. It's too saturated with foreign immigrants who have pushed their own agendas and ideology. There is no cure for this. We cannot stand by and say sorry for mistakes made after the fact. It will be too late for Australia as well if we continue to allow this mass immigration to occur. Prevention is better than cure. A recent poll by marketing research firm Dynata found that 71% of Australians agreed that immigration levels are too high. And this government should temporarily pause its intake of new immigrants. Mass immigration is making Australia poorer and more divided. By gathering here today and across this great nation, we are sending a strong message to our political leaders that drastic and urgent action is needed to restore confidence in our migration program. Too many young Australians are being deprived of an opportunity to own their own home. Exactly, thank you. That's in part because this immigration pressures are having on the housing market. Australia needs a migration system managed maturely and in the interests of the country, not determined by internal political power struggles. Our government's drunk on power and has morphed into a tyrannical beast, trampling our freedoms, our voices, and our way of life. They need to be given a Vegemite sandwich and do the job they are paid for. I 100% agreed. Now, if the floodgates at Warragamba Dam were open completely, and stay with me here, I have a point, it would cause significant downstream flooding if the river couldn't handle the volume, and we've seen it happen. Well, a full-scale release of mass immigration is what is happening in our country right now. Floodgates are in place for a reason, a measure to protect the dam structure and downstream communities from overflow. We need those floodgates installed where mass immigration is sustainable and does not inundate our communities, where our hard-working, fair dinkum Aussies are not drowned out of the housing market. Australia has an illegal immigration problem from people overstaying visas. According to the Department of Immigration and Border Protection, the current total number of illegal migrants living in Australia is approximately 62,700 as of today, a figure that is increasing at a rate of 5% annually. However, only 2,000 illegal immigrants are deported every year. Australia has one of the highest amounts of foreign-born residents in the world. The total numbers, both in total numbers and both per capita. Recent immigration now accounts for over 30% of the population, the highest proportion among Western nations. Going forward, I propose a 5-year mass immigration pause to help social and economic recovery. An increase in Australian working visas to 5 years, and then you can earn the opportunity to apply for citizenship. Then we need to begin the process of sending the Gaza refugees who are currently on a temporary visa back to where they came from. And finally, ban the burqa. It is un-Australian to be parading around dressed like you're going to a Halloween party, pretending that you are a walking mailbox. We need to cap the intake of international students and family migration from countries such as China, the Philippines, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Sir Edmund Barton once said in 1907 that we have room for all but one flag, the Australian flag. Look around you, that's what you see here today. We have room but for all one language here, and that is the English language. And we have all but one sole loyalty, and that is the loyalty to the Australian people. In 1932, a bird on our national coat of arms went head to head with the military in protecting their habitat. The Great Emu War was won by an animal due to their surprising speed, resilience, and ability to scatter. Almost 100 years later, our March for Australia rallies across this country, designed to protect the habitat of every individual, will be one with just as much speed, resilience, and ability to mobilise across this great nation. By coming here today, you are helping defend our honour and protect our heritage, our culture, and our way of life for this great southern land. The power of the people has shown us throughout history, from the Eureka Stockade to the waterfront workers' strikes, that our strength lies in our solidarity. There is no shame in standing up for Australia and breaking the cycle of division. Send them back. We share the same blood and same spirit. This isn't about left and right, it's about right and wrong. We've been censored, vilified and knocked down, but we've got up again to march in every city of every state in Australia, and we will take this country back one street at a time. Come on, Aussies, come on. Don't let the foundations that hold this country together, fairness, mateship and conservative values, be pushed aside. I urge you to go out into the community today and recruit your family and friends for our next gathering. Share a beer with a stranger, wear your flag capes to eat yum cha, and support Australian small businesses who help drive this country forward. The time for action is now. And may the government tremble at the roar of our March for Australia rallies across this nation. Anthony Albanese, can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better hide for cover. So in conclusion, we all come from a land down under, where patriotism is not racism, where prevention of mass immigration is better than cure, where the One Nation Party has this country's interests in its sights. So remember to vote accordingly. And where we must continue to be loud and proud of Australian culture on every street to help keep this movement flying high, just like those amazing flags today. Sons and daughters of Australia, I am Alan Ross. And I see a whole army of countrymen here in defiance of mass immigration. Countrymen who would be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for just one chance to come back here for another March for Australia and tell our government they may take our votes, but they will never take our freedom. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. That was good, mate. All right, last speaker we got before I make an announcement, and then we'll go to an open mic at the end. We got seventh generation Australian and social media.
All right, guys, I am back. I apologise if you didn't like the speeches going on, but I wanted to smash through those ones in Sydney. Melbourne is pretty much wrapped up at this point. I'm going to go back and play just a few of those speeches we didn't hear. I think there was about maybe 10, 15 minutes left of them. I'll play that later. But I wanted to go back and actually play you what's going on in Brisbane, because it's live and it is literally what is going on with speeches, and I can't go back. So I'll come back to Sydney. I'll play that full speech. That's fine. But this is... actually, you know what? It's a musical item in Brisbane. But just to show you what I'm looking at, if you look at Brisbane now, this is Gazcam. I want to thank him for doing his thing. They're basically... Come on, Gaz. I'm trying to give you credit, mate. I'm trying to show him your face. So Gaz has been following the march. It's actually been quite a long marching route in down there. But they've just arrived here. People are still arriving at the parks. They're doing a musical item. and then they're going to do some speeches. So I'll keep an eye on that. Looks like they got a lot of security. They've done quite a good job on that. And I'm going to go over now and basically take us to that last Sydney speech, which I don't want to miss because it's the last one. And then I do believe we will be done for Sydney. And so this is the last speech for Sydney. Check it out.
Media personality, welcome Viscount Dundee to the stage.
What was that?
Thank you. You know, I didn't want to be here today. I have a wife and children that love me back home in the beautiful Hunter Valley. Yes. But the fact is, Canberra has not given me a choice. And I haven't given any of us a choice. And the message I bring is not a message for everyone. As a matter of fact, it might be a little bit somber after those beautiful speeches before me. But I come bearing bad news, and I come bearing good news. The bad news is the Australian state is functionally a failed institution. It is currently suffering a legitimacy crisis. It is forever dependent on more and more of this substance that they cannot grab, this political dark matter, to explain why this promised land has not worked out the way they claimed it would. They have to lean to everything. It's the racists, it's the anti-vaxxers, it's the sovereign citizens, it's you. And the plain fact is, not even Antifa cared enough to turn up today. Either that or props to the cops, you guys are doing a great job. But we live in a country where no one under 40 can afford a home. And they've turned the lucky country into nothing more than a legal looting operation. This is a country where the old consumes the young, the ugly crushes the beautiful, the weak protects the lifeblood of the strong. We come today to this place. This is an enemy castle, and sure, it might be, but we're here today to remind them that we bloody well have them surrounded. They've worked hard to destroy the great Australian dream. They've built an empire of stolen goods that drained from our very lifeblood. They've snatched from our children's mouths for their own enrichment and for paying off their foreign interlopers. The systemic purpose of this regime is to disembowel you. They sent our forefathers to die in Gallipoli, our grandfathers to die in Vietnam. They sent our fathers, brothers, uncles to be blown apart by IEDs in the sands of the Middle East, while the cowards who stayed behind and ran the halls of power washed away our country in a sea of indescript brown. We work like dogs to live like rats in the land that our forefathers struggled and died for. But the good news is this: we're approaching South Africanisation at a rate that's absolutely inconceivable. We have half the country, the beautiful people here before me today, that believe that pedophilia should be a capital crime. And another part of the country that could not import fast enough a sea of people who don't think it a crime at all. Amen. You cannot share a politique with these people. And look, it may well be the case that Canberra does not care that we're here today. I wish I could say that through the microphone. But in the end, we win when we no longer care about them. We didn't vote for this, and there's no voting our way out of this. We cannot stick to the failed strategies that have led us to this point. We aren't marching for Canberra. We're marching for us. We're marching for each and every true-blooded Australian out there. All these beautiful faces looking at me right now. We are still in this fight. and we will not go quietly. I want each and every one of you to understand that we currently face an existential crisis. We currently stand upon the precipice of whether to be as a people, as a country, or not to be. Because migration is a weapon. It is a weapon released upon us, upon our culture, our way of life, and upon our children. Absolutely. You know, our forefathers ran to the edge of the earth, to the edge of the known world. We're standing here with nowhere left to run. And there is a time to run. And there is a time to dig in. And you better bloody believe it, it's the time to dig in right now. And so my message today, my positive one, is to start with the things that we can control. We start with the small things. We start with the wins that are on the table. I want you to take each and every one of you who's made a friend today. Don't just go home back to the way things were. Stay in touch. Stick together. I want you to make communities with each other. You understand that we win when we live in a country that we can talk to our neighbours in. We win when we live in a country in which we can talk about the problems, about the foreigners, about the corruption. We win when we live together, when we raise our kids together, when we tell them our stories, when we sing them our songs. You need to organise on a smaller scale, and that's going to be hard because they spent the last 100 years tearing down this country, tearing down our people, tearing down our culture. It's going to be small bricks. It's going to be socks than shoes. So get together, get in with your councils, block the developers, employ each other, support each other, be anti-fragile. If they come through with their digital ID, it should not matter because you live with the people you love. Absolutely. Look, we need to make camping weekends about skills. We need to make beers in the shed after work turned into songs. We need to ooze patriotism and pride every chance we get. We must be psychologically prepared to fight a very long war. But it is a war we will win. You understand that if history has taught us anything, it's that if we do not believe in our right to rule, if we do not believe in ourselves, that others will come who are utterly unworthy to do so. The crown is in the gutter, and we have only to pick it up. We will win because something always beats nothing. We will win because we are something. We will win because we are Australians. And I'll tell you now, any land that you aren't prepared to protect is terra nullius. And this land is bloody well ours! I want to end with a poem, and you're all going to love it. During the time of the prospecting days and the original Eureka Stockade, the miners, the Australians, were under the thumb of a tyrannical government. They were being swamped in their digs by foreigners, and they struggled to make a living. And these are the words of Henry Lawson. Australia is a big country, and freedom's humping bluey, and freedom's on the wallaby. Oh, don't you hear a cooey? She's just begun to boomerang. She'll knock the tyrant silly. She's going to light another fire and boil another billy. Our fathers toiled for bitter bread while loafers thrived beside them. But food to eat and clothes to wear, their native land denied them.
And so they left that native land in spite of their devotion. And so they come, or if they stole, were sent across the ocean. Then freedom couldn't stand the glare of royalty's regalia. She left the loafers where they were and come out to Australia. But now across the mighty main the chains have come to bind her. She little thought to see again the wrongs she left behind her. Our parents toiled to make a home, hard grubbin' 'twasn't clearin'. They wasn't crowded much with lords when we was pioneerin'. But now that we have made the land a garden full of promise, old greed must crook its dirty hand and come and take her from us. So we must fly a rebel flag as others did before us, and we must sing a rebel song and join in rebel chorus. Oh, those will make the tyrants feel the sting of those that they would throttle. They needn't say the fault is ours if blood should stain the wattle. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! God bless you all.
That was a great poem. I like that.
All right, thanks, Viscount. I'm just going to make a quick announcement about March for Australia's next event.
I'm going to save that. We will come back to that, but I'm watching the live stream right now in Brisbane. I promise you I'll come back to that. But I'm watching this thing in Brisbane. I want to make sure I get this up. Shallow chow. Here we go. Okay, yep. Let's do this. Brisbane's on.
Australians are a little shy, but I'm going to need all of you to push just a little further forward. And if you have to go back a bit, just come in around from the wings. And the reason why is because we're about to record our video for President Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
We're going to send him a little video that maybe he'll play for Albanese when they meet in the Oval Office.
All right.
What do you reckon? Trump is the master of the ambush. Do you reckon you'll listen to Australia? Well, I need your help. So in order to record this little 60-second tape that we're going to send to the Don, I need all of you behind me. And when I go like this, I need you to yell something, not elbows a wanker.
Traitor! Traitor!
I want you to yell, yes. Just say yes, okay? We want Donald Trump to encourage Elbow to close the gates, to help us do what the Americans have done and shut their border and get control of their country. So let's do this. You ready?
Wait. What about close the gate? What about send them home? Elbow's a wanker! Elbow's a wanker!
Can you see the crowd?
I couldn't go that way just a little bit.
All right, now listen up, everyone. Listen up. Listen up. When this man here gives you the signal, I want you to go yes. All right? You ready?
What's the signal?
All right. You recording? Dear President Trump, my name is Scott Challen, and I'm standing in front of thousands of Australians here. Let me hear you guys. Mr. President Trump, with all the heartfelt respect in the world as the greatest ally of the US, Australia, we think you're awesome, and we know you've done an amazing job to close your borders, make your country safe, and make America great again. We know that you're meeting with our Prime Minister, Mr. Albanese, on Tuesday the 20th. And we want you to please encourage Mr. Prime Minister Albanese to shut the gates. President Trump, did you know that Australia has more international students than the US and you have 10 times our population? What? What the heck? We can't believe that. Australia doesn't have a sovereign border. We let in anyone pretty much from anywhere around the world, and we want to shut the gates to give Australians a future. You are our greatest ally. We believe in you, America. We know that you believe in us, and we know that together these two great democracies can change the world. We stand with America, and we want America to stand with us. Let's go, Australia!
Look at that.
Now, next time someone says to you, what does marching achieve? What did you just do? We just sent the most powerful man in the world a little video from tens of thousands of Australians. This is what marching does. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some politics of our own coming up in Queensland. We've got a Hinchinbrook by-election. What do we think about democracy in Australia? Yes! Yeah! And we know that that is going to be a hotly contested seat. Would we like to see One Nation put the Liberals ahead of the Catters? Yeah! No! No! We want to make sure the Liberals are below the Catters on the preference sheet, don't we? We want to make sure the Liberals know exactly what we think of them. We want to make sure that democracy, we're shaping it right now. This is how we do it. We want to make sure that One Nation puts the Liberals behind the Catters for that seat. Let's say yes. Yeah! The Catters are our friends. Let's stand with them. Yeah! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Yeah! Now, you've heard enough of my shitty voice. I'll pass it over. Thank you, everybody.
I'll explain that. I will explain that later. He has a
that
point.
rubber chicken. Sometimes I see him on TikTok. He's got a hammer. He's got a rubber chicken. But hey, we've got to bring back the larrikin spirit, you know what I mean? We've got to bring back mateship, larrikinism. Bob Catter, I think we're going to spread that out. He's like a toxic fumes with glory. We've got our next speaker, Lachlan Dunder Viking. He's made of meat. He only eats meat. Here he is.
Hey, my fellow Australians.
Love Lockie.
Brothers and sisters of this sunburnt land, I know your feet hurt, but it's a hell of a lot easier than fighting the wars as our forefathers did. Mine do, I know. It was a big march. But look at what you've accomplished by turning up here today. By showing up, turning up, you've got these politicians standing with you who have held the line for years. And the central political conversation in our political discourse has become immigration. Andrew Hastie stepped down from the shadow cabinet because of immigration. And you know what? Julian Hill, Assistant Minister for Citizenship under Anthony Albanese, you know what he's doing? He's writing to the mayors across this country, urging them to increase the citizenship ceremonies, to increase their votes. That is treason to the Australian people. Treason! Hang on, right. They're doing this because mass immigration is their final tool. It is their final tool to implement a permanent political class and weaken our nation both culturally, spiritually, and economically. Now, every person has a homeland, and this country is home to the Australians. We are our own kind. We are an Anglo nation of the Anglosphere.
Just give me a thumbs up in the comments.
This is the fight of our time, mass immigration. We are the descendants of conquerors. We are those who tamed world frontiers, who built empires from nothing, and we once ruled the waves. We are Australians. Yeah! We were the masters of the seas, the architects of industry, the lions of the southern hemisphere. We held back Imperial Japan. We are the empire of the antipodes. Yeah! And the wealth of our land is deep. We lack only the grit and the will to see it brought to fruition. And it is so sad when we look around, because what has become of our mighty inheritance? It has been cast aside. And all we have now is mass immigration. We are flooded with unchecked immigration. Our cities swell like unripe fruits bursting at the seams, and we're told, who will cook? Who will clean? Who will deliver the food if we cut back immigration? Well, Australians will. Yeah! That is the disconnect we face. We are not a hotel for the world's wanderers. This is an invasion disguised as compassion, the same as is tearing apart Europe and Britain. Yeah! They have eroded the very foundations of Australia we Australians built. Our hospitals overflow, our schools crumble, our wages stagnate, rents skyrocket, and Brisbane is the 10th most congested city in the world. All to accommodate those who have no loyalty and no claim to our soil. Sorry. Shut the gate. The duopoly fosters these fifth columns to intentionally destabilise our nation, and we face many battles. Digital ID, net zero, but mass immigration is the front line. Then they call it multiculturalism. Well, I call it replacement, selling out our children's future to people who do not share our values, to divide our communities and dilute our culture. No more. We've been sold off, shut down and swamped by those who do not belong. The great Australian worker abandoned, sidelined watching his birthright handed to strangers. No more. We are the descendants of Anzac turned kings, of diggers who clawed gold from the earth, of Anzac who's charged through hellfire in Gallipoli for this sacred ground, Australia. Now one day our shipyards will thunder with hammers again like on Cockatoo Island. Our factories will roar with pride. Remember Holden and Fall thundering off the line? That was our national security and we sold it off. We have been gutted. But our history is in our blood. It is in our people, so remember who you are. Now is the time to reignite that flame. That is what we're all doing here today. It is time to shut the gate and bring justice to those who oversaw the democide of our nation. So shut the gate, bring back the humming steel mills, the roaring factories, and put the Australian worker first. Close the borders tight, deport the illegals and criminals, slash the visas, prioritise our own blood and bone. Invest in apprenticeships for the youth. Support and strengthen our industries and pass policies that shout loud and clear, Australia for Australians. This is our land, this is our birthright. So stand together, descendants of Anzacs. We Queenslanders will hold the line. We will see our nation preserved and restored. We will make Australia great again.
Let's go!
Okay, how about that? Well done. Another big round for Lockie. Yes!
Here we go. We thought we better have one beautiful young Australian woman here to represent all the Sheilas in the crowd. God bless you, Pixie.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hey, I'm Pixie. Hey, I'm Pixie, and I'm here as a mum and Australian to speak for all our families and kids here. I'm the founder of the Parents and Students Union Australia. For over a decade, I've spoken for families, for children with special needs, and for the parents and teachers that are left behind in a failing system. I stand here today not just for my children, but for all of your children and the children that aren't even born yet. This march is more about politics. It's about reclaiming our voice, our rights, and our future as Australians. Education is the foundation of every industry in this country. Yet our classrooms are overcrowded, our teachers are burning out, and our children, equality, those are neurodiverse and disadvantaged, are being punished instead of supported, with 80% of suspensions being our neurotypical and disadvantaged children. They need more support today, not in 10 years. Yeah! Meanwhile, sorry, same line, my bad, I'm human. This is not equality, this is not sustainability, and it is certainly not putting Australians first. We Australians put first not for full funding in 10 years, but sorry, I already said that line. Okay, they tell us they're giving cost of living relief, but every dollar goes to corporations, not people. We see it in our power bills, our rent, our mortgages, and our groceries. We're told to tighten our belts while the government signs off on billions of overseas aid but can't even answer what is aid. We cannot look after the world if we cannot look after our own. We demand accountability, not just for politicians, but from the entire system. For schools, hospitals, mental health, the economy and the workplace. That's why we stand here for our future's future. Because if the government won't protect our kids, then we the people must stand and demand it today. Alright, for unity, not for division. Not hate, but unity. Australian of every background standing here today, side by side, saying enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Pixie. I don't know where she came from. I've never met her before. Well done, beautiful. Gerard Rennick, people first. Here he is.
Hi guys, I'm here for the same reasons you are. We want to make sure our children get the same opportunities as our forefathers gave to us. The story of Australia is an incredible one. It was built on the sacrifice of our forefathers, and we owe it to our forefathers to make sure we pass those opportunities and that wealth on to our children. We also want to make sure we stand up for those Australians who try to stand up for themselves. We are sick and tired of the government controlling us. For the last 40 years, we've seen government sell all the infrastructure that was built by our parents, that was meant to serve us, that was meant to provide essential services. And they've marched on into the family home, the classroom, the bedroom, the corporate boardroom, God forbid, the doctor waiting room through COVID, and they're telling us how to live our lives. And it is not the role of the government to tell us how to live our lives, it's the role of the government to serve us. So we want to... So we want to tell the government of Australia, get back to doing the things that matter. Get back to serving us, stop telling us what to do, and to put us, the Australian people, first. Thank you.
Gerard Rennick, Queenslander. Thank you, a guy who has served us well. We've got our mate, Rob McMullen, the guy on the guitar. He can sing, he's married. Sorry, ladies, here he is.
We've got a lot of good speakers today, and they know a lot more about me than me about banking and all those sort of things. But I thought I'd do something a little bit different. I want to talk about stories. Because the thing is, on any given topic, there's an endless amount of facts you can say about it. But what really matters to people is the stories. That's how we understand ourselves and our histories, the story around the facts. That's what really matters. Stories can invigorate and lift us up. They can also demoralize and deconstruct. In fact, stories can be used as a form of warfare. Why attack people if you can just make them hate themselves and their country? Then they'll just give it to you. One of the great things about Australians is that we've never been too proud to look back at things and say, yeah, mate, that could have been done better. Could have been done better. But lately that has become weaponized against us. That has been used, this honesty and this great thing that we have that allows us to cooperate and build for the future and say sorry and move forward together has been weaponized against us as a culture of constant critique and undermining. Yeah. Basically, I'm saying we shouldn't put up with it. Because here's the trap that they set for you. If you can be convinced that you owe nothing to your community can be convinced they owe nothing to you. If you can be convinced that you owe nothing to your nation, you can be convinced that your nation owes nothing to you. And if you can be convinced that you owe nothing to your heritage and you hate your heritage, you can be convinced that you are owed nothing from your heritage. So they take everything from you. So basically, I'm saying what I want you to do is to have the courage to speak up and stop putting up with all these bullshit stories. There's constant undermining, critique, criticism. You might not always have the words, but your gut knows. Your gut knows if something is a constructive criticism or it's undermining. whenever people talk about the country, say, look, there's a million things we could have done better, but for everything we could have done better, there's 1,000 things we did right. And we should be proud of that. We should be grateful for that, and we should defend that. So that's what I'm asking of you today. Stand up for your country. Don't put up with these bullshit narratives that are designed to take it from under your feet. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. That guy's a genius. We can't put up with it any longer, Australia. These hats, they say Australia first. That's what it is. This man, Malcolm Roberts, he's been Australia first for a very long time. And we love this guy. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Now why did you respond? Because you love Australia, and our identity as Australians is tied up in our country. You know, when you go overseas, you stick out your hand and say, I'm Malcolm Roberts. Well, you don't, but I do. Malcolm Roberts, and I'm from Australia. Family name, family position, and national identity is critical. National identity is critical. First of all, thank you so much to Scott. Thank you so much to all the help and all the organisers. And thank you to everyone who's here. You have made the day. You're making the century. Look at all the proud Australians who love Australia. Look at all your bloody flags. It's wonderful. Talking about a wonderful Australian. For 30 years, Pauline Hanson has warned Australians the life we had growing up was slipping away. 30 years. For 5 years, my Senate office team and I have led the way in establishing mass migration and record homelessness as key threats to our country. The bigger threat, though, to our Australia is crony capitalism. The billionaires that run the world came to Australia under Prime Minister Menzies, who allowed 25% of Australian manufacturing to be sold to foreign owners, who then promptly moved that manufacturing overseas to low-wages countries. In the Australia we knew, though, there was always a parent at home and a sense of community, wasn't there? In the Australia we knew, immigration grew this country. From Australians after the war to Vietnamese, from Europeans after the war to Vietnamese after that war. People came here and rewarded our beautiful country with their loyalty, hard work and endeavour. Remember those days? Immigrants lifting themselves up, and in so doing, lifting up everyone in the country. Greek, Italian, British, South American, Vietnamese arrivals made their way into state and federal parliaments, seeking to protect the Australia for which their families came here, to protect you and your way of life. I hope the changing political landscape in the next year will bring together Australian patriots of all backgrounds and races to save our beautiful country from the greed of crony capitalists and the tyranny of globalist politicians in the mainstream parties, Liberal, Labor, Greens, Teals. And from David Littleproud and the Nationals, who's really a Teal. One nation stands against globalist crony capitalists and their foot soldiers in the Liberals, Labor, Greens and Teals. Traitors who have sold their souls for wealth and power and no longer care about the Australians they're supposed to represent. They no longer care about you. They no longer care about us. They ignore, yes, traitors. They ignore Australians sleeping under bridges, in tents and cars, working families unable to afford a home. They ignore the small business owners losing everything as insane net zero policies drive businesses into the red. While some stay afloat with subsidies to their corporate mates, subsidies for which you and I pay daily. Albanese and his party backers are as far into that trough as the Liberals were and the Teals want to be. They ignore the suffering their policies are causing because they're globalists, and that's what globalists do. They take from you, from us, and give to themselves. And foreign-owned insurance companies, retailers, supermarkets and compliant regulators, racketeers fleecing hard-working Australian businesses. These captured politicians are quislings, betrayers, traitors, and have created the tools of tyranny to defend their wealth transfer. Now, let's just add an e-safety commissar to silence debate. Oh!
A digital identity to keep your social credit score. To deperson opponents, as in China. A social media age restriction to ensure children only hear one point of view, the globalists. Replacing your identity, our identity as Australians, with a government-decreed globalist identity. Never have the young people been so lied to as they are now. Study hard, work hard, and we will steal your money, says both Labor and Liberal. Australian democracy is on life support. Thanks to you, though, marches like this have them terrified, and I mean that. They're very worried about what we're all doing. Because before their plan of betrayal is complete, we, the people, have woken up and realised the water around us is boiling. Congratulations for coming today, and thank God for your wisdom and awareness. Your voice, your participation in the political debate is more important now than at any time in our country's history. One Nation is leading with a commitment to repeal all of these pieces of legislation, all of them, and introduce constitutional changes to guarantee your freedom, including your freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and your right to defend yourself in your own home with castle law. And yes, with a weapon. Australian wealth must stay here in Australia, creating jobs for Australians. Let me be clear, though. What One Nation will not do is confuse skin colour with patriotism and loyalty. Traitorous white politicians have voted in this parliament to make foreign capital wealthier and everyday Australians poorer and less free, more enslaved, sold you out while pretending to represent you. To what was the White Australia Brigade, I have this to say. The world's crony capitalists are all white and almost all male. Their separation, their tokenist separating campaigns like net zero, transgenderism, DEI, feminism, and their war on masculinity stop at the door of their palaces of power in London, Zurich, New York, and Geneva. The rules they make never apply to the people who make them. Instead of race and skin colour, we must see character and patriotism. One Nation was born of the same Australia you came out today to defend. 30 years ago, Pauline Hanson called her party One Nation for a reason. Pauline saw all of this coming. In my first speech in the Senate in 2016, I said Australia must exit the United Nations and must stop implementing Agenda 21. No unelected global government or global identity. One Nation will defend the Australian ideal and the Australian heritage and identity of one community made of many different backgrounds, skin colours and religions, working together to lift up all Australians. When I grew up, we didn't bother about where people came from. Yet now, our politicians are letting in people who hate Australia. Worse, we have politicians in Parliament who hate Australia. Our vision has nothing to do with skin colour, birthplace or religion within the limits of common sense. And I add, Islam is outside our limits. Burqas and Sharia have no place in this country. I'll say it again. I don't need to say it again. It's okay to bring your culture, providing it fits with ours. And don't try to eliminate our Aussie culture to make room for another. If you've come here to leech off our welfare and take for yourselves the wealth our forebears have created over hundreds of years, then One Nation has a simple message about where you can go. Say it with me. Go back to where you came from. Remigrate home to your home. I want a fair go for those who created the wealth that crony capitalists are now stealing from us, using globalist politicians and immigrants from countries that hate us. One Nation will deport the 100,000 illegals currently in this country. Send home students milking their status. send home students milking their status, and adopt net negative immigration until infrastructure catches up and until we can sort through all those who have come here during Albanese's mass immigration invasion. Let actual new Australians amongst the immigrants stay. And if you didn't come here to contribute, to be an Australian, then One Nation will drive you to the bloody airport. Call it our airport Uber service. One way, of course. Like you, I came here today because we have had enough. We've had a gutful. Shut the gate! Shut the gate! We want our Australia back. We all want to keep our identity and heritage as Australians. Thank you so much for being here.
Rightio. Well, thank you, Malcolm. He was the first person I ever heard speak about remigration. I think the 2.9 million immigrants brought in on visas, they were all lied to. They were all lied to. Sold a broken Australia. So I think they need to go. They need to go, and we need to put your kids first. And we need to put your house first, your castle first. On the side here, we've got a flyer from Family Voice. There's a QR code for the castle law. Rob Catter. This is who we're supporting when you sign this QR code. It's just around the side. Come get them at the end. You'll see me. We'll have these flyers, right? We'll get someone hand these out. Come here, mate. This is a family. This is a family. This is what happens when you have a great dad, right? And he's going to get his kids doing the same, and you're going to get your kids to do the same, and it's Australia first.
Thank you. This is beautiful. I should say before I start, there was a lot of people contacting me from the Townsville March and said it was just a beautiful thing to watch on TV. I wish I could have been there. So there's a lot of people out west and remote areas that can't be here today, that your spirit's with them, and you're filling the role that they couldn't if they were here. And that's great. I wanted to start with something. First. I love Australia. Let's hear it from you. It's not that hard to say. I was trying to think about what to say today, what's most important, why am I here? I think we all have that urge, that nationalistic urge, and there's something in us that's been there for a lot through our country's history. What is that unity of purpose? What was it gnawing away at me that wanted to be at that first march? What was it that brought me here? And that made me reflect, well, you know, what's the problem then? And where I zeroed down in is, what the problem for me is not a people, there's a lot of people out there that are afraid to wave the flag around in the public. They feel intimidated or bullied to put the flag up in the house. They feel ashamed to say, I love Australia. We say, I love Australia. We're proud to say it. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's where I see the problem. I did a speech in Parliament on this march on Thursday, and I was ostracised. I was a pariah. And then that's not the first time I've been a pariah in Parliament. It's usually the way it is. But that's what they're doing out there. And I think that's the need for us to come together like this, is because they're going to make it increasingly harder for all those other people out there that aren't here today. They're going to make it increasingly harder for them to stand up and say, no, that's not right. We don't want to see our flag burn on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. That's not going to happen. We're not going to celebrate when 1,000, 2,000 people are killed over at a music festival in Israel. We're not going to celebrate that. We don't tolerate that in Australia. But we're getting increasingly scared, and politicians are the worst, getting scared and scared to stand up. And I think that's a really big reason why we need to come together and say we are willing to stand up and we can turn these things around. There's the obvious things we've talked about today, and you know about immigration, the economic side of things, and the housing and the stress it puts on us. The usual analogy they put on from Mount Isa out west, and they say carrying capacity in a cattle paddock. If you're trying to run too many cattle, you'll soon run a gutter. But I don't want to focus on it. I want to focus on the cultural element of it, the cultural implications. So, again, if we're talking to people out there, they say, well, what is it? What is our country then? What's our values? And if you think about that, it's not just land and resources, is it? We're not just real estate for someone to come over here and occupy while they want to get some work and try and earn some money. It's not that. It's a lot more than that. Because people didn't go out to Gallipoli and Tobruk and Kokoda and die for something just for a bit of real estate and some resources. There's a lot more than that. There was a spirit there that it's imbibed here today. There's a spirit in those people that got them going, that made them want to die for their country. We're a community. We're a national community, and that's something sacred. That's something to be preserved. And there's people that don't like our community. They come to this country and they not only are they indifferent to it, some of these people, but they're actually aggressive against it. They want to impose their country, bring it over here, cut and paste it into ours. And that's a problem. And that is something to fight against and stand up against. Again, why we're here. I use the example, I think it's a good analogy, again, speaking to those people out here. I live in Mount Isa, a mining town, and we talk about FIFO. People come into town, they work there, and they say we live here, but usually they don't think much of the place. I say, Mount Isa's no good, we've been out there, it's not much, because they're not part of the community. And they won't be working at the fete, and they won't be helping out and volunteering, because it's not their fault, but they're just not part of the community, that's not it. You come over from overseas and you don't want to be here. If you don't want to get involved, you don't want to embrace our culture, embrace what we are, we'll go back and find another country. We don't want you. We want people here that have that same spirit, that want to come together, that want that unity, and that's the sort of thing that people would defend and fight for. I think a lot of these people, I don't think any of these people coming in now that's showing this aggression towards their country, they certainly wouldn't fight for a country. I think they might end up fighting against it. I think they'd welcome in invaders. And I'm not kidding, I think that's a real problem. It's impossible in this country to have a value-free zone. You can't have a vacuum on values. And there's all these cringe topics people talk about. You can't talk about immigration, you can't talk about religion. We were founded, our grandparents and our great-grandparents, like it or not, they founded their country on Christianity, on Christian values. That's what happened. That's the history. That's what brought us to where we are today. And there are some cultures and religions are incompatible with that. And you can't put the two together. It's not a melting pot. And they served us pretty well. Look after your fellow man. Bring those people falling behind. Look after them. Let's have a unity of purpose. That's what we inherited, and that's what got us to where we are. Why are we so ashamed to embrace that? And why do they keep attacking that and try to make us feel embarrassed or ashamed when we say that and loudly proclaim that? We need to own that ground again. Yep. 100%. So today, I'm just so very grateful, all Australians participating, standing up. It is brave. It takes a lot to wave that flag in front of people, take that criticism, and you've done it stoically, peacefully, and for that I give thanks and I give praise to you. As political parties, I commit to you, the KAP, we'll be working with all other parties, Malcolm and One Nation, we'll support any of those ones that are out there pushing in the same direction. We've got to come together and support each other against these uniparties that keep going weak at the knees and they get scared and they keep bending over for all this stuff. We've got to stand up against that, and we've got to do that together. I love Australia.
Thanks, Robbie. What a legend. What a great... I bet he's a great dad, and he has a great dad. Keep being good dads, eh? We've got a man right here, Damien Curry's got a show The Other Side. Tune in on YouTube. He speaks a lot of common sense. Thanks for what you do, mate.
Pleasure, mate. How are you?
Great. How's everybody feeling?
This is bloody great. Folks, I'm here to talk to you about the media. I used to be in the media. And the media would like to tell us that we're all racists. Well, a lot of us, like me and like Robbie, are descendants of immigrants. I've got Lebanese immigrants on one side, a few generations back, and I've got Irish on the other. And criticising bad immigration policy is not racist. For decades up to the Rudd era, from 2007, Australia's annual immigration, NOM, net overseas migration, it was around 100,000 a year. About 0.5% of the total population. After Rudd from 2007, it more than doubled to 250,000 a year. That was Labor's Big Australia. After COVID, we saw net overseas migration of just under 1 million in 2 years. That is grossly irresponsible. And the speed of immigration into a country of only 27 million of 1 million in 2 years is insane. As the Americans say, you don't guard your borders carefully because you hate the people on the outside, but because you love the people on the inside. The biggest problem Australia's facing now is not hate. It's that the left don't love the people on the inside enough. And it's that the left has control over all of our cultural institutions, our commercial media, our bloody national broadcaster, our universities, our high school classrooms, our primary school classrooms, our parliaments, even our major supposedly centre-right political party has been left-wing infiltrated to some extent. Our government bureaucracy, our corporate bureaucracy, our entertainment industries and even our investment sector, who control what things that trillions of superannuation dollars get invested into, are under the influence of leftist boards, those industry super and public sector super funds. It is a tangled, tight web of leftism. And this tight web is so dominant and all-pervasive in the Australia of the 2020s in a way it wasn't at any other time that, unfortunately, we don't even notice it. We're like fish swimming in water. We know something feels different. We know it's a bit off. And we feel like we may be a bit odd sometimes thinking that, but it is very, very real. It drives who gets hired and who doesn't. It drives who gets investment money and who doesn't. It drives which government programs get funding and which don't, and which media outlets get advertising dollars and which don't. And so big government works hand in hand with big corporates and big unions, and workers and small business people lose their power and their freedom. 100%. Sensible small immigration is okay, but it is not racist to demand something from immigrants in return like our ancestors gave. Australia is more than country to be welcome to. It is a nation to belong to. And there is a reasonable price to pay for admission to an already established enterprise. And that price is a commitment to integrate and assimilate, like our ancestors did, to adapt to norms of behaviour and dress, to the rule of law, to learning the language and the history of the nation, to accepting the dominant religion and at least understanding it, even if you don't practice it.
Bloody oath!
And the dominant religion is Christianity. Suggesting this isn't racist, it's got nothing to do with race. It's essential for survival of any people. Ask our friends in Japan or China. You can't become a citizen of those countries very easily if you're not actually Chinese or Japanese, and good on them. Australia and Australians of all origins and backgrounds have got a right to preserve and protect themselves and their culture as much as any other people. We've got to resist every attempt to attack free speech. E-Safety Commission's got to be shut down. We've got to resist all of these attempts for a national digital ID and to censor what we're saying online, because the media is all we've got, and when we're gone, when the independent media is gone, we are really stuffed. So please support new and emerging independent media like my show, The Other Side. It's The Other Side Australia on YouTube. Just type in The Other Side Australia, it'll come up. Dusty works with us. We have Scotty Shallen on all the time, so please join us and all the other guys that you've heard speaking tonight. So thanks very much, everybody. Please give to the people who are doing the hard work. And in the media, turn off and stop giving to the people who are not serving you. Thank you.
Thanks, Damo. He made a good point there, because can you trust any of the social media platforms? Not necessarily either. See this man here with the core flute QR code? That QR code will take you to the Queensland March for Australia website. Because we really don't trust even Twitter. Can you trust any of them? We want to stay in contact with you, so, you know, follow Damo, use the social media, back every single Australian first person, but we want you to sign up. We want to stay in contact, because They could get rid of us like that. March for Australia could be gone tomorrow, and you can stay in contact with us. Our next speaker, George Christensen. This man's been in the game. He got out of politics, he got back into politics, and he's got a lot of fight in him.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't you a good-looking bunch? As good-looking as Dusty over here. And I'm loving the signs. I think we found the perfect reason against mass migration with the sign that I can't see but was over here, where the guy's telling us he married the perfect Latina. He wants the gate shut before his mother-in-law gets here. But Australians, this is our line in the sand. They told you that you were a minority. They told you that you were a fringe. They told us that we were finished. But look around you right now. We are not alone. We're not fringe. But we are rising. They tried to divide us. They tried to silence us. They've tried to shame us. But here we are. We're loud and we're proud because we are done with being silent. Yes. And here's the awful truth, ladies and gentlemen. This government, the Albanese government, hates you. The last one, that sadly I was a part of, sold us out. And the next one is not going to save us either. Labor, Liberal, Greens, Teals, they've all betrayed Australia. They've betrayed you and your children. They promised unity but gave us division. They promised strength but they made you a second-class citizen in your own nation. They promised diversity but they've delivered destruction. Our suburbs are now fractured. Our streets are lawless. Our laws are ignored. This is not immigration. This is cultural replacement. This is not diversity. This is civilisational vandalism. We've seen Australian flags burnt in rallies in Melbourne. Last year, we saw a Christian bishop stabbed at the altar in his own church in Sydney. Postcodes have become ethnic enclaves and hardly recognisable as Australia. About a decade, I warned the federal parliament. I warned them about this and I said, our culture is being oppressed and supplanted by a culture that is so at odds with its host that it hates all that the host country and its people stand for. Well, they ignored it. Now we face machete attacks, child brides, forced marriages, the list goes on, and what does the government do? Well, absolutely nothing, apart from funding more diversity programs and calling you extremists, racists and dangerous. Well, I say no. They are the danger. They are the traitors. They sold out your country for votes, for donors and for power. We're not racists. We're not extremists. We are the people that still believe in Australia. We are the people that still love this nation. We are the voice they've tried to erase. We are, you are, the resistance. So if someone's live streaming it and Albo happens to tune in while he's waiting for his meeting for Trump, here's the message from today. No more mass migration. No more division disguised as diversity. And no more cowardice from Canberra. This is our house, ladies and gentlemen. We set the rules. We welcome people here, yes, but on our terms, under our law, and within our values. Before I wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, I want to honour the patriots who made today happen. Shallow Charles, Sam Banford, Dusty Bogan, Rob McMullen, Lockie Lade, Spambot X, Oz Integrity, and the politicians who've stood tall. Senator Malcolm Roberts, Bob Catter MP, Robbie Catter MP, former Senator Jared Rennick, But lastly, this fight isn't the politicians' fight. It's your fight. It's our fight. We fight for truth. We fight for our kids. We fight for our nation. We fight today. We fight tomorrow. And we will never, ever back down. This is our moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is our land. Let's take it back and let's make Australia, Australia again.
That's right. George Christensen. He's been at it for a while. He's one of the people here who have spoken, who are politicians. You know, it's such a disappointing word, isn't it? But they are all Australian first. We've got a man here, Bob Katter. He's coming up. He is like the grandfather of Queensland. He is the embodiment of Queensland. When he put that cowboy hat on my head and I almost passed out. There's something incredible about him. The Holy Spirit occupies the man. Jesus Christ bless this man. He's going to tell us something today. The Spirit of Australia is coming alive in every single one of you.
Now shaking up the knees. Could I kill when you bleed? You're the man is what you can.
I love movies, and the most moving scene I ever saw in a movie was in Saving Private Ryan. And the first scene in the movie is a lady at the washing tub doing the washing, and a black car limousine pulls up and two men in black suits come up the driveway, and she stands in the doorway and she's advised that her 3 children are dead in the war, and everything that's in that woman just dissolves. She just sort of melts into the floor. And I thought, my great-great-grandmother got that telegram, and my great-grandmother also got that telegram. And we lost a son at Gallipoli, and we lost another son in the Second World War. But if you are a Sikh and you come to this country and 2 minutes later, as many of them are, proud flag-waving Australians, you are just as much an Australian as I am. As I am. As I am. Now, having said that, I don't want to hesitate to say that the forces of evil are abroad. And I've got to mention Tony Burke by name, which I very seldom do, which I very seldom do in politics. And because he's the leader of the House, I'm burning up a lot of, power that I'll have in the power. But I'm going to burn it up because he brought in 2,000 Gazans without any reference to the people of Australia. Now, the Gazans are people that come from the same area and are part of Hamas. They murdered 3,000 people in New York. They murdered 1,200 people crossing the border into Israel. And they murder people all of the time. And the people they murder, I might add, are Christians. And go to Nigeria today, and I was with 2 Nigerians a couple of days ago in Mount Isa, and they said they're just murdering us all the time. If you're a Christian, you get murdered. And that's what Tony Burke brought to Australia. Just in one day, 2,000. Now, I got some really bad news for you, because the Liberals actually brought most of these people in. In the last 12 years, please, in the last 12 years, they have brought 4 million people into Australia. 4 million. Now, in the next 12 years, they'll bring another 8 million at that rate, and they're now 1/3 of Australia. And in the next 10 years, they'll be a majority. Our country will not be our country. They will be the majority. And our party says, no migration without assimilation. Now ask the question, do you come from a country with democracy? No. Do you come from a country with rule of law? No, no. Do you come from a country with Christianity? And I'm not apologising for that, I can tell you. No, no. Do you come from a country with industrial awards? No. Then what the hell are you bringing them for into this country? Now, 92% of them, and most of them come out of the Liberal Party, 92% of them went to Sydney and Melbourne. There are no jobs in Sydney and Melbourne. All secondary industries gone, closed down, factories are gone, closed down. So what the hell are they doing in Sydney and Melbourne? They're doing nothing, but you're paying for them. You're paying for them. You're paying for them. It's our money that is looking after them here. And why wouldn't you come to this country? You've got a few kids, you get 60 grand a year for doing nothing, sitting on your backside, and you get a free house as well. I want to say this. You know, I feel very strongly about this now. The situation has come to a point where, for me personally, I'm part of the Gumtree movement, right? The Gumtrees. And we're going to make a statement. Every week we're going to make a statement. And our first statement is no migration without assimilation. No migration without assimilation. And that just about means no migration. Now, when they say migrants, wait on, more people are sneaking in through the students' visas. There's a whole stack of visas out there that they're sneaking in on. So I don't know how many people have come in. They own up to 4 million, but I suspect it's a lot more than that. Now, having said all of those things, I want to say, in conclusion, why am I here? And this is just, I think, one of the reasons why I have such passion. When I was 18, I just turned 18, we were at war with a dreadful man called Sukarno, who had captured control briefly of Indonesia. But we're at war with this Sukarno. And I was the unit historian for the 49th Battalion. And I went up and saw a colonel and I said, Colonel, you know, we covered ourselves in glory in the First World War, but, you know, it's not quite so glorious in the Second World War. He said, what do you want to do, Cutter? I want to go down to the RSL, it's only 18 years after the war ended, and ask around, you know, because we might have been a fallback battalion, but then again, we mightn't have either. So I went down and said, anyone here know anything about the 49th Battalion? There's 1,000 men in a battalion. Anyone know anything about 49th in the war? And the bloke yelled out, yeah, mate, come down here. They said they were the worst hit of all. At San Hernandez, the bottom of Kokoda. They said when they were relieved, there were only 28 of them able to walk out unassisted. And I said 28. He said 28. And I said 28. And he said, do you know how many men left Port Moresby? Yeah, 783 men left Port Moresby. 783 men left Port Moresby. And all that was left was 28. Are we going to let those people down? Those men down? No! Are we going to let those people down? No! No! So, don't shout, you know, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Shout Australians ever. Australians ever. Forever. Never, never, never. Australians forever. Australians forever! Australians forever!
That was awesome. Alrighty, we're almost at the pointy end here, guys. I have got 7 of these amazing freedom hats courtesy of Turning Point Australia, and I just want to give them a big shout out. Turning Point Australia, and the reason why is because they live streamed this event all over the world today. All over the world. They had cameras here, they had cameras in every capital city. I don't know if anybody has tuned in yet to what's happened in Melbourne today, but do you know why we're here? Because I don't want to end up like that. Rubber bullets, tear gas, burning flags. Seriously, take me down there. I'm ready to start cracking heads. I'm going to give away 7 of these, but in order to get one, you need to register on our QR code because we want to send you emails and keep you updated with what's about to unfold from March for Australia. So, have you registered yet?
Yes.
Good, because we need your help. Because March for Australia, Queensland, we are our own franchise up here. We are March for Australia, Queensland. We've got our own website, we've got our own socials, and we are going to mobilise Queenslanders, and we are going to save the country. Yeah! That's what's going to happen. So if you want to win one of these hats, jump on there. We've also got a lucky dip $250 Bunnings voucher to give away to someone who registers as well, courtesy of a very generous benefactor, and they weren't Zionists either. That's for the guys in the crowd that love that stuff.
Just one little blurb. Hey, George Christian, we need you, mate. You got to saddle up again, George.
Bring George back to politics. What do you reckon? Do we need to get Jared Rennick re-elected? Yeah. Do we need to make sure that Malcolm stays in too? Yeah. These are our heroes. What do we need our politicians to do? We need them to come under one umbrella. We need them to work together. What does the Australian people want? We want them to work together. Yeah. We're sick of the infighting. We're sick of the factionalism. It's time to stand for Australia. We want you guys to work together for us. And that's what we demand here today.
Thank you, everybody. We got a few things. I don't know if you saw, we were hanging up Aussie flags. I said to the police, I said, is that illegal what we did? I don't think it is. You see all these guys with concrete, call Jim, you know, mowing. So we've been banging up Australian flags all around. We did it on the weekend. We did it on that bridge. It was a bit dangerous. Some guy named Dave almost fell off the bridge. So raise the flag. There is a March for Australia also has another Twitter page, which is Raise the Flag. You can, if you raise your flag in your backyard, anywhere, if you hang up flags in the public, send them a DM on Twitter, on Facebook with your flag raised, because they'll share it publicly. They're also doing Australia Voice. You can send in, if you want to do a video saying why you came today and why you want to see the end of mass migration, you can send a video in, you can write up something, and they'll post it and share it to March for Australia's page. So get on that. We've also got Australia Month. Did you know Federation Day is January 1st, is Federation Day, right? So don't have a New Year's party. Have a Federation Day party. Get everyone around. Have a Federation Day party and bring in the new year and say, Happy Australia Month! Because from January 1st, Federation Day, we're going all the way through to Australia Day. And we demand January be recognised as Australia Month. We need a month. One day is not enough to celebrate the people who died for this country, people who pioneered this land, our families, our tradition, our culture. So get behind Australia Month. Get behind Raise the Flag. Get behind Australia Voice. Because all them other voices, they're not Australia first. We're Australia first. Get that QR code. Sign up. And we're going to be back here on Australia Day. We're going to have the biggest Australia Day. We're taking back Australia. And I know all them speakers today, it was roughly 3 minutes each. And do you know what? This is about you. It's not about them. It's not about me. This is about you and your family. This is about your kids and your grandkids. So Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! Rob's going to take us out. We are going to celebrate Australia. God bless you all. Thank you. See you next time.
Give it up for Dusty. Best MC ever. We're not done yet. Ladies and gents, I need your beautiful voices to help me with this one. We're going to change the words to We Don't Want Anyone. Don't tell me this is paradise.
All right, guys. Well, that was pretty cool. That was very cool. Those speeches, everything. Bob Katter, Robbie Katter, George Christensen, Damien Curry, everyone, all the speeches, Scott Challen, Lockie Lade. Brisbane is the shining light today. I've really been enjoying sitting in the corner, having a burger, enjoying the show. I hope you guys have been enjoying it too. the views from the podcast and from the videos we're posting today, they've gotten 1 million views already across the platforms. If you're watching on Instagram, that's not where all the views are. It's on Facebook, it's on TikTok, it's on Twitter. So whichever platform you're watching right now, share it out, get it out there. Again, you saw that awesome moment there where we saw Scott Challen film that video for President Trump. We need you to share that video when it comes out. I will share it when it comes out as its own post. But yeah, Scott Challen, we sent him some hats, some white freedom hats. They're not from us. They're from Turning Point Australia. They're from Charlie. They're from Charlie. It's to honour a great man, Charlie Kirk. He loved giving those out. And we want you to stay connected with the march organisers around the country. Scott's doing a great job up there. So we connected with him. We sent him many of those hats on the house. There's 7 up there, which people up there are going to enjoy. But if you're not in Brisbane, if you really want to grab a hat and if you want to support the stream and if you enjoyed what Rami was doing today, you can actually head to our website, tpaust.com.au. If you actually click the merch section, we've got Make Australia Great Again caps, but what you saw him hand out was those white Charlie Kirk freedom caps as well, which are out right now. Now, if you've gone and you bought merch and you're like, where is it, Joel? It is literally being boxed this weekend and it's going out this week. We got over 1,000 items ordered, maybe 1,500 at this point. You completely inundated us, and that's all going out. You would have received a video and an email about that. If you haven't got an email, it's in your junk. Google, they hate us. They throw our emails in junk, but those are going out this week. If you want to go to tpaust.com.au, that supports the stream. That supports what we're doing. But yep, totally, those hats that we sent to Queensland on the house, they're from Charlie. They're our first batch orders, and we want to honour a great man. Tomorrow is his 40 days since he passed away. And, I've personally been in mourning because of him. But that is basically what's been going on over the last 40 days, just trying to process all of that. But those hats are to honour him. They're on the house. God bless you. If you're still at the rallies, please connect with people. But going back to what's happening in the other cities, I'm now going to play what happened in Melbourne. Specifically, Melbourne, we saw an interesting situation where we had a lot of speeches at the start. We had a lot of people marching through the city, as you can see right here. And then they went home quite quickly, actually, very quickly. There was a number of situations where there was actually flashbangs that went off. I'm not sure if it was police or the Antifa people, but the flashbangs went off. I mentioned earlier there was a fire and someone threw a deodorant can into the damn fire and it blew up down there. It's like, why is there a fire in the first place? There's also footage of them burning an Australian flag, unfortunately. And I will actually show that to you guys because I think it is absolutely egregious that happened. But guys, this is literally the state of Victoria right now. I'm just going to quickly unplug this and I'm going to show you some of the footage from Victoria and what happened down there, and some of the flag burning. But check this out.
But taking on the government and was also targeting them. The other problem.
Crazy. Crazy scenes. That is the state of Victoria, guys. I'm sorry, but that is the state of the Victoria. And when I warn you about not taking your kids that are basically in prams still, this is why. This is why. Some people have said to me, you know, maybe we should be doing literally a nationwide protest that heads to Victoria and is just in Victoria. A bit like the Canberra protests, because boy, do they need the help. Don't get me wrong, there were some good numbers down there, but far out, that is probably going to be the last place we save in this country. It is that bad with regards to what I see. It's bad in a different way to Canberra, in a very different way to Canberra. Here's some more footage out of Melbourne as well. Check this out. So that's pepper spray being deployed. Clearly what's going on down there is people are, the police are deploying pepper spray to just control the crowd there. I'm just going to have a look through some of the other footage. People flipping off someone with an Aussie flag in the corner that the police are protecting. They can't get out. One person on their own, very silly. Never do this, guys. Don't be silly. Never do that. Never do that. That's very silly. You never go on your own. That's at Flinders Street Station. Stand against racism is the rally, not Palestine. We've got robo-cops. You just don't see this in other cities. Very normal scenes for Melbourne. Notice how the police are cool as cucumbers and they're really close with the Patriot marches, but when it comes to the Palestine marches, they've got to quadruple their social distancing from the Palestine people.
This is how you can...
Very tense scenes. Hey, Rami, I'm so glad you're not down there, man. Like, seriously.
This billionaire this.
You get the point. 10 scenes down there, and yeah, I think what Chalo Chow was saying was absolutely correct with regards to what's going on down there. Very tough to see. Very sad for anyone that's a former Melburnian or people that have lived there. It's not, you know, we don't like to see it because these are our fellow Aussies down there. So I wanted to show you the last footage that I saw of Melbourne. So they were down there basically, they were basically down there, they did their speeches. We showed some of the speeches. I'll show you the rest of them in a bit. But then they also had, they marched around, they came back and back to the Parliament steps, and they held their banner here, and they actually, did they do more speeches? Wrap up at the Parliament House steps. Got a lot of people completely covered up. And they pretty much head home after that. It was actually like kind of fizzled after that. Done for the day. It started off in Melbourne quite strong. People came out. There was a very, very long speech. I would imagine a lot of people left after that long speech. First speaker, look, that first speaker no offense, mate, but you know, going for about over 20 minutes. It was actually a 30-minute speech, 16 minutes till 47 minutes. I mean, that's too long, way too long.
No, not Canterbury. Oh, it's Canterbury.
And then there was the rest of the speeches. So look, I'm gonna come back to this. I'm gonna quickly double check on. I think I've just lost Brisbane. I was gonna show you Brisbane. I'm going to play you these other speeches here for Melbourne to wrap it up, because these guys were going from there. Adelaide, in terms of a quick wrap up around the country, what happened. So Sydney was big, great footage that came out. We covered all the speeches. I've got to go back and show you those speeches in a sec. We've got to show you Melbourne's speeches. We've also got Brisbane, which is wrapped up. There were a few things. They had the musical item, and then I think everyone went home. Adelaide was big, a decent size at least. I didn't see a full shot of the crowd. I'm going to try and find that for you guys. WA was a flop, total flop, you know, which is, I reckon is because the first March for Australia rally they had over there was really poorly organised. A lot of people came out. It was massive, like 30,000. But then there was no organising, no proper speeches and whatever. And it was also raining today in Perth, bucketing down, so a lot of people didn't come out. I think I saw a message from Based Blondie on TikTok. She was saying to me that there wasn't a very big turnout. She's welcome to call me. She's got my number if she wants to give her testimony on what happened over there. But I'm gonna basically play these speeches from Melbourne first. Then I'm gonna. Do I want to do Melbourne first, or do I want to do Sydney? I'll do Melbourne because it's about maybe 10-15 minutes. And then I'm going to go to Sydney and finish that off, and then show you any highlights from around the country that we've missed. And yeah, so we'll go from there. So check out Melbourne right now. Here we go.
Well done, Melbourne! Thank you very much, Matt. That was a wealth of information, and I got to tell you, it produces discussion, conversation that we need to have both at domestic and political levels. But honestly, that much information for me, it's something I've got to learn, because I don't remember all the details. Just magnificent. What I will do though is wind it back into that nutshell that Australia must come first. So what do we want? Australia first. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Australia first. When do we want it? Now. Okay guys, we can do this one more time. Let that sound of your voice out there, because it is your voice. Every single bloody one of you that counts. Let your voice echo off the walls of all of these buildings. What do we want? Australia! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Australia! When do we want it? Now! Good on you guys. Our next speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is a family man, a tradie by the name of Tim. Tim, like every probably single one of you, is a working class man. He is a true blue Aussie, and what he wants for our country is because he wants it for the children of today and the children of tomorrow. Handing over, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, some awesome stuff. My name's Tim, and like you, I'm just your average Aussie. I pay too much tax, I hate following rules, and yes, I barrack for Collingwood. Now, I want to ask you, how did we get here? Like, how did it come to this? Right? How did immigration becomes such a divisive topic rather than a common sense one. Yes, I want to stop immigration, but why should I be labelled as a bad, ignorant fool? Gee, I mean, after listening to Matt, it's common sense. Look, I'm here. Look, I'm here today because I'm thinking of my children and the country they live in's future. I'm here today because I believe this modern mass diversity is not what it is cracked up to be, and it's certainly not what our forefathers envisaged for their future generations. I have raised my family in the eastern suburbs. No, not Canterbury, not Hawthorn, a bit further out. Right. And we had not been affected by crime until last year. Unluckily for my community, some youth, some people that specialise in aggravated burglary tried to gain access to my neighbour's house, and whilst in the process were interrupted and thankfully chose to drive away. Now this really scared my family and the surrounding estate, especially after we did a little bit of research and discovered how violent some of these crimes committed in the Agburgs can be, and also how often they go unreported. Now, I believe my neighbour might have done the same basic research, as he soon sold the car and set up security cameras. And disappointingly, whilst doing this research, I soon learned, I was shocked, that I may go to jail. If someone broke into my house while my family slept, and I attacked them, which of course every red-blooded Aussie would, off to jail I potentially go. So I mean, that's how much trouble this country's in. That's how pathetic our leadership is. It's clown world. That's it, man. Now, speaking of my family safety, I worry about my beautiful daughters and how increasingly vulnerable they are out in public. I now know sexual assault has gone up by 55% in a 2-year period. The same period of time that we have been given turbo immigration from all over the world. Goodness knows what some of these societies are like, and yeah, I worry about it. I don't believe I'm being paranoid when I instruct my oldest daughter, always make sure there are people on the same train carriage. Don't catch Ubers by yourself. You know, I'm sure a lot of parents here would agree. Try to watch your drinks and your friends in the nightclub. But unfortunately, they can't watch everything. I can't always be there. It was certainly easier in a high-trust, honourable society. But again, how did it come to this? How did it come to this? Am I paranoid? I think I have a right to be.
Make Australia safe!
Lately, my favourite topic to try and understand is housing affordability. Why do all the experts, the media, the talking heads, why now do they only touch on immigration, but don't have any real opposition against it, bringing more people into this country? Maybe just not 2 million more, like Albanese proposed. Maybe 1.6 million is a better number, they might say. They will not conflate housing supply with housing demand. And I mean, when you undertake a small business course like I have, like many people have, it's in the first chapter if I remember. I think it's titled Supply and Demand. It's that easy, right? If our government is allowing one new arrival to live here every 55 seconds. An average family of 4 would equate to every 4 minutes or a unit must be built. This is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We need one new dwelling available every 4 minutes because the demand from immigrants is exceeding the supply of housing. Often these people have government incentives, community help, or existing wealth, which helps them enter the property market immediately. Now the median house price is a whopping $650,000 to $850,000. Personally, I believe it's more. In the short term, yes, that makes people that own their own home or have an existing mortgage feel rich because they've made money, especially the boomers. Sorry, Uncle Bob. But unfortunately, my kids and your kids are going to have to work harder for their deposit. They're going to work longer each week to make repayments. There goes the big cap gun. Woo! Let them have it. They're going to work weekends. They're going to have less time with their children. They might live further out in a smaller house and all on a 30-year mortgage, and the list goes on. The list goes on, so Australia can be the land of milk and honey offered up for free to the rest of the world. I don't want my children to be debt slave bugs, and nor do I want them in a line that goes around the block with 50 other couples all competing to rent the same overpriced unit. I remember seeing this shit in the third world on television. Again, I ask you, how did we get here? By mismanagement? By design? Corruption? Yeah. Now, I would like to plagiarise someone. Now, I read this a couple of times. I believe it's poignant. Is this an extreme view or is this common sense? I want you guys to be the judge, right? This is what I read. National identity is particular. Once you universalise it, it ceases to exist. When Britain declares that anyone can be British, it is not being inclusive, it is erasing the very substance of what British once meant. The same moral trick is performed everywhere. In the name of openness, the borders of belonging are dissolved, and you can see it in the slogan, a nation of immigrants, citizens of the world, empty phrases that flatten centuries of lineage. Universalism doesn't expand identity, it annihilates it. And here's the kicker, this is what got me, man. A people cannot be everyone, because to be everyone is to be no one, right? A people cannot be everyone, because to be everyone is to be no one. And that applies to everyone, right? That's it, bro. Yeah, hey. It makes you sad to think. Now, I know my speech is quite bleak and it's a little bit negative, right? However, immigration can be stopped, and we must continue to build momentum.
And when the number of Aussies grows showing up to march for Australia, perhaps our voice will become louder, and perhaps we can pressure and force the government to address and stop this madness on behalf of the majority of Australia. Now, here's the conclusion. Here's the kicker, man. See, I'm nostalgic, right? And I know time doesn't stand still. You cannot stop the wheels of change. But I'm increasingly nostalgic because I remember, man. I remember when we called ourselves the lucky country. And man, we believed it. Man, mate, if you couldn't make it in Bayswater or Thomastown to 1/100th of a millimetre, it couldn't be made, right? Our Australian soldiers were Chad super warriors. Our innovation was bragged about around the world. I mean, for goodness sake, an Aussie in Geelong invented refrigeration. Changed the world. We had the toughest boxers, the fastest swimmers, the most skillful tennis players. Mate, if we didn't win the World Spelling Bee, we were pissed. We were still a Christian country, and yeah, we still made cars. We still made them. Bloody good ones. So this is it, man. Let's defend Australian identity and be inspired by what our ancestors have created, defended, and achieved. God bless.
Thank you, mate. I'm just going to explain what's happening for the rest of this event. On the flyer we had 4 speakers, so apologies. You may understand that in Melbourne it's quite difficult to get speakers that in public, considering what the opposition over there do. So the only 2 speakers are myself and Tim. We had others pulled out. I have no problem with those pulling out. I fully understand. What I'm hoping is that going forwards, more people will start to stand up and defend their family, defend their children, defend their country, and become active. I have an announcement from the national organiser who they've asked me to and I paraphrase here. The next official march for Australia will be on January 26th, Australia Day. And yes, this isn't as big as the 31st, but let's make Australia Day a massive day for Australia. So talk to your friends, talk to your colleagues, bring them down. There are other marches in November. There are other marches in November which March for Australia are not associated with. They don't share our core values. I think that's about it from the organiser. They are just calling for people to get involved. There'll be nothing up to Christmas so people can spend time with their family. Apologies for me reading this out. We have an opportunity to make Australia Day one of the most significant celebrations, and we want January to be the most patriotic month of the year. Many call it Australia Month. So please raise your flag, prepare for Australia Day the rest of today. Now, Victoria Police have advised that it's not safe to march, and when I hear that, I think about what would those men from the 39th Battalion, who were 1,068 young lads from Kew and Hawthorne, who were sent to Papua New Guinea in June 1942 and stopped the Japanese invasion and saved this country in the only time we faced an existential military threat. What would the lads of the 39th have done if they were told it might be too dangerous to walk in our own streets? So we are marching. We are going to Collins. And if I'd ask you to please, I want everyone to stay safe. So the trolley and the banner will be at the front, so give us a couple of minutes to get the trolley set up, and there'll be gentlemen at the back. We have some gentlemen here floating, so we are just urging you to stay safe. I mentioned the 39th Battalion. 136 of those young lads never returned home. They're buried in Papua. The motto for the 39th is Factus non verbis. By deeds, not words. The time for talk is over. And my message to those who are on the internet, who are commentating, who are telling us how bad things are, who offer no solutions, who monetize their content, the grifters, the buy me a coffee, the buy my merch, the time for talk is over. Motivate your friends, get them active, and we will take our countries back.
All right, I'm just going to go back a sec because I didn't hear what he said. Is there something on the 39th? Is that what he was saying? Yeah, let me just pull it up.
Those young lads never returned home. They're buried in Papua. The motto for the 39th is Factus non verbis. By deeds, not words. The time for talk is over. From the organiser, they are just calling for people to get involved. There'll be nothing up to Christmas so people can spend time with their family. Apologies for me reading this out. We have an opportunity to make Australia Day one of the most significant celebrations, and we want January to be the most patriotic month of the year. Many call it Australia Month. So please raise your flag, prepare for Australia Day the rest of today. Now, Victoria Police have advised that it's not safe to march, and when I hear that, I think about what would those men from the 39th Battalion, who are 1,068 young lads from Kew and Hawthorne, who were sent to Papua New Guinea in June 1942 and stopped the Japanese invasion and saved this country in the only time we faced an existential military threat. What would the lads of the 39th have done if they were told it might be too dangerous to walk in our own streets? So we are marching. We are going to Collins. If I'd ask you to please, I want everyone to stay safe. So.
All right, and they did march. They marched for about an hour. They marched around the city. I'm going to show you the footage of that. They came across the left-wing protesters throughout this. I don't know why we even saw them close. I don't know why the police did it in this way. Police warning them, oh, you shouldn't march, it's not safe. Of course, why aren't you guys making it safe? Why aren't you actually making sure that you can facilitate a safe march? Why were they allowed to set up their march so close to the Patriot March and the route? These are questions which there's no accountability. The Premier of Victoria, Jacinta Allen, is clearly uninterested in being accountable in any way. And, you know, but it was a good march regardless. Everyone came out in Melbourne. They marched around the city. They made their points, even if the speeches were a little bit long. And they all headed off home after that. And there were no clashes at all. The police were as cool as cucumbers around the Patriot March for Australia down there. They all came back. They had some chats. Warren Pickering, sorry. Warren Pickering is a One Nation candidate down there for the Senate in the last election. He's a great guy. Yeah, Warren's a great guy. We can't hear him, but I'm sure we'll share that once that all gets edited. One of the last things I'm going to show you, because we don't have that much footage from the other cities, I'm going to obviously show you the Sydney speeches, and then I'm going to quickly check my emails for contact@tpost.com.au, tpaust.com.au, that is. The email on there, I'm able to actually see if there's any footage from Cairns or anywhere that we missed. But I'm going to quickly just pull up Sydney and see what happened there, because there was still about... and then we'll... what was there, Rami? Maybe 5-10 minutes left. So check this out. I will wrap up Sydney, and then I'll see if there's anything else, and then we'll wrap that up, and we can talk about some next steps and future plans and what might be in the future.
Go to the open mic. So I think we've got 5 here. We're going to keep it to 2 to 3 minutes, and we'll get through them quick, and then we've got to pack this thing up. All right. So what's next for March for Australia? The next official March for Australia event will be held on Australia Day, January 26th, 2026.
No holiday for us, I guess. I'm like, crap.
We are aware that there are other rallies planned for the 29th of November 25. These rallies are not associated with March for Australia and do not share our core values at all. In fact, these rallies were made out of spite against the March for Australia after their main organisers trashed our movement, calling everyone racists and Nazis. They then used footage from the first March for Australia event as promotional material for their own event in an attempt to ride the wave of momentum of our movement. I'm not telling anyone whether to attend these rallies or not, but I'm making it clear where March for Australia stands. I know many people are wanting more regular March for Australia events. However, November, December time of year is usually dedicated to the Christmas season with friends, family, shopping for presents, and quite often ends up being the busiest time of the year. March for Australia has decided that the festive season is not an optimal time for marching. For our next event on Australia Day, we are planning on generating an enormous display of patriotism to celebrate our beloved national holiday. It will be a huge statement towards the un-Australian traitors who have been trying to steal our day from us for so long. We have an opportunity to make this one of the most significant Australia Day celebrations in many years, and we want January to be the most patriotic month of the year. Many call it Australia Month. For the meantime, we're running some campaigns for supporters to get involved, so feel free to keep following the social media pages to be involved. We have the Raise the Flag, which is hoisting the Australian flag on a piece of public property, light posts, electricity posts, etc. And then we have Australia's Voice, which you can send in clips, written posts, or clips or written posts to March for Australia pages, and we'll publish them on the page. We believe all Australians deserve to have a voice, so tell us how mass immigration has failed you, what side effects are you feeling, cost of living, housing crisis, crime increase. Explain why you are marching for Australia. All right, guys, that's it. We'll do the open mic. We'll get 5 people. Rules are we've got to stay on topic within the messaging. 2-minute speeches. Let's go, guys. Get through them.
Hi everyone, I'm Donna from the Corruption Whistleblower newspaper. So we are definitely here and love our nation. We have noticed that the Australian government is doing this immigration as quite the ploy. Of course people are going to want to come in and get thousands of dollars for free. Not good enough, government. They're clearly not representing the people. So really, they've been indicted by the people. We have done grand jury indictments at www.corruptionwhistleblower.com, and you can join in those grand jury indictments because the entire government's involved in this corruption, not just Albo. The whole lot of them needs to go. The whole lot of them needs to be held to account for their treasonous, terrorist crimes against the people. 60,000 children a year are taken with no court order. That's 240 a day. 240 a day children are snatched by so-called child protection. And where do they go? So you want to immigrate to this country? Well, good luck keeping your child, because we're the #1 for taking people's children for nothing. And bloody child trafficking them everywhere. 60,000. 240 a day. And you know how much they get for uplifting them? $40,000. Just like they're paying the immigrants to come in. Don't look at the immigrants, it's the government! It's the Australian government causing this. They are so evil. They have absolutely decimated this country on every level. So we've written about it in a brief of evidence. 80-page newspaper. You like it? Yeah, Corruption Whistleblower. Woo. And they all have won. They know their crimes. That's why they're doing the replacement migration. Yeah, they know their crimes, and they know when we know about this that they have absolutely not asked the people what to do, not asked the people what we want. They are treasonous terrorist government, and they are a foreign government actually of political subdivision. Go and research that. Go and research some of this stuff that's going on. It's clear, all outlined. We've got 3 editions in the Corruption Whistleblower newspaper. They are not above the law, and we are coming for you for public trials. And same with you, cops. We love yous, but we totally need you to be on the people's side and stop enforcing the criminal government that is paying your wage. And you too, ABC, we're watching you as well. We're watching all the mainstream media and how crooked are you covering up your co-conspirating crimes. One would think you're in joint enterprise with the evil government, wouldn't one? Mainstream media. So watch yourselves, because we're coming for you. Everyone here knows, and
All
we're
right,
coming
okay,
for you,
okay, all right.
Australian government,
All right.
to bring
Come on, wrap it
justice
up.
and righteousness back here by the power of right. What is right? We know what is right. We know what is right, and I thank you all for coming out today. Please keep up the good work. Thanks.
Okay, finally. So, breaking news, there is actually a video of the cops in Victoria. They have come out and they've basically made the point that the left rocked up to these counter-protests with a box of rocks. Big rocks. And I'm going to play the video for you from Oz vs. The Agenda, which is it's a good pickup. He got this so quickly out because I just got it sent to me. And I want to make sure I play it for you guys because I think it is absolutely ridiculous that that's obviously happened. I'm going to make sure that I actually get that to you guys. But when it comes to the violence that we've seen today in Victoria, it's just entirely been on the left with regards to they've shown themselves as who they are. They've shown themselves as who they are. And the Premier's just doing nothing about it. This is why I really worry about Victoria and the future of that state, and why I say don't take your kids in prams in Victoria. And it was good to see not too many, because this is literally what we have to worry about. And I couldn't live with myself if I knew that you went into that and didn't know. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So this is the video. And I'm going to play for you right now. So this is from Oz vs. The Agenda. He's gone and clipped it from the police on Twitter. Ah, there we go. Sorry, guys. Give me a sec. Stuffed it.
This is what was thrown at police today. And I think Melbourne has had a gutful. I look on the social media streaming platforms of some of these issue-motivated groups that are saying police used excessive force. The fact was, these were being thrown at police. Bottles filled with shards of glass were being thrown at the police. Rotten fruit was being thrown at police. Bins were put on fire. Flags were on fire. And I think, you know, really enough's enough. People came to pick a fight with the police. The people that came to pick the fight with police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging, they listened to our instructions, they did what they were told, and they protested by example.
That's actually insane. I'm going to play that one more time, his comments, because he defines very clearly who's who in the zoo.
Fire, and I think filled with excessive force. The fact, I look on the social media streaming platforms of some of these issue-motivated groups that are saying police used excessive force. The fact was, these were being thrown at police. Bottles filled with shards of glass were being thrown at the police. Rotten fruit was being thrown at police. Bins were put on fire. Flags were on fire. And I think, you know, really enough's enough. People came to pick a fight with the police. The people that came to pick the fight with police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging, they listened to our instructions, they did what they were told, and they protested by example.
Kudos to the police for saying that. This isn't a game. Like, this is not a game. I am really worried about Victoria and where things are going. I'm pleased to see the police are saying that. I hope the Liberals down there find their nuts and actually not demonise the March for Australia as racists like they did last time. I pray that they actually come out and simply say what the police have said, at least at a bare minimum. But these are your people that are out marching. They're your people, and you dropped the ball with them. You've got an election in a year. You're going to lose it at this stage. God forbid you rediscover the Menzies We Believe statement that was written 81 years ago as of this week. God forbid you go back to your roots. Anyways, great pickup from Anthony at the Oz vs. The Agenda. I'll go back to the Sydney speeches, and we're getting close to the end. This is we've got about 4 more short speeches from the open mic in Sydney. Here you go.
CorruptionWhistleblower.com. Come and see us. Get online, corruptionwhistleblower.com, and please register for grand jury indictments on there. We need to indict this government and get rid of them!
Thank you, corruption whistleblower. All right. Next open mic speakers, try and stay on topic, please, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we? My name is Elijah. I'm a Ramsey Scholar of Western Civilization and, God willing, a future Presbyterian minister in this nation. I've risen to speak because I don't believe anyone has yet identified the core issue at hand. Mass migration, yes, is causing many problems in Australia, as the other speakers have made plain. Mass immigration, however, is just the government's band-aid to fix a greater problem. Fixing immigration policy alone will not solve Australia's problems. We need a much greater change to fix our nation's ills. We need a return to our nation's roots. We need a revival and a reformation here. The writers of our Constitution recognize that to be a great nation, we must humbly rely on Almighty God. As Scripture says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Yet we have turned from the faith of our fathers and sought to exalt ourselves as gods. Rejecting his righteous rule, we have become foolish and created our own laws that have become our destruction. And aren't we here to preserve this nation for our children? But where are our children? We have mass immigration in this country because it's the government's band-aid to solve our problem of not having children. We don't have a fertility rate at the level of replacement. And the children that we do conceive, what happens to them? We kill them at a rate of 240 a day. 88,000 a year are aborted in Australia. Their blood flows out and defiles our land. We are importing other nations' children because we are murdering our own. And Mr. Ruddock, I appreciate your work and your intentions, but we don't need another anti-discrimination bill. We need an equal protection bill. We need to extend the same protections under law that you and I have to our pre-born neighbours. Stop compromising with child sacrifice. End it! Brothers and sisters, Christ calls us to love our neighbour, and that includes our pre-born neighbours. If we do not love life, our nation will die. To end mass immigration, we must abolish abortion in Australia. We must abandon this culture of death and turn back to the Lord of life. And I've got good news for you, Australia, because Christ offers forgiveness for every sinner who turns from their sin and trusts in him. We are a nation that needs to be reconciled to God. If we want to make Australia great again, we must turn back to the God because of righteousness exalts a nation. Come, God says, let us reason together. Though your sins may be red as scarlet, Christ by his own blood will wash them white as snow. I look out and see a sea of flags bearing our nation's symbol. The four crosses of our Australians' Christian heritage. The three of the Union Jack, of St. George, St. Patrick, and St. Andrew. These men followed the example of their Lord, and following their example, Britannia became a great nation. And when Galleon Cook sailed from Albion to Australia, true British courage bore him on till he landed on our shore, and we, looking up, saw another cross, reminding us that we must live under Christ's rule. Our great forefathers followed their Saviour, and the Lord Jesus Christ died on his cross to redeem a people for himself, and by his resurrection from the dead, all those who trust in him also may be raised. We may have hope as a nation because of this. For at Christ's right hand are blessings for individuals and for nations who follow him. He is the way, the truth, and the life, the only way for our nation. So Australia, heed the word of the Lord. Establish justice for the fatherless and the widow. Love mercy, and once again, humbly rely on Almighty God.
Thanks for that, mate. Next one. I don't know your name, sorry. Andrew.
Hello everyone, my name's Andrew. Like you, I'm motivated to stop mass immigration. I've got 2 young children about to go out in the world, and we're all here for different reasons today. But what we all need to do actually is, we've talked about building community a lot, is actually to organise. And a lot of people, I didn't know last March how to organise. So I built a website called heritageaustralians.org. I'd like you to pull your phones out right now if you're interested in organising, and you'll find all the tools that you need there to build your own local community. When we build local communities and we take action in our local communities, we can build state organisations. When we build state organisations, we can build a national representative body. It doesn't matter the issues about politics. What matters are the issues about community. And only at that national level then can we affect the small political parties. It's no good asking them to do things. We have to use our weight to tell them what we want to be done. Okay? heritageaustralians.org. heritageaustralians.org. All the tools that you need to organise yourselves are there, and I urge you to take a look and use them. Thanks very much.
Thanks, mate. All right, last open mic speaker. Welcome, buddy.
Hello, conference! Who's having a good day today, huh? Yeah. Sorry I couldn't be here earlier. I was thinking of ways to get rid of Albanese and look after my own people, right? I am so tired of this. I always go to Liverpool. I see a lot of homeless. I try to do what I can for them, but I know I can't do anything because we can't. We have no power, right? And every time I go on social media, everyone keeps saying we should be replaced by other people because we're too lazy. I say, have you met me? Have you met us? Do you know I pay a lot of taxes? I work my ass off. I work 5 to 9. Do you know me? You can't judge me. How about Albanese? What do you think he does for work? Oh, let's see. Oh, he makes friends with China. Okay. He goes to India to build houses for Indians, but not for us. When will this stop? We have homeless veterans on the street. Albanese wanted, but decided he had more better things to do to recognize Palestine as a state. You love it there? Go over there. Go over there. Put me in charge. You know what I say, Albanese? You're not making anything easy for anyone. Because you know what I say? To defeat an enemy, you must know one. You must know their art, their philosophy, their history. And I know Albanese does not stand up for any of you. He stands up for the corrupt people. Do you know why he brings all these immigrants in? For their votes. Their government in India was mocking Albanese, saying, oh, you have a housing shortage? Well, bring a lot of people in. Even we're being laughed at by Indians. Albanese, meet me here in Sydney Square so we can the debate. I'm going to say this, Albanese. Your time is running out. You can't push it underground.
All right, that wraps it up. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Aussie pride. We'll give it one more. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Thank you, everyone. See you on Australia Day.
Needs to be done.
All right. Well, let's see if there's anything else on this Sydney stream before we shut it off. John Ruddick was the last one to speak, I think. There you go. Got the cops cool as cucumbers, just hanging out. No rocks thrown at them. It's a good day when there's no rocks thrown at them. There were some great interviews done today from various speakers. I'm going to bring John Ruddick's last comments up so you guys can see a bit of a wrap-up on the rally, on the vibes, on what happened. So here we go. Where are you, John?
I'm not.
Looks like Chris got a last word from Beck. What's this?
You know, hot chili, hot. You only put a little bit, you don't. Put the whole chili
Okay,
on
here we go.
first, do ya?
All right, ready? John Ruddick, here we go.
What's that, sorry? What is yours? You say whatever you want. Okay, cool.
Well, we're just wrapping up now the March to Australia in Sydney, Hyde Park. Very successful event. I was here because I believe Australia's been a very generous country, but we need to have a 5-year immigration pause. We need to have a breather. We've let in a lot of people, particularly in the post-COVID era. What's happening is, Albo knows that Labor governments lose when there's a recession. So what he's doing is, he does not want headlines saying that there's an economic recession. So what he's doing is, he's pumping up the population by 2 or 3% a year. The economy's growing by 1% a year. So he's, oh, we're not in a recession, we're not in a recession. Well, everyone's piece of the pie is getting a bit smaller. So what we're saying is, we need to have a 5-year pause, and then we need to have a reset of our immigration. We need to have a big debate, a sober debate, without vilifying people. During the pause, we're going to debate what's best for the next 50 years. And then after that, I think we should have a national vote on what program, what plan, put 3 or 4 different plans up, have a vote on it. Nothing's more important than immigration, because it's very, very hard to reverse a bad immigration policy. If taxes are too high, well, you can cut the taxes. If regulations are too high, you can cut them. Immigration is almost irreversible. So let's not risk what's happening in Western Europe and Scandinavia. Let's have a 5-year pause. Thank you.
It definitely is irreversible because how many white people
Interesting.
are here? I wonder why. Because immigration is irreversible indeed. Yeah. You know that Australia is actually, in fact, in Asia and Pacific. So you guys are all immigrants as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. I guess it's a wrap-up. Cops are basically like, all right, we're all done. Well done, everyone. Honestly, guys, you got to say it. I love Sydney. I love Sydney. Like, where we're at right now in terms of, like, how peaceful things are with the protests, you got to take these moments and appreciate that it's not Melbourne. It's not Melbourne. No shade to the Melburnians. It's just us being appreciative of what we have right now, taking a snapshot and recognising that things can get worse. But yeah, we've got to help our Melbourne brothers and sisters. I mean, it's rough. Today was a rough day down there. I mean, the idea that the cops had to literally, in no uncertain terms, say, hey, here's the box of rocks that the left threw at us. Maybe that's because their head's full of box of rocks, the lefties, but I don't know. Box of rocks being thrown at the cops. This is not how we should honour people that are literally the thin blue line between us and total chaos in this country. And I'm pleased to see that in no uncertain terms the cops said that. I encourage the Premier of Victoria, Labor Premier Jacinta Allen, to say that, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Thank you, Rami. Thank you for doing Sydney. If you guys appreciated Rami doing that, click the link in my bio, click the link in the description, or head to our website, tpaust.com.au. Please leave a donation. It allows us to do those high-quality streams, to hire the equipment needed, to have really high-quality streams, and to get that out there. I am just doing a last sweep of footage online to see if there's anything that I've missed, because that's the last thing I'd want to do, is to miss any key things happening. But there's been a million things happening today, which we will share. By the way, if you're not following us on our Facebook page, Turning Point Australia, we're getting very close to 300,000 followers, very close. And it's thanks to the great name of Charlie Kirk. It's thanks to the brand he built, Turning Point USA. But it's also about you guys sharing the content and getting it out there and trusting us with your support and with the journalism, commentary and activism that we do at elections. Next year's a busy year. We've got a state election in South Australia in March. We've got one 6 months after that in Victoria. They've got their state election in November next year. And then 5 months after that, we've got one in New South Wales, our two biggest states, South Australia, Tasmania as well. As soon as you know it, it'll be Queensland, WA, and another federal. In order to build that permanent infrastructure, in order to support what we're doing, that's what you're doing every time you go and buy a hat, a MAGA hat, or some kind of a shirt. This is our turning point, or a I am Charlie Kirk shirt at our website at tpaust.com.au, and it allows us to do these streams for free and have great people like Rami out there. I want to thank everyone that was a streamer out there. I want to thank everyone that actually shared that out there. God bless you guys. I'm going to do one more check on everything. I'm just having a little chuckle. I'm looking at Shallow Chow dancing with a koala in Brisbane. This is before they started marching. Wow. You guys have got to see this. This is actually insane. So, the police came out, they literally came out and showed the box of rocks. They couldn't have been clearer about who was throwing the box of rocks. And they ended up basically making that point to everyone who was throwing it. The left were throwing it, not the right. And yet this is how the media throws it. And by the way, I will show you the video first, and then I'm going to show you exactly how the media framed it, because it's actually quite disgusting if you look at it. Just give me 2 secs. Let me pull this thing up. Again, the joys of live streaming. It's a bit like that. Where is it? Oz versus the agenda. Here we go. So if you haven't seen it, this is the video from the cops, basically showing the size of the rocks and showing exactly what happened in Victoria, insanely. Crazy. I mean, this is nuts. Check this out.
This is what was thrown at police today, and I think Melbourne has had a gutful. I look on the social media streaming platforms of some of these issue-motivated groups that are saying police used excessive force. The fact was, these were being thrown at police. Bottles filled with shards of glass were being thrown at the police. Rotten fruit was being thrown at police. Bins were put on fire. Flags were on fire. And I think, you know, really enough's enough. People came to pick a fight with the police. The people that came to pick the fight with police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging, they listened to our instructions, they did what they were told, and they protested by example.
Crazy. And then when you go and look at what the way the media portrayed it, Channel 7 News, wild scenes as anti-mass immigration rallies turn violent. Police officers were rushed to hospital after being pelted with projectiles by counter-protesters. Are you serious? And then you got the Patriot protester, and you know he's a Patriot protester because there's not a single Australian flag in the counter-protests. And this guy's got his gun drawn, which never happened to the Australia First protesters. I mean, I totally condone I do not condone violence. I am totally opposed to any kind of violence. And so when I see this, and I say that the media are the enemy of the people, the blatant lying, if they don't do a retraction or some kind of public apology, this is why people don't like you. This is why, in this stream, we've accrued 400,000 views on this stream across the platforms today, in the last 6 hours. You've got to pull your head out of your butt. You can't do this. This is not okay. People see it, and this is why your ratings are going down. You know, I'm not sure what happened to Channel 7. You know, bring back Jason Morrison. And this is Channel 7 Sydney. Jason Morrison used to work there. He was a great guy. And this is like, bring back Jason Morrison. I can't believe you've done this, Channel 7. This is ridiculous. Anyways. So, looking at some of the stream coverage that's going on right now. Again, I'm juggling a few things at the moment, trying to make sure that we don't miss anything. I did want to pull up the last scenes of the Brisbane rally because it was unclear if there was anything else happening again in the future at Brisbane. Sorry, just forgive me. I'm just bringing up Gazcam. Gazcam had done the stream in Brisbane, and it's quite slow on Facebook. That's just Facebook for you.
I want to go down to the RSL. It's only 18 years.
Bob Catter gave a speech there, which you can hear.
Only a month.
Okay, so they finished with a song, and then I think everyone went home. Right. Okay, so we know how Brisbane wrapped up. It was that song, and then that was it. Speeches in Sydney wrapped up. Everyone went home. They probably started going home once they started doing the open mic. And that's a wrap, pretty much. WA, I got one photo. Barely anyone showed up. Couple hundred people. Nothing. I didn't see any speeches. I couldn't find any live streamers out there. Really not much appetite. I think it's because what happened in the first rally there was very disorganized, no speaking equipment that was proper. And there was a lot of people that came out the first time, so I think they just got burnt the first time from the lack of organizational acumen. Other than that, great day in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. They represented. Adelaide looked good, but there was a lack of footage there. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it. What's this footage? Right, so this was Melbourne. If you see Melbourne, just some footage. There you go. Done. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it for the day. I'm ready to wrap this thing up. It's been a 6-hour stream, and I appreciate you guys tuning in. God bless you all. I'm going to see what the wash up is after all this. Thank you for tuning in on Sunday, and thank you for everyone that supported the stream. One thing I want to know, guys, leave in the comments, do you want me to cover and do the same thing on the weekend? Do you want me to cover the future rallies? I can't do the one next week because I'll be traveling. There's the one on the 26th of October. I can't do it because I'll be in the Gold Coast. I'll be out of the studio. There's one coming up on the 30th of November. Do you want me to cover that one? Do you not? And please just be honest, because I'm, obviously this costs money and it's time and it's weekends and I need to recharge. And then there's another one, obviously the one for Australia Day. I will be doing that one. I think we've got to do that one. That's got to be a big one. And so leave that in the comments. But other than that, thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the 400k views across the platforms. I'm here at your service. Rami does this because he loves this country. I do this because I love this country. I thought we saw some great speeches today. It was a very different vibe to the first rally. And I thought it was great. I thought it was cool. It'd be great to see that in every city, what we saw in Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne. But I'll see you guys later. Take care. Have a good one. Enjoy your family. Good luck this week. We're counting down the weeks before Christmas. Think about how you're going to spend time with your family and what you can do to honour them and to honour God and usher in the birth of Jesus Christ in December. But God bless you guys. I'll see you later. Take care. And if you want to support the show, click the link in the description or head to our website, tpaust.com.au. Buy some merch at the shop there. We've got MAGA hats. We've got ones like these. We've got the shirts as well, which have come out. They're all being boxed this weekend, thanks to our merchandise provider. And that's all going to keep helping us support and scale what we're doing so that we can do not just the journalism and the commentary. It's more about the activism, building the tools that are going to help us breathe our values into politics. And so I'll see you guys later. God bless you all. Take it easy.